What you're about to have an opportunity to do now is to visit with Dave. He's going to share some thoughts and ideas that he specifically planned to share with you today. Not specifically planned to spend with this audience, but that he planned to spend with you. So let's give him your undivided attention as we pass the microphone and gauntlet to Mr. Dave Del Dotto.
Thank you. Thanks a lot. How is everybody? You look pretty happy out there. I see a lot of smiles. How many of you have enjoyed the program so far? Great. I'm glad you have. All right, listen. What I thought I'd do today is give you kind of a list of things, checkpoints, okay? Little hints. And I'd like you to try to apply it in your life and in your investment career. And these are basically business type things, okay? Because when you go through the mill out here, and we've already discussed here, haven't we? A little bit. Dan probably went into that. What is the best location you can get? Somebody tell me the definition of the best location. Yes, beachfront goes up higher than anything. Of course, you got to go where the money goes and the flow, and we're going to talk about that. I'm going to talk about your city, where you're from. In a little bit, we're going to discuss your city and what's happening in your town. Okay? But oceanfront is number one, and the views are number two, view properties. And number three, of course, is the properties that have the most traffic flow. More people go by it. Those are the best. So that behooves us then to find out what the growth is of our city, right? We've got to find out the growth patterns of our particular cities. I'll get into that in a minute. Okay, best location at the lowest price. Number three is trust your instincts. We've been talking over the last couple days about right brain thinking, right? And the reason why is because we know that is so important. You have to trust your instincts about a property. You are going to get some intuitive thoughts about what you're getting involved with. Listen to those, okay? Number four, leadership is the best way to get the job done. Leadership is the best way to get the job done. How many of you own your own business in the room? Okay, that's good. Okay, number five, use PR to build your reputation. Of course, that is what, Trump is famous for that, isn't he? All he did, folks, is go in and buy some old broken down, hotel, start out with a broken down hotel on 42nd Avenue that he bought at a bankruptcy sale. Right? Put none of his own money in. How many of you have been to the Hyatt Hotel in New York City? Well, you've seen it now after he went to Italy and bought the whole marble quarry and just set it up again on 42nd Street. But then he went in and used his name, and he used his PR to keep his name in the newspaper so that his properties will become more valuable. Now he's got his name on all the airlines because he wants his name out there. Because he knows that if he can build up the name, his name on the buildings, then it'll sell airline tickets. And so it's just a big PR game. Can you apply that in your own business or your own investment career? Think about that, how you can do that. Okay? Okay, one more time is use PR to build your reputation. You could do that in small ways, you don't necessarily have to go on television and all that kind of stuff. You can use PR in your local hometown. All right, number six, for those of you that have businesses and those of you who are trying to get an organization together, which I'm going to go into in a minute, keep your troops pumped up. Keep your organization pumped up all the time. Give them so much information at such a pace that they can't hardly keep up with it. And it'll keep everybody's interest. Number seven is keep organized. Well, Donald has put it in a very simple way there. I'm sure if he had a planner, he would probably get a lot more done. But he would be dangerous if he got any more done, right? Right? But I'm going to talk to him about that next time I'm in New York. We'll have to give him a planner. Okay, organization, is very important. We've been trying to train you that. You got to get organized because you can get more done in the least amount of time. Here's one of my favorites, number 8. Don't spend over 5 minutes on the phone. do not spend over 5 minutes on the phone. What do you think that does? What does that force you to do, Neil? Get to the point. Get to the bottom line. People, and that's a way of being focused, isn't it? I know a lot of people, when they come into my organization, they love to sit and talk on the telephone for hours and hours about everything. And so that was one of the things I've tried to help with. Do your business no more than 5 minutes on the phone. Okay? That's kind of a fun one. Those of you that read Donald's book, of course, have realized that he's got so many things going, he can't spend more than 5 minutes on the phone. Okay, number 9, here's a little phrase. Listen to your gut no matter what. That's the same thing as trust your instincts, basically. Listen to your gut no matter what. Number 10, sometimes the best investments are the ones that you don't make. Sometimes the best investments are the ones you don't make. He gave an illustration of a big apartment building he went to look at one time. And he didn't make it. You know, he didn't make the deal. He wanted to do the deal. He went through all that, and it ended up having all kinds of problems and losing all kinds of money. And the bottom line is, I can find that in myself too, and maybe you've walked away from some deals that didn't turn out too good. But sometimes, folks, you can't do it all, okay? I mean, we all have some limitations here, right? And we're going to talk about that, building a team and developing cash flow and some other things in a few minutes. But sometimes the best investments are the one you don't make, especially you waste a lot of time and you don't make that much money. And that's what I think a lot of people get caught up in out here. It's the same principle that people are so busy working they can't make any money. See that same principle? And so we want you to learn how to cut through the fat and, you know, get to the bottom line with these deals and only take the best ones. And, you know, it's interesting how that is, because isn't there always another deal, a next deal, a next deal? And what happens is if you take the little ones and you don't put some kind of a limitation, you don't say, okay, like for instance myself, I've got a rule that we put in our little black box. I have a little black box at my office. I always wanted this little black box. And what it is all the things that I always wanted to remember, so that before I make a decision, I go to the black box and I read the black box. Okay, the next one. Well, that's number 11, is think big. Think big. How many of you saw the newspaper today about the Japanese and what they're going to build on an island outside of Tokyo? Did you see that newspaper today? They have plans and drawings to a building that is 500 stories high. It's going to cost $326 billion to build. And they're already drawing the plans, and they're going to build it. They're going to start building. It's like the highest building now in the world is like 110 stories. This is 500 stories. It's 6,000 feet in the air. Is that thinking big or what? I mean, that's hard to believe. Unbelievable. You know, an interesting thing, and Donald Trump has a piece of property, the finest piece of property, and actually in North America, the most expensive. It's a little bit of property, a strip overlooking one of the rivers there. I don't know, New York. What's the name of it? The Hudson? Okay. Anyway, remember when he had the plans to the tallest building in the world and he went to the media? Do you know what he does? He will draw plans to things, go to the media, and tell everybody he's going to do it before he knows how he's going to do it. And it forces him to do it. He commits. Yeah. Isn't that interesting? Just commits. I'm going to do this. And you know what I find about myself? When an idea comes, I'm going to do a millionaire school. This is what we're going to do. It brews in there for a year, for 2 years, for 3 years. Then what happens is you commit, you force yourself to develop your idea and make it work. And that's the way all of us are, right? So start taking your ideas and, well, we got you organized with a planner to write your dreams down. That's what this is all about. Do you know if you follow your dreams will push you to produce? Okay? Okay, think big. Number 12. Interesting one is protect your downside. There's an upside potential and a downside potential to every investment. And always know what the worst thing is that can happen on a deal. Picture it, write it down. This is the worst thing that can happen, and this is the best thing that can happen. You'll usually find that it will surpass what you think is the best thing. It usually does. But at least know what the downside risk is in everything you're getting involved in. That's pretty simple, but a lot of people don't do it. When do we have our computer seminar here? Tomorrow? Tomorrow morning, we're going to have our computer seminar, and we'll show you how to know what the downside is in every investment, because we have computer software that calculates everything very simply. At least you know what you're getting involved in. Okay, number 13, maximize your options. Maximize your options. Whenever you have a piece of property or a deal, try to get yourself in a position where you can work it 3 or 4 or 5 different ways. And I'm going to show you an example of that in one of the properties that I bought here recently over in Kona, of how to maximize your options. Number 14, very important, know your market. Know your market. You should be a total master at your real estate market if you're going to invest in real estate wherever you're investing. Okay? You should know more than all the realtors. You should know more than all the bankers. And folks, listen, do not rely on other people, even though you want to build a good team. And we're going to talk about that, building a good team around you and using people's energy. But you better know more than everybody else knows that you're dealing with. Folks, banking is simple to learn, the rules, the way it goes. It's all very simple. Knowing your real estate market and learning everything about it is very simple to do. You just got to be dedicated to it and organized. And then you're not going to make any mistakes. You're going to know what you're doing. You're going to become a master at your market. Sometimes it's very hard to keep up with the market because it moves so fast. Like right here in the islands, the appraisers, everybody's about 6, 8 months behind. They don't even know what's going on. They just, guy buys a property for $1 million, puts on the market next week for $2 million, it sells. He puts it back on for $4 million, it sells. And the appraisers, can you imagine them trying to figure out what's going on? They can't do it. It's just too fast. But you are probably from a place that's more stabilized, right? No? You're not. You're in Southern California. True. Okay. All right. Well, okay. The next one is use your leverage. Now, we, of course, starting out, and we always want to use leverage in buying our property, but use your leverage. Get yourself in your power, whatever, even if it's small to start with. Use your leverage with all of your investments and all the people that you deal with. Number 16, enhance your location. Well, that's a pretty simple one. Enhance your location. Fix it up. Remodel. Create new fronts. Paint jobs. That's what that's all about, right? Enhance your location. Number 17, this is a good one for all of your tenants. Play to people's fantasies. Play to people's fantasies. Do you think Trump plays to people's fantasies? You go into Trump Castle, and he's probably got jacuzzis in every room. You go into Trump Airlines, and it's got marble floors in the bathroom. Every woman gets a rose coming on, and he serves champagne on every flight, and everybody's dressed up like, in a tuxedo. Is that a little bit better than going into a dirty plane with dirty carpet, and we're going to get to that in just a minute. That's a little bit different, isn't it? It's a different image. It's a different frame of mind. And we're going to talk about that one. Number 18 is keep everything clean. All of your properties, keep them clean, keep them neat, cut the weeds, pick up the junk. And if you go into one of Trump's buildings, he's got guys polishing the floors and the brass everywhere, and it shines. And that's the part of creating the fantasy for everybody, and that's what brings everybody back. Okay? And number 19, which was the last one that I picked up, was, this is interesting for everybody here that has a business, bond everyone who handles money. Let's go into, I'm going to give you another list here, okay? We're going to start another list. And I'm going to try to get to the bottom line and try to give you some practical things that you can do when you go home. Well, number one is set up a comfort level for yourself. What I mean by that is this: there are different philosophies, okay? And you have to be comfortable with something. And I'll tell you one philosophy. One philosophy is like the lady that I had up here yesterday. She said, well, I have all this equity in my house and I don't want to touch my house because my babies live in the house. Okay? Well, the old Italian custom is that you own your home free and clear and you keep that away from everything else. When I'm talking about a financial comfort zone is you write down what you need to live on minimally and keep that away from everything else. So if that means your house, your personal residence is paid for free and clear and it's away from everything, and are we going to protect that asset? Shouldn't we protect that asset? We should take that asset and move it apart legally and structure it properly so nobody can touch it. No creditors, no family members, nobody. And that can be done very easy, and you learned that this morning, didn't you? Interesting, isn't it? There are also other ways of doing it that are a little more sophisticated, that are a lot of fun too, and setting up foreign corporations and things like that. That's awful fun. I don't want to get into it right now. Anyway, so set up your level. You might want to, somewhere in your planner, develop and tell yourself, okay, Dave, well, right now, if I have $5,000 a month coming in and my house free and clear, and and maybe you've set a few houses or apartments that you're going to pay off, that's your deal, and I'll feel good with that. And then everything else I can really gamble and roll the dice on and leverage and maximize. See what I mean? Now, when I started $50,000 in debt, and I didn't have anything, so I had nothing to lose, and I lived in California where, the laws there protect a debtor, as I've told you in the seminars. So debt really doesn't bother me at all. But how many of you in here, debt bothers you? You have a hard time with debt in your mind. Okay? Well, that's, I have a good friend of mine who's a multimillionaire who lives over in the islands with us. And do you know that this guy cannot owe anybody $1, and he stays up all night and he rolls on the bed and he thinks about paying this bill. He's a multimillionaire. Okay? In cash. He has all of his assets in cash. And if he's got one credit card bill on a Visa, if he charged something that bugs him so much, that's why I can't go into a deal with him. So we just, we're good friends, but he has a different philosophy. See, it doesn't bother me to be millions of dollars in debt as long as, my philosophy is, if I owe $20 million over here, but I have $50 million over here, and I can cover that at any time, it doesn't matter. You see? So it's just a paper, it's a number, it doesn't mean anything. But see, his mentality. But he comes from an old Italian family, and that's the way his father taught him. Son, pay everything in cash. So his comfort zone is taking all of his cash and going into a deal, and he gets it as the cheapest price, and because he goes into the people and says, I'll write you a check right now. You're asking $200,000, I'll give you $125 cash right now, and he pulls out his checkbook, writes the check and hands it to him right there. Do you understand how that works? Does that get people's attention? So that is a way to do it. See, I'm not saying that's bad. I'm not saying it's good. It's just that's the way he functions. You have to find your own comfort level. Okay? So anyway, I rolled the dice when I started out because I had nothing and I wanted to go for it, so I just kept buying and didn't care. I didn't even know how I was going to make a lot of my payments for years, but I didn't care. And it just so happened it all worked out. Yeah, it worked out real well. So, but at the same time, I don't like to put pressure on other people to live that way either, okay? Because I could have a little Cabernet at night and not worry about going another million in debt. Maybe you don't have that kind of a personality. Okay, so set up your comfort level. Plan out what that is, how much money you want. But you know what you'll find? You'll say, okay, and I've said this many a time, you'll say, okay, all I need is, now I don't know what you got. Did you write down what your financial goals are? Did Kirk have you do that? How many millions you're going to make? The interesting thing is, like, I remember many times saying, boy, if I only had $25,000 a month coming in, You know, that would just be, boy, that would be great. Can you imagine what you could do with $25,000 a month? And then it got so terrible because that was such a little bit of money. I had to change it, and I said, you know, if I only had $50,000 to $75,000 a month coming in, I would just, wouldn't that be fantastic? It would be so great. And then that got to be boring, you know. And now it's just a little bit crazy, about $1 million a month or something. I think I have coming in now, at least $1 million a month. Anyway, okay, so set up your comfort level, but it's going to grow. I'm going to tell you that right now. You're going to get a little more comfortable, and your expectations are going to grow, and that's what makes everything fun. That's what makes the next deal better than the one you got into before. But how many of you saw the Far Side cartoon last week of the guru cow sitting on a hill? It was a cow guru, and underneath it was this little cow sitting there with the legs crossed, and the cow guru says, now remember, my son, to eat the roses along the way. So what does that tell you? That tells you that hopefully we're saying, you know, real estate is going to set up a wonderful lifestyle for us, right? But, you know, smell the roses along the way and enjoy your money along the way, instead of hoarding it all up for some future time when you're going to be happy, because today is where we're happy, right? Today, right now. Okay, I hate to see rich people that are unhappy. So sad, isn't it? Do you know anybody that's rich that's unhappy? There's a lot of people like that. Isn't that sad? Okay, number two, that's number one, is seek your comfort level, your financial comfort level. Number two is seek all opportunities. Don't turn your mind off. When you go home, you should have, if you're serious about this business and you want to build quickly, you should look at 100 deals. You should have 100 deals coming at you all the time. How many do you take out of 100? As many as you can, but maybe only a couple. But the bottom line is, look at everything as an opportunity, every deal. And you won't, you know, let some of them pass you by, okay? Because a lot of people do that. They just don't look for the opportunity. They don't seek them all. They seek a few. Like you may be right now in a rut. Maybe you're looking at property and just using a little bit of the whole cash flow system. You should use it all. You should be looking in all the government agencies and, you know, have your networks going out looking into everything, not just one thing. Okay? It's too slow that way. You don't get a chance to look at everything. Number three is focus on the most profit in the least amount of time. Yeah, focus on the most profit in the least amount of time. You can analyze everything you're getting involved with by how much time do I have to put in the deal. And always take the one that takes the least time of your time involved. Now, well, we'll get to that in just a minute. Okay. All right, number four is gather your team. And let me just, you might put alongside of that, this is a little theory that I came up with years ago. I didn't really realize it, but it really has emerged throughout my career. It's called the accumulation of energy theory that I have. And that is, I want you to think about this. What if I could get to know every one of you on a personal basis, and every person in this room is talented, right? What if you could get everybody in this room working for you? Do you see how that energy would start gathering? If everybody was working for you or with you, let's say, on the wave. You get their energy and put it and have everybody, all their power going with you. Because if you're going to build a team, you have to build a good team if you're going to get wealthy, because you've got too much responsibility. You can't do it all yourself. You got to have good people. So who are these people? Let me make a little list of some of the people that your team should comprise of. Okay? The number one thing is, very important, is, of course, our real estate attorney. Got to be right there. Develop a good relationship with your real estate attorney. You should eventually have attorneys, specialists, for every bit of your operation. There's so many different things. You know, you're going to find that out, that you have to have asset protection attorneys and litigation attorneys attorneys for this and attorneys for that. So try to get some fun ones, to surround yourself with. And you can have some negative ones, but let somebody else hire them. Keep them away from you. Yeah, like Kirk, in our organization, Kirk deals with all the various attorneys that we have working in different parts of the world. And I don't have to mess with them. He handles it. He talks their language. But an attorney is very, very important. Number 2 is your accountant. And folks, I don't know how to tell you this, but I know a lot of you. How many of you have the attitude that, well, I'll let the accountant be the accountant and the attorney be the attorney, and everybody? Folks, you've got to know everything they know. I'm telling you, you've got to know what they know, because you've got to give them direction. Now, I know you're not going to know everything they know, because they spent their whole life doing this. But the point is, don't let people take over your organization and your direction, and you don't even try to figure out what's going on. Taxes is an area that most people are lax on. I know when I first started the real estate business, I knew nothing about taxes. I hated taxes. How many of you hate taxes right now? Trying to figure all that stuff. But you know what? You're going to find that it's the smarter you get, the more dollars you're going to be able to hold on to. And making money is only the first phase, and keeping it's the real secret. Because the money goes through, and do you realize that all of the money in the world is set up so that you can't hold on to it? It's constantly moving and flowing. It doesn't want you to stay, in your hands. It wants to keep on moving. And so where do you lose money? Because you've got guys that are not too smart, who are making mistakes, and they're $1,000 mistakes, or they're $10,000, or you see what I'm saying? So try to learn over the years how to operate. Now, some of these very complex tax situations, you're not going to, they change the rules every year, and you can't keep up with everything. But in general, you should know, before you get into a deal, all the tax consequences of that deal, before you close the deal. The only trouble that I have had over the last few years is moving so fast, I didn't even know what the consequences were. And so I'd end up making a bunch of money and then losing it because I'd have to pay it on the other end because I didn't wait the right days, the right time, and all that. So be smart. Be smart. Get a good accountant and know the basics at least. Okay, number 3 is your title company representative. You should have a connection in a title company. Take them out to lunch. I've told you that on the tapes. These people know the pulse of the community. They know all the real estate deals that are going on in your area. And they are sources of wealth of information. Okay, the next one is your builder and your contractor. Now, how many of you are developing property right now? You build and develop. Okay, quite a few of you do. Okay, you know what I'm talking about there. And those of you that are on different levels of your investment career, you will find out that you make most of your money being a builder and a developer. That's where all the big money is. That's why Donald Trump builds the buildings and develops the land, is because you can build it cheaper and get a better deal. You can buy it wholesale by building it yourself. Okay, so you get a good contractor and a good builder, all good contractors underneath you. Okay, and the next one is get a good architect. Get a good architect. Very, very important, because remember what Trump said about the fantasies and so forth. Be creative in your buildings that you're going to build. Do things that other people aren't willing to do. Okay, the next thing is your key managers as part of your team. These could be your property managers or the managers of your companies. And you should look at every individual that you come in contact with, and if you see a talent in them, whether they have a degree or not. Degrees are usually, people with high degrees are usually not good, because either they try to take over your whole organization, or they have all their knowledge out of a book, and it's not practical in the real world. So every person you see, try to see if you can gather their energy to work for you in your company. Always be aware of that talent. Talent is very, very important. And having a good organization is your key to getting to the next level. Got to have people working for you and with you. Okay, number 5 is understanding your city. Let's talk about how you get to understand your city for a moment. Every city has a growth pattern. Where do you find out where that growth pattern is? Where do you get an overview of that growth pattern? One way is your city planner. I talked a little bit about that yesterday. You should go into your planning department, folks. It's free information. Go in there and look at the map of your city and just follow the whole growth of your city over the last 50 years. It's fun to do that. They'll show you what was developed and who did it. Talk to all the developers in the area. What projects are you working on? Keep your eye on the newspaper. You should be reading the real estate section of your local newspaper every week, and keep your eye open for new developments, new companies moving in. Like we know that NASA's moving into southern Hawaii. It's been in the newspaper. Okay, articles are coming out. Well, that should zero you in on where the growth's going to be. So that's where you go. And you end up there a year, 2, 3 years ahead of the general public. They're reading the newspaper too, but they're not thinking about developing and getting into the real estate end of that. You see, and that's where all these guys are making all their money. Okay? How many of you have got your MLS book of all the properties that are for sale in your city and read through it and studied it all? How many of you have an MLS computer right in your house? You have it in an office? Folks, you should have access to an MLS computer either in an office or in your house. If you're a serious investor, you want to make some money, know everything that's going on, what's being sold on a daily basis. Okay? Because the smarter you get, that's what makes the money. It's not an accident becoming wealthy. Yes, sir? How can you get an MLS computer? You can rent one. You get online. In most cities, they have a computer with all the MLS listings, and you can rent on a monthly fee. Now, if you have to be a real estate agent, you'll have to get together with a real estate broker to help you with that. Okay, I don't know what the rules are in your particular state. You have to be in the real estate business. By the way, this is a good question I might talk about. When you're starting out in the real estate business, I would recommend that you get a real estate license, because you get commissions when you buy things. It helps your cash flow when you first start out. Plus, it puts you where all the inventory is, and you have all that free access to all this information that's very important. After a while, you get real estate agents to work with you, and you don't have to be in there, and you don't have to be one, because you have more liability and responsibility when you have a real estate license. You can't do things when you're licensed that you can do when you don't have any license. I'm sure you all understand that, but I'll just make that clear. Okay, so that's, let's talk about studying the growth of your city again. If I was you, see, now we're talking about making the most amount of money in the least amount of time, okay? Every city, if your city is not growing right now, I don't know where all of you live. You live all over the United States. What do? Do you just stay in your hometown and you don't want to go more than 10 minutes away from your house, or what do? Go somewhere else. Do you know that all the big investors right now, do you know where they're going right now as we speak? Do you think they're sitting around going, oh, well, there's just not enough inflation, there's not enough happening, I guess I'll just have to sit and wait and do nothing? They're on airplanes. They're in cars. They're going to different locations where things are happening. Right now, you can get wealthy in Brussels, Belgium, because the economic shift in 1992 in Europe, the whole European government is switching over to Brussels. Everybody's trying to get apartment and office space there right now. They're going crazy right now. Prices are skyrocketing. Very few people are aware of that. They're not thinking about 1992 and what's happening there. But the big, smart guys are all going there, and they're buying up stuff and reselling it, making their profits. They're in Mexico flying in helicopters right now. I just called Caracas, Venezuela yesterday. One of my managers happened to be there. And the beaches in Caracas are beautiful. And what are the Japanese doing? They're flying all over the world right now, picking out all the gems. They're buying all the oceanfront all around the world. They're in Costa Rica right now. Costa Rica is a beautiful place. 72 degrees, mountainous, lush growth, beautiful beaches all around. The land's $150 an acre right now. Right now, land with coffee on it, growing beautiful. It's just beautiful. Well, the Japanese, other wealthy investors are going in, they're buying up huge chunks of land in the finest locations on earth because they know that everybody with money goes to the same spot. And so that's how they do it. Okay. The next one, number 6, is develop partnerships. Well, we've been talking about that, and what kind of partnerships? With money and with other people's credit. I talked to one lady a couple days ago. She said, Dave, my husband put me in bankruptcy. He left, took all the stuff. I'm getting sued. I have no credit. So what's she have to do? She has to develop credit. And the only way probably to do that over a period of time, she wants to work on her own. You might as well put that down as number 7 too, is keep your credit good, folks. Really watch your credit. It's very, very important. Most people don't pay attention to it. It gets ruined. It hinders them from buying deals later on. It's just another one of those tools. We've got to have it. And use other people's talent too. Other people's money, other people's credit, other people's talent. Okay, number 7 was keep your credit good. There's not much to say there. I might tell you this. We're developing a videotape right now. I have a banker right now that's putting together a videotape on applying for loans. When you apply for loans, how the bank qualifies you for a loan and what they do internally to look at you and how they do their calculations. But did you know that there are 3 ways to use somebody's credit in a transaction? There are actually 3 ways, not just co-mortgaging. And so we're going to have that on a video. I'm going to produce it. It's a lady. She's really good at that. And for instance, I'll give you an example. There's a co-borrower and a co-mortgager. And then there's somebody that just guarantees the loan. So there's 3 different people there. One guy's on the deed, one guy isn't on the deed. So in other words, if your credit is ruined right now, this lady that talked to me a couple days ago that's in that position, if she got herself in a position where she had a deal, she would find an investor to use their credit to qualify. And she would be on the deed and control the property. If she paid them enough or worked out a good enough deal, somebody will do it, you see. Or maybe the investor wants to show up on the deed, then that's up to them. But they have different ways of qualifying them according to Fannie Mae requirements right now. Okay, where are we at? Number what? Number 8. I can't overemphasize this. Keep your personal development program going. Keep your personal development program going. Kirk probably talked about that. We keep talking about this to keep your minds fed with the proper information. Keep learning techniques. The real estate business is so big. There is so much to learn. I'm sure none of us here, do we all know everything there is to know? No. So keep learning, keep taking these techniques into your minds and learn how to use them. It's so important to do that because most people, they're not feeding their head with the right stuff. And of course, here's another thing. Make sure it's positive information. I keep harping on that because that's really what brings so many people down. Also, your associates. Now, when we're talking about keeping a personal development program going, we're talking about associating with people. What does the Bible say about bad association? Bad association spoils useful habits. That's what it says. So if you hang around people that have bad habits in one way or the other, which means they don't have a personal development program or they're not unmotivated people, what's that going to do for you? They're going to drag you to their level. So don't do that. Associate with people on the other end, positive people. Okay, and what is this, number 9? Number 9 is don't be afraid to risk. Now, when we talk about risk, what do we mean by that? Does that mean that we're just going to go out and roll the dice like at Tahoe? What does that mean? Whenever we get in a deal, it's a calculated risk, right? Folks, it's a calculated risk. I I always, every time I show up on a television show, by the way, I'm doing a tour for Simon & Schuster after we leave this seminar. I'll be in Cleveland, and I'll be on the Regis Philbin show next Wednesday, and different places. But every time I get in, do a talk show in one of these cities, see, people that don't understand the real estate business, the buying and the selling, they all think that's real risky. Boy, that's real scary, that's risky, nobody can do that. And is it really a risk if you know what you're doing? With the information that we're armed with, what chance is there that we're going to lose everything we own? There actually, after a while, with the right knowledge, you're never going to lose. You never lose, because even if you make a mistake, what happens to the real estate? You still got the property and it still goes up. People make dumb mistakes and make money in real estate. Risk is when you go to those tables in a system of gambling that you cannot win. That's risk. I want you to realize that, because everybody's, got this, they're afraid. They're afraid to go out there and do something. Now, if we talked about studying the downside and the upside. If you know what the downside is and it isn't so bad, then is that a risk? Let me give you an example of a deal, okay? Give you an example of a deal, and you tell me if this is risk, all right? I'm going to just go through this. This ought to be fun, if I can remember everything. This is a real fun one because it's so complicated. It's very, very, very complicated. Now, let me see. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12. Okay. Huh? Is that 14 squares? Okay, that's okay. All right, anyway, I gotta show you this one. This is so fun. I'm going to go in a little detail on it because you can learn a few things out of this. I've learned a few things myself. When you're in your daily life, your daily activity, whatever you're doing, keep your ears open. Keep your ears open all the time, because a lot of deals will come to you through your ears. I was out playing tennis. I was hitting some forehands and hitting some backhands, and this one guy, we're sitting on the side, and this one guy says, "Man, I'm in trouble on a deal, and it's really terrible." I said, What kind of a deal is it? He says, "Well, I'm in the real estate business." And, "Oh, yeah?" He says, "Yeah, I'm a real estate investor." I said, "Oh, that's good. Well, what?" He says, "Well, I'm getting sued right now. I'm in a big lawsuit. I got in a partnership with a bunch of people, and we went out and bought a piece of land, and we were developing it, and now everybody's fighting, and so we're suing each other, and we got 10 lawsuits flying back and forth." And I said, "Oh, my goodness." And he says, "I'm going to lose everything I own." This man was 57 years old. And he was real worried about it. I said, "Well, where's this at?" And he said, "Oh, it's up on the hill over here somewhere." I said, "Well, I'll go take a look." Well, I didn't really, I'm talking to myself. "Oh, yeah, okay." Didn't say much. But I went over there and I took a look at the property the following day. I find out this is a big bankruptcy case and it's very involved. So I went and I ordered all of the bankruptcy paperwork. Of course, that's available to all of us, right? So I called the attorney handling, one of the chief attorneys. There's always an attorney handling the bankruptcy. And I called him up and I said, "Hey, I'm going to look at all the documents and just kind of check out what's going on here." First of all, when I went up on the hill, I went down this nice, just right up out of Kona, and I went, through these beautiful gates, real rock walls, beautiful gates, beautiful palm trees, beautiful lush landscaping, and I went through, and here's weeds about this tall, literally 5 foot high, growing through the entire thing. There was like 7 houses built in here, all lots. And I went through the bushes, and it was so deep, and I stood up on top of my car, and I was looking around, and I noticed there's a view here. If you could cut those weeds, there's a view here. And so I went home, and I started calculating things, and at the time, these lots had a value of $80,000 a piece, and there were little houses. Let me see, there's one there, one here, one here. Let me see, one here, one there. There's 5 of them. I guess there was only 5 in there. Here's the gates up here. This is Kailua in Kona. Okay, so I dug in I took the bankruptcy proceedings and started reading all the paperwork, and I went through there, and I found all the creditors that were owed money in the deal, and everybody's suing everybody. Well, I added up all the bills, and all the creditors involved was like $1.9 million was owed, and involved in the deal were, some of these lots were already sold and built on, were 13 lots. And right here was a 22-acre parcel. So that was another lot. So actually there was one more, which includes the roads. The roads and the street were a lot. Okay, the developer had kept the roads in his name. So there was actually another lot. So that's 15 lots. And there's 2 tennis courts up here. Okay, 2 nice tennis courts. Beautiful, beautiful. Anyway, so I said $1.9 million. So I started calling up all the creditors and saying, listen, I'll give you cash. What do you want? I went right down the list. What do you want? How do I solve it? I talked to every one of their attorneys. I weeded through 9 attorneys. I had to talk to 9 attorneys and talk to them and make them offers. And finally, I got everything down. But the problem was there was already an offer on the property. It was in the middle of bankruptcy court. It was going to the final, gavel. And this had been in a bankruptcy for a year and a half. All the investors and realtors, now this was a few years ago, all the investors and realtors in that area knew about this, but they didn't do anything because it was too complicated. It was too much trouble. All I did was get on the phone and call people up and say, what's your problem? How can I help you? I mean, I don't know how complicated that is. What can I do? What do you need? So, folks, how much is 80,000 times 13 lots? Well, now one of them you can't build on because it's the tennis courts. 12 times 80 is how much? $960,000 was the value of the lots. Okay? These are half acres, by the way. All underground utilities, underground everything, well, the cable wasn't in, but it was there. All right, now the 20-acre parcel was worth had an appraisal of $500,000. So what's the total value of this? $1,460,000 is the value of the property. There's $1.7 million worth of bills. Can you see why nobody can unravel the deal? It was gone. It just sat there. They couldn't come to any conclusions. The judge is pulling his hair out. He's got to solve that deal in a certain period of time. A bankruptcy judge has got to make things happen. What are you guys going to do? Sell it. Get rid of it. Have an auction. Get it out of my hair. Now, the property zoning, you always should check the zoning of everything you buy. Now, one of the techniques, I don't know, I can't even remember if it's in the tapes. Do we talk about going out and finding parcels and changing zoning and so forth? Yeah, I think I cover that. The zoning is RS-15. Now, here in Hawaii, RS-15 means 15,000 square foot lots is the zoning. Y'all understand that? So what does that mean? I've got half acres. So how much is a half an acre? How many square feet in a half an acre? About 22,000 square feet are these lots, but it's zoned for 15,000 square feet lots. So what does that tell you in your head? You can make more lots out of what you have, right? Now, I grabbed the CC&Rs. You know what CC&Rs are when you move in a neighborhood? It tells you how, the building restrictions and all that stuff, right? And they were about that thick, dull, boring reading. It was sickening. I remember laying there in bed looking at all this legal paperwork. I'm not an attorney. I don't understand all this stuff. But my layman's eyes happened to rest on a paragraph that said if a person wanted to split their lot, what they had to do. And I said, split their lot? That was in the CC&Rs. Then that led me to the zoning. And I realized suddenly that this property was already zoned for smaller parcels, and they couldn't sell the half acres because it was the wrong time, and they didn't have a good marketing plan. It was a basic problem. The problem was there's 9 or 10 people fighting against each other here. Okay, so now, I go to the court with my attorney. I hire an attorney at this point. because now I have to deal with an attorney in the court, and I went in and offered $1.7 million cash for the deal. What's the value of the property? 1.4. I'm real stupid, right? I'm really dumb here. Well, the judge thinks I'm dumb. So what does the judge say when he gets an offer like that? Boy, this Dotto is, huh? I mean, he said, now, let me tell you how funny it was. Here's all these attorneys in here. I had to fly over here to Honolulu, and this attorney that's so mad, like the chief creditor involved in the deal was so mad because he's yelling at the judge, "Judge, there's another person coming in with an offer. He just got off a plane. He's coming to the courtroom right now. Hold this proceedings up. We want to delay it." And they delayed it like 15 times. And judge says, if Dotto's so dumb he wants to pay $1.7 million, done. Boom. Okay. Now, at that point, I had a confirmation from the judge that I was going to buy the property. Okay, so I had to put up a little deposit check on this deal. Okay, deposit check, but it wouldn't close for a few months later. All right? All right, so in the meantime, now, folks, I was doing a little research. We know what we're getting involved in here because I didn't tell you about one little thing. That I had water permits to go and take this road. And remember, this is a 22-acre parcel here, right? With a value of $500,000. Did I believe what the appraiser said? I'm not going to listen to an appraiser. What's an appraiser know? An appraiser knows what you tell them. Did you know that if you have a house, now think about this, you have a house that's worth $500,000 to you, you put it on the market, and the bank or the appraiser says it's worth $3 million, and you sell it for $5 million, what happens next time that house is appraised? It's worth $5 million. You see, isn't it dumb? You know. So the bottom line was I knew that all these were too cheap anyway in the first place. But how many lots can we get out of a 22-acre parcel with 15,000 square foot zoning? Okay, to make a long, everybody got that so far? I'm going to kind of take this off and I want to show you something. You got the numbers so far, right? Okay, so we end up with 13 buildable lots and 20 acres. We'll put that 20 acres here. Well, I went down to an engineer and I said, hey, draw me a picture on this 22 acres. And they did a nice little subdivision that went right down again, just carried the road down, wound down. We ended up with 45 lots. So now we've got 13 and 45 is how much? Now there's 58 buildable lots there. Wait a minute, how much is that at 80,000 apiece? Anybody good at math? What's 80 times 58? 4,640,000. I got a bid on the underground work in the road to go down. It was about 1,000 foot. It came in at $600,000, but I figured it was going to cost $1 million for the improvements. Okay? So I've got improvements of $1 million, and I've got $1,700,000 in the deal. So I've got 2.7, and how much is it worth? Say 4.7 for the sake of numbers. There's a $2 million profit sitting there suddenly. Isn't that nice? But guess what happened, folks? What happened was that we had a huge wave of inflation. Our mayor was thrown out over in Hawaii. It was a fluke. This man, 70 years old, put his name on the ballot something like 70 times for all these public offices, and the voters voted him in. You know, he just every year he put his name on the ballot. He lost every time, something like 70 times this guy lost. He won to be the new mayor of the big island of Hawaii. And he went in and fired all the people in there, including all the planners and everybody that had all the projects going. And a new regime came in. And what did that do to development and all the new lots coming on the market? It put them all in disruption, and then new laws started to be passed. You got to have this, you got to have that. Now they have a low income requirement. 60% of every lot in a subdivision has to be for low-income housing. So what do you do as a developer with that rule? How do you make any money? Well, you know what low income is over here, though? It's like a couple $100,000. It's low-income housing. Yeah, it's a couple $100,000 for low income. Anyway, so now all the new lots and all the new inventory coming on, suddenly they're... So the problem, here's what happened. All the lots on the Big Island, on the Kailua-Kona side, suddenly sold. All of them sold out, except for these. So now, the price started going up on these lots. Now, do we get real smart and go in there and, boy, just start selling them as fast as we can? Or do we know what the future is already in the next few years? We know what's going to happen. And guess what these lots are going to be worth, folks, in another year? $250,000 apiece. $250,000 apiece. The reason why is this neighborhood, by the way, I got all the tractors in there and we cut all the lawns. I went in there and hired landscapers. Remember what Donald said about cleaning the place up? We got rid of every weed down the streets and put in underground cable and went in there and worked hard and cleaned it up. And suddenly, the 5 houses that were in there were from, at that time, $600,000 to $1 million homes. So suddenly, this is a $1 million neighborhood, and I've got 58 lots in this place. Now, I'm going to show you the breakdown on what's happening with this now. So I'm not getting real smart, and I'm sitting there thinking, well, I don't want to sell anything. I'll just sit and hold it for a year or two. Well, then a developer came in from San Diego. I got to finish the story. And said, Mr. Del Dotto, we'll give you $6.5 million to take your position in this deal. This was a year and a half after I'd bought the property for $1.7 million. $6.5 million is how much profit? Almost $5 million or something. I'm not good at math, but I kind of figure that out. So I'm going, so you're going to give me $6.5 million for this property? The guy says yes. He puts it in escrow, puts a $50,000 deposit in escrow, puts the closing date in 90 days. So I left Hawaii and I was giving seminars down. I was talking to some of you folks down in LA, and I went up to San Francisco, we went to Chicago, New York. And I got back, and I was so excited because I was waiting to pick up my $5 million check. I mean, this was a big check, okay? Cash, okay? And the day before the closing of escrow, the guy that wrote up the contract put his name on it and or a signee. So what does that mean he can do?
He was reselling it.
Huh?
He was reselling it.
Now listen to this, because I'm going to teach you something here. He put his, now these guys were watching my television show in San Diego. Now, when the contract came in, I've got a lot of things going. I'm not paying that much attention to everything, right? And I'm going, now, wait a minute. Why does this guy want to put and or a signee on this? And the guy says, well, the broker on the other side for Merrill Lynch said, well, the reason why is because he wants to assign it into a corporation at the last minute because he's forming a group to buy it. I said, okay, well, that's reasonable. No problem. So I let him do it. Because I was looking at the $5 million in cash and was going on, to other deals. And so the guy puts it into his wife's name. They form a corporation with his wife as president, and they file bankruptcy and claim the contract as one of the assets in the bankruptcy. And I said, what? What are you talking about? I called up a bankruptcy attorney in San Diego, and by the way, this was in San Diego County, which means now I'm on their turf. Okay? I'm on their turf now. Now I'm hiring an attorney and say, what is this? They can't do this. I own the land. They've forfeited the whole agreement. They didn't do anything they were supposed to do. By the way, they put in $330,000, $50 in cash and $270 some thousand was put in with a letter of credit. Have you ever tried to collect on a letter of credit? But now listen to what happened. So anyway, the bankruptcy attorneys tell me that Mr. Dotto, that is an asset of the bankruptcy, and we have to go to court to prove that you aren't the one that failed to close the transaction. I said, what are you talking about? It's all here, it's clear. And they said, true, but we have to go to court to figure that out. And I said, how long will that take? And they said, well, first of all, we got to get rid of, the bank. We got to go through the bankruptcy proceedings. That could take about 6 months. Then there'll be a case of litigation for maybe another 2, maybe a couple of years after that. So we could probably get your property back in a couple of years. I said, what? Are you kidding me? This is unbelievable. Anyway, a few mistakes were made. One is that whenever you allow somebody to buy your property and or signee, you make sure that you can cut them off and approve whatever they're signing it into. Right? Number two, when somebody buys your property in their name and or signee, like I'm telling all of you to go buy somebody else's and or signee, okay, make sure that you have to approve who they're assigning it to. They can't assign it to a bankrupt corporation on the last day if you don't approve of it. But you know what? Even then, I would still have to go to court to prove that that is what happened. By the way, there is no way to protect yourself any time if the people are devious enough. Did you know that? Now, this is what I call a hostile takeover of an asset in real estate. Because, now think about this. When these guys did this, and I went in and I hired all these attorneys, and I found out that it would take me months to get out of the bankruptcy, even though I was 100% right. I got so upset. And then I started thinking, well, wait a minute. If this works, then that means I can go to the highest appreciating areas of real estate in the world, write all the contracts in my name and or signee, sign them to bankrupt corporations and tie the property up for 2 years, and then go to the owners and say, hey guys, you want out of the lawsuit? I'll walk for $500,000. Or resell it to somebody else, put it back on the market. Do you know what they did? They put the property on the market, were trying to sell it to somebody else during the court proceedings. Pretty devious thing. Anyway, let me tell you how it all turned out. I fought him for, 100 days. How many months is that? Well, I got a little upset at this, and they shouldn't have done this to me, because it wasn't too good, because I got a little mad, okay? And really, in litigation in real estate, the guy who has the most money usually wins. That's just the way it is, okay? So I hired a lot of attorneys, and we threw so much paperwork at these people and so much pressure because it was total fraud on the whole deal. Now, guess what happened? While my attorneys were going to the court proceedings, they happened to look in another courtroom, and they found the same guy in another bankruptcy proceeding, and we found out that they were doing this in multiple cases in San Diego County to tie up property, and they were reselling their positions and making a fortune. So we had them for fraud right there. Well, when the attorneys all got together to negotiate, there was no contest because we found out the schemes that had happened. In the meantime, over those 100 days, folks, I hate to tell you this, the property in Kona started skyrocketing. I got back, I was a little bit upset, I couldn't pick up my check, and I got back to Kona. And finally we got it released and everything was fine, and guess what? A Japanese firm came in. And they said, Mr. Dotto, how much do you want for this land? And I said, $7.5 million. And they said, okay. It just added on a quick, cool $1 million, okay? The bottom line was when we started to get into the deal, there was a few complications with the county on a requirement, on a bonding requirement. I had to build out 9 of the houses. Now here's another, this should teach you something, folks. Every time I was ready to go, there was another problem, it seemed like. And now guess what? In the original deal that the developer had when he did the deal, he signed a thing with the low income that said he would build out X amount of houses before the second increment was opened up. So that meant that I had to build 9 houses in order to get my 45 lots. You all understand that? So now I had another problem, folks. I was forced, so I couldn't sell it to the Japanese. So now, what do? Well, I sat down, and I used to be a builder anyway, and I sat down and I started doing some figuring. And will you help me figure some of this out? This is the most terrible thing. Because by the way, during the last year, I took one of the lots, and I put $350,000 into the building. Okay? And I sold the property for $590,000. So how much is that? $240,000. Now I sold it cheap. It was worth a little bit more than that. But that's $240,000. So the county's forced me to build. So I'm putting right now as we speak, the bulldozers are going right now. I'm putting $350,000 into 9 houses. Okay? These houses are going to sell from $700,000 to $1 million. This is my investment without the land. Okay? Now, the $1 million houses, I'll have at least $450,000 in those. Okay? So, now 9 of these is how much profit? Well, let's just say I only make $350,000, okay, per house times 9. How much is that? $3.15 million in profit on the first 9 houses. By the way, I sold 3 lots last week. One for $165,000, and 2 of them for $150,000 apiece. Okay? So $465,000. So by the time the top increment is done, do I have my 9 houses built? Yes. Okay, $3.1 million. Another $465,000 is, so what do we got? $3,600,000 and some thousand, right? Yes. Now, when this is done, the whole neighborhood's $1 million homes. Okay? And by the time I start increment 2 in about probably, 6 months, increment 2, the lots are going to be, in Kona, they're going to be $250,000 in the next, at least in the next year and a half. Right now I have appraisals on these lots at that one I got 165, and these are all views of Kailua Bay, beautiful view lots, 180-degree view of town, beautiful. This is a beautiful community. You can imagine for that kind of money, you get some pretty good stuff. But now, all of a sudden, I'm having fun building again, and I got lucky, my architect, and we're going, and we're having a lot of fun, and we're building these little houses here. Well, folks, now I've decided I'm just going to build the whole thing out. Now, if I build the whole thing out, what's 45 times 350? We got $3.6 million there, right? In phase 1 is $3.6 million. $15,750,000. That's a $19 million deal. Now these are net profits here. Now this is net, $19 million. Oh, by the way, forgot to tell you, while I was involved in this, I found out that the property next door was for sale. So I was forced into buying the property next door. And now this is a 57-acre parcel. But let me tell you, see, because this is overcoming problems, I was acting in good faith. I'm just trying to make a deal, right? And these people are tying me up, and I'm having all kinds of problems, and I can't do anything but make nothing but money. It's terrible. So I went into the property next door. Now, this was in the beginning. Now, folks, remember, when I knew that I was going to create value there and pump money into this, what does that do to the property around it? I went to the owner of that property, got an option to purchase, and tied the property up for 18 months. Okay? Put $50,000 down. In Hawaii here, we do things a little bit differently. Everything here, see, these people come over here and write checks out for millions, okay? This is a little bit different market, different mentality. So I just kind of, put a little $50,000 bill there and said, listen, this is going to be yours. And I offered these people for this 57 acres $2.2 million. Okay? Now that's with 50,000 bucks. Well, anyway, this year, 18 months has gone by and everything's moving along. And all of a sudden, folks, I realize that there's 125 lots sitting there on that 57 acres. So I hand it to my engineers and he draws a picture. Now I have 125 lots sitting next door. Now what's 125 lots times 350? I think somebody's getting rich here. I'm not sure. But now guess what? $43 million. $43 million. And I'm going, oh my goodness, this is unbelievable. Well, anyway, guess what? I spend money on the engineers. We draw the maps. We're all getting ready to go. And then the county administration changes and they slow up the subdivision process. So if I want those 125 lots, how many years is it going to take me to get that now? They held me up. It's going to take me at least 3 or 4 years, right? Huh? Isn't that sickening? But guess what? So I decided now, remember, you can fight the system and hold on, or you can be creative. Remember, maximize your options. So folks, guess what? The property next door is zoned agriculture. Now what can you do on an agricultural piece of ground? You can grow crops and put cows on there, right? What is the minimum lot split that you can have on this without going through the state and the county, all their rules? Huh? 5-acre minimum zoning. That means I can draw a little picture of 5-acre parcels and hand it in, and in 3 months they approve it and it's done. Now, what do? Do you wait for 3 or 4 or 5 years, or do you go for the 5-acre parcels? I turned in the map a couple months ago. I'm going for the 5-acre parcels. But guess what, folks? You know why? Because I don't want to fight the state. I don't want to fight everybody. I just don't. I'm busy. I got other stuff to do. You know what I mean? I've got to watch the waves in Kona. Let me tell you what happened, though. So I did a little map here, and so now we got 5-acre estate parcels. Now here's this. Let me draw you a picture. This is Kona Club, which is my subdivision now. These are the lots, and beautiful area, elite area. 57's right next door. So I'm all excited, and I'm looking at this, and I keep studying this thing, and now I'm calculating what it's going to cost, and all of a sudden, I realized instead of spending $1 million for engineering and plans, and another $2 million for roads, and $1 million for all the water system over there on the 57 acres, that all I have to do is drop a little map, get 5-acre parcels. The water's free if I do that. All the water's free. Now all I got to do is just get access into that property. What is the cheapest access that I could possibly do to get access to that? Can I go in through my Kona Club right next door that's already got the beautiful gates and the security guards and the tennis courts? Can I just knock a hole in the fence and put a nice road and another beautiful gate and put 5-acre estate parcels right next door? Yeah, that's exactly right, with little or no money involved. Guess what, folks? I don't know what happened here, but guess what these 5-acre parcels are worth? Oh, I only got 10 out of this, because by the time roads came out, so there was only 10 parcels. Right now, we are designing a 10 to 15,000 square foot mansion that is going to go on the first 5-acre parcel. And I'm going to take about $1.5 million in cash, and I'm going to build this huge mansion with columns, and we got these lilies, I forget what they call them, but these lily pads. This house is going to have waterfalls and ponds through it. It's going to be huge, all looking over Kailua Bay, with 8-foot lily pond pads with giant flowers that grow on them. They're 8 foot around with huge flowers. They're very rare here in Hawaii. So I got another architect to bring those in, right? And we're going to put a little parcel there. I'm going to spend $1.5 million, and guess what the price tag is for that mansion? Right now, I'm only thinking about $5 million. $5 million. $1.5 million in and $5 million out is how much profit on each house? $3.5 million times 10 is how much? $35 million at today's prices, and I'm afraid that by the time we start out, that the darn things are going to be a little higher than that. $19 million and $35 million is $55 million having fun. Isn't that fun? Something to do? Yeah. By the way, if any of you like a nice multi-million-dollar house, come and see me. But the bottom line, I think, to all of this, this is what we're, one of the things I'm involved in now. It's fun, but the point is, I want you to get this, that was this no problem? It was a hassle. There was things happening. I knew that, but we calculated the downside, and was the downside bad? No, it was still okay. If everything went wrong, it was still okay. I could still sell this at any time and make a profit. Now, with $55 million, in which I'm going to finish this in the next couple of years. We're going right now. We're building 10, 12 houses at a time. In a couple of years, that $55 million is going to be turned into a major fortune, just on this one deal. And, of course, we have property in 8 states. But I just want you to realize, folks, that, hey, when I went into the deal, everybody said it didn't look very good. You understand that? And they say, oh, this guy's dumb. But you understand that you know, because you have the vision, because you know what you're doing. And people don't recognize that till it's already too late. It's already too late for them, you see. So I just want to give you a little confidence that this, it takes a lot of work, though. This is not for free. This is a lot of work, but it's fun. It's fun. It's a real challenge. All right, does somebody working on a deal right now, do you need any help with it? Okay, come on up here. And let's work on this deal real quick, and we'll see if we can get to the bottom line here. And this gentleman is Steve.
Right, Steve Puttiff.
Where are you
From Saratoga, California, but the deal's in Placerville, California.
Okay.
Particular deal, and I'm just right up in the air with it, is I've got a subdivision, or it's actually
Come over here a minute. We'll put it on the board.
all right, 14-unit complex
Yeah.
that I'm in the process of signing a deal with. The individual has said that he wants $200,000 down,
14 units.
right?
This is
Apartments.
Okay, 200,000 down.
200,000 down. He wants to, he will carry the rest back for, let's see, 200,000. I can build the units. No, let's see, 200,000 for the complete lots.
Oh, these are for the lot.
Yes, for the lots.
Oh, for the lot. Okay.
Yeah.
So this is the cash price.
That's right. I can build the units for approximately, it's about 600 square feet apiece and about $50 a foot. So that's 200 and, yes,
600 square feet?
600 square feet times 14.
$30,000 a unit.
Right,
Times 14 units.
right.
Okay.
So I go through the financing.
$20,000
Right,
building.
right. Now he will take the 200,000 off, and I can put that off against another piece of property that I've got, so I'll have free and clear property that I can hypothecate for the financing for the construction loan. All right, so I can do that, and that's a good nothing down deal. But when you go through the numbers of what I can rent that for, I wind up with about $1,000, maybe $700,000 negative cash flow.
Okay, let me look at this. Oh, is that on? Yeah, it is. Okay, wait a minute. These $30,000 units, you got 14 of them. Rent
Right.
for how much?
For about $600 a month.
Okay, $600 a month times 14. Any mathematicians out there? Is that $8,400 a month?
Right.
$8,400 a month. Okay. Now, so what's the deal?
Okay, so
So what are your payments now on this? You're going to borrow the whole 420?
right, plus the 200,000 now I've offset, I've put that off on another piece of property.
You're putting a total of 620 into this deal.
Right.
So $620,000 investment, 84 a month. What are you going to net off of that? That's your gross. What are you going to net?
Yeah, by the time you do the interest or the expenses on the 620, on the complete apartment units, you're going to come out about, say, $800 negative cash flow a month.
$800 a month.
Right,
Total.
right. Negative.
Okay. $800 a month times 12 is what? $9,600 a year.
Right. Negative.
Negative $9,600 a year.
Right.
Okay, and you have how much invested in it?
Nothing.
Okay.
All right, that's the problem. Because
All
it's a
right.
great deal.
So
from
what
that
would you like? What would you like to do with this?
Well, the question is, do I do the deal? I mean, I've got a negative cash flow. Now, obviously, my appreciation is going to be maybe 10% per year.
Okay, well, let's talk about let's list these things over here. Number one, he's got 620,000 in the deal. But what is the value of this apartment building if you were just to sell it right now based on an $8,400 gross income? What's your multiple there?
84 gross.
10%?
Say a 9 cap.
A 9 cap. What's 9 times 84 there? 75. So it's $756,000 is what that would appraise out at.
Right. That's about right.
And you've got 620 in it.
Right.
Okay, so you can build an instant equity of $136,000.
Right.
So the bottom line is, folks, should he build this and make $136,000 and sell it and make $136,000? Yes or no? Anybody want $136,000 in the audience? Okay, you got $136,000 equity. That's one benefit.
Right.
Okay. All right, number two is you've got a building worth $756, and how much is that going to appreciate a year? 10%?
Yeah, about 10%.
So that's only going to go up about $76,000 the first year. Okay? All right.
Right.
It's going to go up $76,000 your first year. Now, you're in a high tax bracket, because I think you're
Right.
already a millionaire, right?
Right. Right.
Okay. So that means that you can't write off like you used to, but you still have your write-offs accumulating right there, so when you sell the property. Does everybody understand that? See, he can only write off 25 up to, well, actually, I don't know, probably not much, 25,000 a year depreciation.
Right.
Right?
That's right.
But it has more depreciation than that, but it accumulates till the time he sells, and then he'll be able to deduct that from his net. Everybody understands that? Yes, Chris?
I got a question. If it's 620, he's going to be negative at 8,400 a month. Why would I, as an investor, think that I should buy it at 756,000 if I'm still going to be, it doesn't seem like it makes sense.
Well, an investor's going to look at this, an institutional investor, somebody's going to say, well, if, we put in 756,000 and we get a cap rate of 9%. That's the way they look at it. Okay? And so they say, well, that's how they calculate the values there. All right? Some people, can you believe that people will settle for 9% a year? It's unbelievable. Anyway,
Yeah.
as long as it's secure, our apartment's secure in California. Placerville's probably
You
growing
bet.
like mad, isn't it?
It's great.
Placerville's a great area.
Now, don't
beautiful
everyone go to
mountains.
Placerville and invest. That's
Yeah.
my neighborhood. So.
Yeah. All right, so now you've got at least, now let's figure out your depreciation over, what's the depreciation, 28 years?
31.
30, yeah,
Yeah, 30 years.
let's just use 30 years. And the building cost is $421,
Right.
right, over 30 years. What's 30 into 420,000?
Say 110, 120,000. No.
No.
12,000.
14,000?
14,000. Yeah.
Okay, you got 14,000 a year depreciation. So that will come off his tax liability at the end when he goes and sells it. Okay? Now, but folks, now here's the deal. Let's analyze this. Are you willing to can you afford to put $9,600 into this deal? Would that negative cash flow hurt you?
No, really not.
It's not going to hurt you.
No, it won't hurt. But the question is, do I put it in a deal that gets me positive cash flow? It's
Okay, but now here's the thing. If you were to calculate the investment, see, you're only putting in $800 a month,
right.
right? I'll give you $800 a month right now for the next 2 years, and I'll take it. If you don't want it, I'll give you top price. well, we'll talk about it. But because you have by not doing the deal, you actually have no options. You got to look somewhere else. But by coming in here for only $800 a month, you could take this and advertise it for a trade and trade into something else and add another $150,000 onto the price, And guess what, folks? Somebody's going to come along and give it to him, right? And he's going to, you'll exchange it and take in 2, 3 free and clear houses, and somebody's going up to 14 units. And
Absolutely.
I tell you what you do. I would say go ahead and do it, and then write me a letter and tell me how it turns out.
I'll do it. The other thing, the city has just downzoned all the properties around, and that's the last time they'll be able to get that many units in this square footage, so it's a good deal.
That's a good
Yeah.
deal. Well, that's not
Thank you,
bad.
Dave.
Hey.
I appreciate it.
All right.
Dave.
Aloha. See you later.
Hello.
Hey, that's a lot of fun, huh?
What we're talking about here is quality of life, right? It's quality of life. Isn't that really what you want? Isn't that the mindset of a millionaire? Isn't it that we have within us the ability to unfold quality? And I want you to know something. I will not compromise that. I will not compromise my quality of life for anything. Because the quality of life is what it's really all about for me. I love the experience we're having here. Are you having a quality experience? Look at the environment that they've set up for us. I mean, they built Hawaii just for us. You know, you go out there onto the beach, and what have you got? You got the wonderful quality of the water, the trees, the sun. The whole environment is great. You've been enjoying it? We went up to see the Polynesian Cultural Center with the family. It was great. Pardon? My raise? Oh, the race. Oh, don't tell about those kinds of things. We had lots of fun coming and going. But, you know, it reminds me of the couple that came into my office one day. They were in an emergency. It was a big crisis. This is true. And the lady says, I've got to see you. I said, look, my lunch hour is all I got. She says, great. Can we come in during your lunch hour? Well, sure. So they came in, and the first guy, this guy was a Geneva steel worker. We have a steel plant in the valley. And he came in and he says, look, Doc, he says, it's either abort or divorce, and that's it. I don't want the blankety-blank kid. That's how he introduced himself. And she's a petite, beautiful woman dressed in kind of a business suit. You can tell she's, as she takes her seat, she's just prim and proper, and she looks at me and says, I've asked him to come to negotiate whether I can keep the baby or whether we have to abort or divorce. And see, I handle all those kinds of things just in a few minutes. And I looked at him. I'm going to show you how to do that kind of thing with power. I want to just tell you one of these stories. And I looked at him and I said, so what is it you fear about fatherhood? And he looked at me and says, what do you mean? And I says, when did this fear about, you know, having a baby first start? And he says, they're not trapping me. I'm not getting any lady to trap me. And I said, when were you first trapped? And he says, oh, my heck, I was 16 in high school. Everybody I thought was screwing her. And finds out she claimed I was the only one who ever did, and she claimed she was pregnant. I left school and went to work in the plant. And I said, so you've resented that ever since because you have more potential than that, don't you? And I mean, we were in it just like that. We went back, we talked to the 16-year-old, found out what he really wanted. Hey, he went right into his 16-year-old. And he started talking about, hey, it's cool, Julie's a nice gal, yeah, hot stuff. I want to find out what this is all about. See, and she got into that whole thing, and then she tried to trap him by claiming she was pregnant. Never did have a baby, but he by that time had quit school and was in, and he realized into a steel plant, and he realized at that point he lost a great opportunity to finish his schooling. So he was just real angry. So when his wife got pregnant without his permission, you know, that's how he felt. Then he felt like she was trapping him. They'd been married 7 years. She wanted a baby. So, you know what we had him do? We tracked all that up, and there he found a wonderful spiritual image, an enlightened internal image of the baby itself. And he and the baby had a little conversation. And he came out of that thing saying, all right, I'll compromise. You know, I'll let you have the blankety-blank kid. You know, that was his language. And she went over and sat on his lap and said, that's wonderful. Will you be there with me during the birth? And he says, wait a minute, this is a compromise. I don't want the blood and all that stuff. I'll be there just before and just after. She says, okay, she's just so snuggly. She just snuggled up to him and said, what can I do for you? He looked at her and says, well, you can be there more for me sexually. She says, I'll compromise. I'll be there just before and just after. So you see, don't ask me to compromise, okay? There's something greater than compromise. So how do you get what you really want? How do you get from point A? Now, I hope you can all see this on the floor. We have a point A, and we have over here a point B. This is where you are right now in your life. It's just exactly where you want it to be, whether you believe that or not. It's where you want it to be. But you can also want that because that's within your potentiality, and all it requires is getting there. And you don't have to walk a straight line. You can meet people and do all kinds of fun things while you're doing it, and you can get there any way you want. So we're going to divide into two teams, and we're going to get you from point A to point B. We're going to call this Team A and this Team B. Let's hear it for Team A. You ready for this? Okay. Not bad, not bad. Okay, now let's hear it for Team B. Let's see. Hey, see that? Okay. Okay, now, Team B, since you had the loudest noise, I want you all to be the judges, okay? Team A, we're going to get every one of you to move from point A to point B, and we're going to get you to do this in a way that allows you to be creative, because you're to make sure they do this, okay? You have to do it in an entirely unique way. Every single one of you have got to move from that box to that box in a unique way. And you've got about 3 minutes for the whole group of you to get there. So would you please go from point A to point B, and would you make sure nobody does it the same, and if they do, you make them come back, okay? Go for it. See that uniqueness? Now you can tell a lot about a person by the way they do this. Tell their lifestyles. You can just tell all kinds of things about them. Look at this. What a group. Are you watching? What about this guy? Make sure they don't do it the same. Just take your seats again. Da-da-da-da. See, you can tell their lifestyle, can't you? You can just tell. Here's these little honeymooners just trying to figure it out here. Hey, hey, hey. Good. All right, are we done? Hey, cool, cool. Here we go. Cha-cha-cha-cha. What do you think? What do you think? Let's have your judgment. How did they do? How did they do? They did great. Okay. Is that an updraft group or not? Did you sense any downdraft about them at all? They did a real updraft job, didn't they? And now, as you judge, you shall be right. That's always one of the consequences. And so now, folks, you get to do it. And guess what? You can't do it any of the ways they did it. And you can't do it any way that you do it with each other anyway. And you got 3 minutes. Point A to point B. Hey, 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 hey. Hey, 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 hey. Woo! Woo! They did it. Woo! Hey, hey. Woo! 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 You got it. You got it. Woo! Woo! How'd they do? How'd they do? Is that great? How'd they do? Woo! Woo! Let's give them a hand. Woo! What level was that? 2 minutes to spare. Man alive. Woo! What a group.
Synergy.
Synergy. Do you feel the synergy? It builds. Now, just suppose that this is where you are with money, and that was $1 million. See? Could you get there as a group and everybody make $1 million? It's just that easy, really. Now, you're tired. Okay. You know, tiredness is part of what it's all about, you know. When you really want to be tired, you can be tired. And you can just spend all your time saying, you know, I'm really tired. I'm so tired. Yeah, I'm really, really tired. I'm depressed, too. I'm so depressed, yeah. Reminds me of my dad one time, you know. He came home really depressed, yeah. He was really depressed. They made a machine at work that did everything he did, and they fired him. And he was really depressed. But what really made him depressed is that Mom bought one. No. You can spend your whole life being that way, you know. That's a real downdrafty thing. Now look, when you get this thing so it really works, look at the implicate order. Now, yesterday we talked about the implicate order, right? The 6 levels of love, the 6 levels of life, the 6 levels of growth, how things are first physical. You got a chart in there. That's the best stuff anywhere. And so if you just take a look at that, we're going to now take the inner world of your mind. I'm going to show you how to potentialize your thought processes in a little process we call tracking. And in tracking, what we do is we take your thought processes up, these little holodynes, these little units of power in your mind that are empowering your life, programming everything you do and making it work the way it does. We're going to show you how to do that. So who is there that really wants something and feels like they're being held back by it? Who is there? Okay, Brian, come on up here. Now, Brian, we're going to put you here at point A. I want you to pick the most gorgeous girl in the room, the one that's sexiest and most appealing to you. Who would that be? I'm a troublemaker.
Good thing my wife's not here. We'd really be in trouble.
Okay, here we go. Come on up here. You're going to be point B. This is symbolic, of course, you know. But I want you to stand right here at point B. Now, you're everything he wants, okay? All right, that's what you represent. So what is it you want, Brian? Okay, and what is point B in your life?
Financial independence.
Okay, so you want financial independence. Now watch this, okay? Because what we're going to do now is track Brian's mind on financial independence. We're going to take him through the dynamics that stop him from being here by identifying the holodynes that are holding him back, okay? So, Brian, when you think about financial independence and you know that you don't have it, what are you feeling? So, is anybody here got the too busy working habit down pretty good? Anybody know how to do that? Okay, come on up here. Okay, I want you to take him. Have you got a belt? No? Then take him by this arm right here. And if he tries to do anything at all, grab him good. And if he tries to move from this spot, I want you just to weight down on him and hold him back because it's such hard work. You know, so you're going to sculpture this a little bit. This holodyne is going to give you a physical representation about the hard work dynamic. You all understand that what you work at doesn't work? That the mind that works doesn't know how to get there? So this is the holodyne that represents the mind that makes hard work out of it, okay? You all work hard? Okay, now, if it wasn't hard work, what would it be? Lack of money. Anybody got that one down good? It's the poverty consciousness. Okay, come on up here. You take his other arm and just kind of hang on to that. And if he tries to go anywhere, you just kind of hang on to him and let him know he can't do it without more money. Can't have any fun, can't do it without any more money. Okay? Now, what else you got? Bad credit. Bad credit. Anybody here that's good at that one? Okay, come on up here. I want you, this is kind of a stumbling block. You just kneel down here, grab both his feet. If he tries to make a single move, yank his credit. Okay? Got it? Now, do you see what these holodynes do? Now, look at this guy. Can you see why he doesn't get up here to point B? Now, try it. Brian, you want to just give it a try? Now, we'll be like all the people you know, right? We'll sit here and say, come on, Brian, try harder. Go, Brian. Go, Brian. That's it, Brian. Keep working at it, Brian. Go, Brian. Get it. What a bunch of wimps. Come on, you guys. Get him. Get him quick. Get him quick. Quick. Get him. That's it. Get him back there where he belongs. Okay, hold it. Hold it. Okay. How did you do? Was that a great journey? Cheating, cheating. Okay. Now, he made it. He made it. Okay, hang on. Now watch what his holodynes do as soon as he makes his first million. You ever heard of anybody that makes his first million? And then what happens to it? You know, they win the lottery after so many years, you know, and then what happens a year later? Go get him and take him back. See, he had to leave. Notice this. He's doing a great dance, but guess what? He hasn't got her anymore, has he? 2 million. Are you enjoying it? Okay, hold it, hold it. Did you see the game? Now, what was it you wanted with her? Wasn't she the, you know, everything you ever wanted? having that security. And what is it, the game that Brian plays then? See? The game is get it and go, get it and go. Because it's, oh, wait, we're not done yet. Come on back here, guys. And it doesn't end here, it just begins. Let me get back up there, thanks. You never did read a getter unless you're real fast. So what we want to do is have it so that you can have the life you want with what you want. So do you see what your problem is, your first problem? The first level of organization is the level in the mind that creates this whole game. Now, you know, it's been fun acting this out, but you realize how really significant this is? Because every one of us have these holodynes that are holding us back, these thought forms that keep us from getting what we want. It took me quite a few years to find out what to do about them. But that is my specialty, and everything up to this point has been warm-up. I want you now to use your whole mind and focus as we watch Brian come out of these holodynes. I'm going to show you how to track a specific holodyne. And I'm going to show you in such a way that you will be able to do it in just a few minutes. I'm going to get you with a partner, and each one of you are going to do this with each other. I'm going to give you the opportunity to track holodynes you have and release their potential so your mind is free to get from point A to point B in your own creative way. And to team up with others who are doing the same thing and take it as one massive wave of synergy, if that is what you want. Okay? Then focus totally. This is an art. All right? As well as a science. Are you ready? Which one do you want to take first? Take a single holodyne. That one? Okay, bad credit. Okay, so now, Brian, when you feel the bad credit, the first job you got to do is go into the feeling itself, because the feeling is caused by a set of holodynes or a holodyne that gives off a resonating energy frequency. It's a very specific frequency. When you think of bad credit, what do you think of? What do you feel? So what? Yeah. Okay, so you think of the debt, you feel the debt, and what happens to Brian when he feels that?
I get lost in the debt, you know. Go to the mailbox, there it is, you know.
Bills, and the more you focus on bills, what do you get? More bills. See the game? The more you focus on getting rid of the holodynes, no matter how fast you run, they follow you. It doesn't matter where you go, the debt follows you, doesn't it? Just when you think you got it all done, like Jay Minton says, somebody comes up from 10 years ago and sues you for something. Doesn't that make you feel really wonderful to know that they can do that? Give you all the peace in the world. See, what that does is sets up a morphogenetic field, and I'm here to tell you, folks, that doesn't have to happen. The only people who get sued are in the resonating frequency of lawsuits. Okay? But it's good to be defended, like Jay says. Defend yourself and then let go. All right? So here we go, Brian. If you were to go back into this feeling, you know, of being lost, does it have a color? I'm going to use intuitive sensory perception. Now, I'm going to let him use his senses to look at the holodyne directly. Now watch how I do this. I ask if he can see it through any of his senses, if he can sense it. Okay? You ready? Go. Red. Does it have a shape?
Total red.
Say again? The edges, so it's a lot of red. Okay, I want you to phase space it. Now, remember we talked about phase spacing? He's totally in the red, totally in the feeling. So you step back from the feeling, and you step back far enough to be able to see its shape.
The big rectangle.
Big rectangle. Okay, now I want you to give it and I can tell what level of the implicate order we're at with this thing now? It's the physical. We have now given it a physical shape. It has a manifestation in this plane, and we can deal. And this is the thing I learned, that if you change the shape of that turtle, this is a turtle. It's an order within the order. The order within your mind are the holodynes that control everything you do. So we've now gone down into the order, and we found the shape of his turtle, so to speak. You remember the turtle thing I showed you? So this holodyne, this thought form that has causal potency, that has power, is a red rectangle. Now, if you go to level 2, you want to treat it like a living thing. so you can feel the life essence of it. So here's what you do with the second level. Can you love it?
I can love to be rid of it.
No. No. What you resist persists. Now, come on, Brian. Think. If you resist this thing just like you resisted your holodynes, did they ever give up?
No.
As you ran from them, you did all those games of running and all of that kind of stuff. What happened to these guys?
They fell behind, but they caught up.
Right, and the minute you relax, they're on you again. Now, you can spend your whole life energy doing that if you want, Brian. Or you can love this thing. Understand this, Brian. It's okay to love it. It's justified to love it. This thing has been doing a great job in your life. It has kept you from money so that you could what?
So that I could work.
So that you could work. Yeah, they team up, by the way. So that you could work hard, struggle, and strive. Do you think there might be some lesson behind all that? Do you think there might be something you wanted to learn from it all? Do you think that this thing could be doing it because you, in your full potential self, asked it to do this? Do you think there'd be a coalition down at this deep level? Maybe that the whole mind is working as a unit and is what is known to the parts is known to the whole. So why don't we look at it and say, well, maybe it has some validity. Maybe there is some lesson. So would it be okay if we explored and found the lesson? You can only do that in an environment of unconditional positive regard. So give the thing some honor and let it have a life expression. If you don't, it'll escape and just continue the games underneath the surface. And there she waits. Ready? Okay. So if you were to accept this thing and explore it, would it talk to you?
Yes.
And can you ask it what it's doing in you?
Demanding to be paid.
There you go. And the demand for payment, what is the lesson?
Keep a daily monitor.
Can you hear that? This thing wants him to keep a daily monitor. Otherwise, it's going to get him yanked out. It's going to give him bad debt all the time. Because what's it want him to do? Can you sense what it wants him to do? It wants him to take control of his life. It wants him to be responsible. Can you hear it? It's a great little thing. And every time he isn't, it yanks him out from under his feet with bad debt. Yanks his credit. If you don't control your life, it's going to yank your credit. How's it been doing?
Great.
Yeah, it's been doing great. So you can really thank this little holodyne. It's a great little holodyne. It's been doing a good job. See? 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 Guess what kind of a shirt he wore today? See? Tell me it isn't the whole dynamic, right? Okay, so then you get into this thing and you say, okay, would it be possible? Is it willing to learn a better way to do what it's doing? If it could really get what it wanted and have you be responsible, is it willing to learn another way? We're at level 3 at this point. See, we're going into a contract commitment to get what it wants. We're committing to get what it wants together, but we're going to do it in a more mature way. It's just like teaming up with a group of people. Like you want to market a product or something, you get with a group of people who want to market the product. I mean, who know how to market the product. And then you team up, and they can help you do what you don't know how to do. And that's just exactly what we're going to do with this little holodyne, because the only way that it knows how to get what it wants is to yank his credit. Now, how many of you want a holodyne like that? You want to have your credit yanked every time you aren't quite responsible? Or is there a better way? So we want to potentialize this holodyne, right? So here we go. Ask it if it's willing first to be potentialized.
Are you willing to be potentialized?
Listen to it.
Of course.
Yes, see? Every one of them. It doesn't matter how dark side these things are. They all want to be potentialized. That's why they keep rattling your cage. So, now here we're going to go into, this is probably the most crucial point. Because if, in fact, Brian were already there, what holodyne would be controlling his mind? If he were already the millionaire, already there. This is where you make the quantum leap. So, picture what it would be like if you were already responsible, if you had this control. if you were able to keep the budget correctly, or do whatever this holodyne really is trying to get you to do, what would that feel like?
Very minimal limitations, if any at all.
Very minimal limitations. And so you've got this feeling of freedom.
Yes.
Anything else there? Can you feel it? You feel how it would be to really be there.
Lots of activities that I like.
So you're active. Now, if you take this active without limitations, just meeting the boundary conditions, but no limitations. Now, if you've got that kind of, what is that? Does that have a color?
Green.
See, he knows. What?
Go. Green.
Green for go. And does it have a shape?
Little tiny round dot.
A little tiny round dot that's green for go. Okay, will that round dot talk to you?
Expand me. I can take over the red. Expand me.
Will you expand it then?
Yes. Great.
Now, see, he shifted his energy field. Did you feel that? Now, there's a real energy field that shifts in him. His whole morphogenetic field just shifted. Did you feel it? It goes through the whole room when he did that. That's his psychic massiveness again, like it's now aligned. Now, this is level 3. He's now made the transformation. What happened to the red?
Oh, it's minute.
Ask it if it's willing to make the change completely. Don't leave any little bits of it, or pretty soon your credit is yanked again. So what you want to do is get into a new morphogenetic field and say, it is necessary to change entirely.
Necessary to change entirely.
Go for green. Will it do it?
I am doing it.
Let it go, and you make sure that the whole thing happens. If any piece of it's left, it sometimes will grow right back into its old power. You just transform the whole thing, and you literally change the physics of your mind. He's literally changed. See, these little things control you. They're the computer chips in your computer. You change the chip, you change the whole program. But you feel free now, don't you?
Yeah.
Now, I want you to talk to the green. We want to talk to the green for a minute, because now we're at level 3, and we want to go to level 4. And we want to set up in his mind a system by which he can always reach the green when he's in the middle of the heat. So you say, okay, will you be there for me? You ask the green.
Will you be there for me?
Now see, what that does is it sets up a system in the mind where everything in the mind hears that message. It hears, yes, I will be there for you. So now everything in the mind expects this green to be there for him to do everything the red was doing. Will it do everything the red was doing? Will it handle your credit? Will it handle all that stuff with green for go? Okay, now, ask it if it will do it based on the principles of always being fair, caring, sharing, open, communicative, honest. Whatever principles you want in your world, you begin by creating in your inner world. Make it so everybody will win. Will he do all that?
Win-win situation, yes.
Win-win all the time with you. First with you. Your holodynes and you set up a win-win with.
The entire system can be a winner.
That's right. The entire system right here. And when you're a winner here, what happens out here? You got it? You're beginning to see this? So you set it up in here so it works here. It's just another arena. So now you ask the red, will you sit in my place of peace? Well, you create a little round table in there and sit the red right there. Whenever you want it, you go to your place of peace. There's your red right there at your round table. I mean the green, sorry. Now I have to look at my red. See? Okay? That was mine. Coming in saying, do me, do me.
It's gone.
Is the green right there at your round table? I want you to have it so that you can have a place where you can focus and communicate instantly. Specifically, your left brain needs this. See, this is the balancing process. So your left brain has a channel into the intuitive wave. Okay, you got it? Now, another question. Will you be there for it? So if it suggests you do something, will you really go for it?
If I want my goal, I have to.
That's not what I asked you.
Yes, I will.
It takes a total alignment. These things are real sensitive to your commitment.
That was the decision.
You know, and it's necessary that we each make that decision. Every one of us need to make the decision to go for the go and not for the stop, to go for the green and not for the red. That's our choice, and that's where intelligent, free will choice comes into this arena. You have within your hand the cup. You can dip into the sea of potentiality with anything you want. You can recreate the red if that is what you choose, or you can go for the green or the gold or whatever it is you want. Okay? Now let me show you another process that you can handle. Let's call you now the green. Okay? So you come on up here. This is now, he's going to represent your mature holodyne. Okay? Now here's the thing you can do. You can say, listen, I would give you an assignment. You know, like, fix up my credit, show me how to do it, get me with the people who know how to do it. Let's start the processes. You know, like, what do I need to do? You find out, you get the books. Dave's got a great book on how to reestablish credit, all that kind of stuff, tapes. There's all kinds of information that this thing can provide for you, educate you on, and you go for it, okay? Now, once you know that, you can also take this guy and say, I have a couple of holodynes I'd like you to handle. Would you invite these guys to the round table, both of them? And would you track them? Would you bring them up to their potentiality? I've got a couple of things I want to do while you're doing that. So would you guys huddle? Would you be taking care of them now, okay? Now, Brian, what was it you wanted? Brian, what was it you wanted? See? And you can just, is it hard now, Brian? It's very easy, isn't it? And what did you get, Brian? What you wanted, and you got as much time as you want. Notice that? You got it. Let's give him a hand. He got it, didn't he? See? And thank you. Thank you. And see, then all your holodynes are no longer in the game. A whole new morphogenetic field has occurred, okay? Now, you got 5 minutes each. And I want you to pick something you've really wanted. You know what they are. And then I want you to track each other. So would you get someone you feel like it would be okay to track with? And I want to give you the experience. Now, Marlene, where are you, love? Marlene is an expert, a world expert on tracking. She's one of the best. She does this with people from all over. So if you have any trouble, ask her. No, I'll help too. Just hold your hand up if you're having trouble with this. You guys can be seated. Thank you very much. I really appreciate that. Now, this is about getting from your point A to your personal point B. Okay, here's what you do. Whatever it is that's keeping you from getting what you want, you experience the problem. You go right into the feeling of it. Don't resist it. Don't fight it. So if it's like nausea, tightness, headache, tingling, pain, cold, hot, short of breath, those are all physical things. If it's angry, helplessness, sadness, whatever it is, loneliness, emptiness, go into it. Don't be afraid of that. The next thing you do is you give it an image. Now, in this case, I was doing a bunch of doctors about a group like this, and a doctor said, I said, anybody got a problem? And he said, yeah, I got one. And everybody groaned, and he came up to the front, and he was sweating really profusely. And he said, I'm hot. And I said, yeah, you look at it. He says, I said, how come you're hot? And he says, I'm frustrated. And I said, okay, when's the first time you felt this way? And he says, oh, my heck, I'm 3 years old. And I said, what is it? Well, my folks are treating me like an idiot. And I said, and you don't want to listen to all these? And he said, right, I don't want to listen to all these idiots. And he said, I want to listen to you. You're the authority figure. And so I said to him, well, how did you feel when you were treated like an idiot? And he said, I felt hot. I said, what did that look like? And he said, it was a little fireball. So you get this little fireball effect here. And can you all see that okay? And he visualized it, and it was red, and he drew it out for us. And this is what it looked like. Well, it was angry at being treated like an idiot, and so therefore he shut down. He'd been kicked out of 2 medical conventions. And everybody knew him because he would just get boiling hot, and he would get angry, and he'd start criticizing everybody, and they'd ask him to leave. So it was a major problem for this guy. So we started working with it. Just took about 3 minutes to do this. We found its intent, asked it what it really wanted. Well, he wanted somebody to care for him. We said, well, what does that look like? And does it want to find another better way to do it? And so he says, yeah, it looks like Grandma bringing cookies. This was a little 3-year-old talking, of course. And so Grandma came down and talked to the fireball and said, how you doing? And, you know, it's wonderful that you're doing all that you're able to do. And we just took it through the tracking. We thanked it for all that it's done and asked if it's willing to use its power in a more positive way. And then we had it completely absorbed into Grandma. You see, you change the physics of the mind. And this doctor stopped sweating immediately. I mean, he was sweating drip, drip, drip. He had a cleft chin, and he was sweating drip, drip, drip from his chin. So then Grandma took over. We asked her if she'd be willing to help him with all of this and work on a principled basis, just taking him through the 6 levels of the implicate order here. And said, fine, we sat at the round table. You can have anybody at your round table, Einstein, Wonder Woman, you know, Benji, whoever you want. You know, it's whatever you want. Einstein, you know, you can put financial wizards there. You want to make as much money as Dave? Yeah, you can put the green light there. You want to make as much money as Dave? Why don't you put Dave at your round table? Talk to him. He'll show you how to do it. And then you use it in your work, your play, and your social life. So let's do it. Would you please pick a partner, and would you identify something you want and the feelings you have, and then put an image around them, talk to the image, mature it up, and we'll be here to help you. Quality of life begins with quality of mind. How are you feeling?
Great.
You're feeling great.
I came over here and we started to do the next process, and all of a sudden I could just feel bags dropping off. I can feel there's still some more there, but this stuff works.
It works. I know it
This
works.
stuff works.
Let's give him a hand. He's doing great.
Give him a
Now look. Quality of life. You align yourself beginning on the holodynamic plane of your mind. Now look at what we've taught you so far. Listen up. 1, you have 6 senses, not 5. You have 6. I can show you the science if you want to. You have 6 senses. Learn to use that 6th sense. It's that stuff about the vibes. You can pick them up. You want to get that extra mile? You want to go where no one else has dared to go? You want to be successful where others only see failure? Learn to use your 6th sense. You can feel the vibes. You can see a shark from a long way away. You can see a goal from a long way away. You can see what other people, you can sense what other people don't sense. So learn to use your 6th sense. Realize also, this is point number 2, realize also that you have a dual system of perception, both the particle and the wave, that all physical reality appears to us to be particles and waves because our brain has, and all of our system has, 2 sensory, it's a dual system, 2 sensory perception processes, 1 particle focused and 1 wave focused. So learn that. And learn to use your intuitive sensory perception process. That's what we've been using here. It's just your intuitive sensory perception process. You can trace back every major quantum leap in humanity. And what you find is they were all attuned to their intuitive sensory perception process. Every major invention. You know how Saran wrap got developed? The guy's a multi-millionaire. You know what he did? He was playing with a 3-sided chemical system. He invented a new chemistry system just for fun. And he noticed that everything matched up, that the chemistry would work on his 3-sided system as well as the multi-sided system that everybody was using. Except he noticed that in 1 dimension, there wasn't any representation in the chemical world as we know it of what would happen if you did a certain thing. And he said, that should work. He could see it in his 3-point system instead of the multi-point system. So he tried it, and out came Saran wrap, which over in this system should never have worked. He was playing. So you want to play and make a multi-million? That's how you do it. But you use your intuitive sensory perception system in balance with your rational. Then for 300 years, this world has been over-focused on its rationality. It's a mechanistic Copernican Newtonian system. Everything is particle-focused. Shift a bit. The new quantum physics, the new quantum thinking, it's all coming up like a great wave. And it's necessary because for us to have world peace, we've got to think in quantum terms, in terms of the whole. So, you have 6 senses. You have a dual system of perception. Use them both in balance. Now, Now, when you get both of those, you realize then that you can tap the source of the force. The force is real. You can sense it with our new instruments and our new perception formulas. You can see it mathematically real easy. But you sense it in some of the things they're doing now with the new experiments. So sense that the force is there. And what they say is that it's a sea of unlimited potentiality. They also say that the human mind has the ability to access it, to penetrate through, that you have the cup in your hand. You can dip in. And wherever you dip, that's what you get. So wouldn't it be great to be able to phase space that? So I give you a mind model. A model that says, what is it that causes us to dip where we dip? It's our family and cultural belief systems. So be attuned to your family and cultural belief systems, your comfort zone thinking, and realize that most of what you've been taught is simply ineffective. Give yourself permission to become more effective. You can create the kind of mind you want. You have the power. Learn to phase space wherever you are. Learn to take the deals. Now, we did a couple of things. You remember the Orange Grove? How come some of you never made the deal? There were no problems at all. I once had a course of 78 teenagers, and in 30 seconds, all of them were done. They were great kids. And they said, is there something hard about this? Is this supposed to be a challenge? And every one of them got the deal. I mean, we have a new generation of minds coming up here. And you lead the pack. You can. You can crest the wave and go with the wave all the way. So learn to use the mind model. Remember, there's an implicate order to growth. If you stay within the implicate order, all things will naturally unfold. You don't have to do it. If you get out a little bit, it's okay. You can come back again. You can go out the other way. It's like an airplane getting to its destination. It doesn't matter if you go off a little bit, lose your credit here, have a deal fall through, get rejected. Those are all wonderful things in your experience of the journey. You can do it by turning somersaults or turning around and going backwards or hopping on your left foot or your right foot. You can dance all the way, clap all the way, or go all the way with a whole group and enjoy the whole thing. There's thousands and thousands of ways of getting from point A to point B. And what do we discover out of all of that? We're unique and we have the power. So look at your mind, see the force, and understand that the holodynes of your mind create the amount of force you have. So take control of your holodynes. You can open those puppies up, mature them to the point where you have unlimited energy. Everything is easy, and the wave lifts you on the crest of itself and moves you from where you are to where you want to be. So remember then the 6 levels. Remember the mind model, and remember that if you've got something that seems to be holding you back, oh, what a wonderful invitation. It's a stimulation to turn inward, take a look, mature that puppy up, and go for it. Okay? Thank you very much.
How's everybody doing, okay? Great. All right. Hey, for those of you who don't know, my name is Neil Aricchio, and I'm here to tell you that you can do what I do, or you could become the person you were meant to be. You may be prosperous in peace, wealth, or you could be rich in romance with your wife or loved one, or you could have all three, depending on the person that you were meant to be. But before I get started, I would like to congratulate each and every one of you for showing up here today. You know, it's a real pleasure to know that you're here to broaden your horizons. Isn't that right? Okay. Now, but that's your first step towards wealth, unless you're already wealthy. And how many people out here are already wealthy? All right. Oh, great. Hey, some of you are. But I'm going to tell you something. A few years ago, I wasn't. And I remember coming to seminars just like this one here today and looking up and thinking and wondering if I would ever become a success. You know, during this time, I would hear such songs of inspiration. I would get feelings in my heart, feelings that I realized that someday I would be there. But, you know, during this time, I worked many long, hard hours of work, thinking that because of my long and hard hours of work, I thought that I would become prosperous or successful. But what I was doing was chasing my tail. I was going in a circle. I was going in one big circle, just thinking, hey, look, you know, I had car bills, food bills, utility bills, clothes bills. I mean, these are basic necessities that I was having a real hard time with. And this one life that we have to live in this land of opportunity, there should be no reason why we should have to wake up in the middle of the night wondering how we're going to pay these bills. So what I did was I worked more long and hard hours of work, thinking that I would catch up. But boy, was I wrong. I was wrong again in my life. So what I did was I realized that real estate was the best vehicle for me. And obviously that's why you're here. Can we like dim the lights a little bit so we could see this? So what I did was, even though I had no substantial amount of money, I went around looking for a property. Now I looked for a multifamily, which would be a two-family dwelling for my first property, realizing that it would create a positive cash flow. And if I had a two-family home, if one of my tenants moved out, I would only be 50% vacant, whereas if I owned a single-family home, I would be 100% vacant. So what I did was I looked for my property. I looked for that two-family dwelling. I was able to realize this because of creative financing. Now, what I did was I thought that I didn't need a course in my life. I thought that I could do it on my own. But folks, who was I listening to? I was listening to me, someone who had no idea what he was doing in real estate. I had no proven record. So what I did was, first of all, let's discuss this. True success is to discover and reach your maximum potential, okay? And that is becoming the person you were meant to be. Now, what I realized is I had to stop working harder in my life, and I had to start working smarter, which we all have to do. We all have to realize that just because we're working, like I said before, we're working very hard chasing our tails, that doesn't mean anything. We have to have a proven system, a system that's created by successful people, created by entrepreneurs, so we can then not even worry about all the in-betweens, all of this stuff that we don't understand. We can learn by successful people ourselves. So what I did was, I show you this picture because it's very important for you to realize this was my first two-family home that I bought. Folks, I want to just explain that the reason why I'm showing you this, and these things, these pictures here today, is because I want you to realize that you will borrow for profit and not for ego. What I do isn't glamorous. I don't drive around and look for properties that are mansions and $2 million properties and $3 million properties when I was first starting out. I couldn't afford to do that. So what I did was I got involved with this stuff, and this is what made me money. And this is why I'm here today, speaking to you. Now, in the beginning, what I did was I finally realized about working smarter. So I purchased my two-family dwelling. Now, this was without any knowledge whatsoever. I mean, I went around and I researched some things, but no big deal. I looked at my life and I said, 2 years later, I still had this one two-family dwelling. So obviously I wasn't doing something right, I was doing something wrong. So I ordered the Dave Dotto Cash Flow course. And once I ordered this course, I was able to excel and become the person I was meant to be. Now, through that course, I heard about something called refinancing. And then I refinanced that original dwelling. And this is what I did. The property, I refinanced for $75,000. It was appraised at $125,000. I had a $47,000 first lien on the property. So the $75,000 minus the $47,000 equals $27,500. Well, actually, it was really 47. I have that 500,000 because that was other costs there, that 27.5. $2,500 were my closing costs. I had $25,000 in tax-free money. Now, why is this money tax-free? Because it's a loan. We borrowed it from the bank, and what we're going to do here then is we're not the ones paying it back. It's the tenants who are paying it back. So that's number one that we have to realize, and it's tax-free because it's a loan. It's not actual, quote, income. But to me, it's income because, as I said before, it's not me paying it back, it's my tenants. That's why two-family, four-family homes are very good in the beginning. I used that money for profit, the $25,000. I didn't go out, I didn't put a down payment on a Lamborghini, I didn't go out and put, buy some other thing that was useless. What I did was I used that for profit, and I purchased another home with that. We'll get into that. Now, I had $50,000 in equity left after I refinanced that property, and I still had positive cash flow. But I realized that I had to pull out that $25,000 to go on with my investing career. Now, this was June 19th, 1987. Now, by the time I realized how to do these simple feats, I saw another two-family dwelling. And this was by a hospital. I was able to, again, use creative financing, and I had this $25,000 in my pocket. Now I felt great. I was going around saying, hey, I got $25,000. I felt that I can do it. I had the confidence that I needed. So I found this home, and I sat down with the gentleman. Now, this home was appraised at $135,000. I negotiated a deal that I could purchase the property for $120,000. But at the time, I was able to negotiate something called an appraisal loan. Now, understand all these terms, they're very important. They base the property value at $135,000, and they base the loan on that. So 80% of $135,000 is $108,000. So I purchased it for $120,000. I had a $12,000 second mortgage or deferred payments. I talked to the seller about that. And we'll get into that a little bit later. And then my balance was $108,000 that I received from the bank. And also, I negotiated with the seller that he would pay my closing costs, providing I would buy it as is. Now, you see, folks, a lot of times when we walk into a property, there's certain things that have to be fixed, and they sign a contract with us, and the contract may say that we must make sure that all fixtures and plumbing and everything else is in good order. So what I did was, I looked at that and I said, well, listen, you just signed a contract that states all these things, you know, but yet this is going to cost me some money to fix. Now, the reason why people normally sell property is because they don't know how to manage a property or they don't want to fix things. So I realized that, and I said to him, I'll tell you what, I'll buy the property as is, providing you pay my closing costs. And he agreed. You know, here's something that's very important for all of us to realize. I want all of you people to do me a big favor, please. I want you to raise your hands. Okay? Raise your hand. All right? Now, what I want you to do is realize that if I didn't ask you to do that, you would have never done it. Right? So ask and you shall receive. So that's very, very, very important for you to realize that. All right? So that's what I did. I asked, and I had him do that, pay my closing costs. So I want you to learn by this. Folks, I came out here for a reason. I dedicated these 5 days of my life to you. I want you really to learn because, as I said before, there's no reason why we should have bad things happening to our lives, or if we're wondering about how we're going to pay for bills and everything. I know how it is. And that's why you're here. No matter what level you're at in your life, you can always do better. And we all realize that. So, now, I heard about something called grant money. And then again, this was in a blighted area. This area was totally destroyed. But I knew about something called grant money. And by the end of this week, I want you to all come up to me and ask me questions, because that's what I'm here for. If you don't understand government grant money, things like that. I knew that this property was eligible for grant money, and grant money is eligible for buildings, not for the person buying them. So it's automatically attached to the building. So no matter who I am, the building still can get grant money. Okay, you follow? So I heard about grant money, and I purchased this property. Now, everybody thought I was crazy. Everyone said, gee, look at this guy going into this area, buying this property, and I bought this property at full price. The reason why is because, number one, the seller was willing to hold back a second mortgage. Number two is because I realized the growth potential through government grant money. Now, within 3 months, let me tell you what happened. I purchased the property for $140,000. That was full price. I rehabilitated it for $57,000. My total costs were $197,000. Folks, this is my third deal. This property I closed on July 18th, 1987. Okay, this is my third deal already within a month's time. Total cost were $197,000. I only received grant money of $20,000 at the time because it was only $5,000 a unit at that time. Now it's more money per unit that you will receive. That's free money, money you never have to pay back. So minus the $20,000, I had a total cost of $177,000. 3 months later, because of the grant money of rehabilitation and because of, based on income, the property was appraised at $281,000 in 3 months. The appraisal was $281,000. I refinanced the property for $180,000, so I didn't pull out any tax-free money on this particular deal. So I had $101,000 in equity at that time that I wanted to keep into the property only for a few months to let it look good on paper. And I still had a positive cash flow of $1,000 a month. Folks, this took me 3 months to do this deal. You see, if you go out and you buy an average foreclosure, or if you buy an REO, or if you buy any type of property for sale by owner, no matter what you buy, as long as you buy it in a targeted area, and in some states there are no targeted areas, that you get grant money on top of that. And so if you bought that foreclosure and made $50,000 on that deal, and you're doing cartwheels and you're so happy, if the government gives me $30,000 in grant money to rehabilitate that property, that's instant equity. Folks, I want you to realize that that same deal you just made $80,000 on in equity. Do you understand that? Okay? If you don't, then I'll answer questions later on. So then what I did was I realized that the couple blocks down, as a matter of fact, this was 2 blocks down, this was sitting on a corner, and I looked at that. And this is when I realized, I have to look with my mind and not with my eyes. I realized at that time what can be done with this property. Now, within a few months later, this is what I did with the property. This was done with grant money. This property I purchased at a very low price. I got a variance approval to turn it from a 2-family to a 4-family home. And now it was reappraised, this particular property, at $300,000. $300,000. And that was within a 4-month period. Now that's fabulous. Now I was able to purchase this property at $96,000. But I received grant money, I received a construction loan. Folks, what you have to realize is this, is that when you purchase a property, and if you need, you say to yourself, well, what about the extra money that I have to come up with? Very simple. What I do is I teach you how to go to a financial institution and show them the growth potential of the property. If this property was taking in, I think, $800 a month when I first bought it, now it takes in, it's approximately $4,200 a month. $4,200 a month because I have all 3 bedrooms in there. And in this particular town, I receive very high rents on this particular property. Okay? Now that's because I'm getting the government money, the checks every month from the United States government. So I receive that kind of money from this property. This property has a very good cash flow. I did this particular deal with a partner. And then he's the one who came up to me. He realized that I knew what I was doing. I got involved with him. Then after we rehabilitated the property, I bought him out. We switched properties because I didn't want to have a partner at the time. Okay, now we're talking about deals here that are very, very, very important, that I want you to look at these. I want you to understand what I do, so this way you can, you look at it and you decide which route you want to take in your investment career. Because as I said yesterday, I started 2.5 years ago with $2,000. Now I turned that particular $2,000, my first year, I parlayed that into $2.6 million worth of property. Now I'm worth much, much more than that. Now, as a matter of fact, last October, I did that just for the month of October. I did $2.4 million just for the month of October. And every single month, I'm buying more and more and more. My cash flow is increased every time I purchase a property, and my net worth is increased every time I purchase a property. And as long as you concentrate on that, you can buy as much as you can get. As many homes as you can possibly do a contract on. The money will come. It's no problem. You can find partners. Because after a while, a bank might turn around to you, say to you, hey, look, we can't lend you any more money. But that's going to be under persistence, which I'm going to discuss in a minute. So I did that deal. I did this deal. Now, how many people would buy this property? Not many, right? But then again, I looked at this property with my mind and not with my eyes. This is the back of the property. It was on that same street. I just want to tell you, see this street? I bought my first I bought my first 4-family dwelling on that, which was that one that you saw before with grant money. And then I realized that everyone said, wow, this guy's crazy coming into this area. He thinks he's going to make it work. But they didn't understand the secret. And the secret was grant money. So now I own that whole block. Not only the block, but the street. Okay, I own the whole lower section because no one realizes how I did it. All right? And this is what created wealth for me. Now that particular property, this is what it looked like. I mean, it's terrible, right? It's terrible. You might say to yourself, I don't know anything at all about rehabilitation or anything like that. Folks, you really don't have to know that. As long as you have a contractor, a loyal and knowledgeable contractor, or a carpenter, an electrician, and a plumber, and they have a license, and if you know how to do a contract with an attorney, then that's all you need. That's all you need is loyal and liable people that you have a contract with. And then before you know it, within 3 months, the whole deal is done. You approach the bank, you ask them for a construction loan. They'll be more than happy to give you a construction loan because they know that you're going to receive grant money in only a few months. They know your potential of the property. They know how much cash flow you're going to have. This particular property, okay, this is what it looks like now. The inside is absolutely beautiful, okay? I purchased this property for $120,000. Now, folks, with these deals that I'm talking about, I want you to understand that I use with the same $25,000 that I originally had in my pocket from my first deal, okay? But it seemed like I had the $25,000, but every time I made a deal, people were willing to negotiate my terms. I purchased the property for $120,000. It cost me $70,000, including architectural plans. That's my total costs for rehabilitation. I had a total cost of $190,000 into this property. I received $29,000 in grant money. That made my cost $161,000. It appraised 4 months later, folks, at $325,000 because it was taken in $3,800 a month, this particular property. Because why am I getting that kind of income? Because the United States government pays for the tenants. You see? Let me tell you why this was established before we go any further. Grant money was established because in the 1960s, they used to build tenement buildings. They used to build buildings that were, maybe 10 stories high, and they would put low-income people in there. But who managed these properties? Not successful people. The government managed it. These people who were getting paid $3 an hour didn't care about what happens with that building or Mrs. Jones and Mr. Smith. They didn't care about them because it wasn't their building. So the United States government realized that you and I can go out to areas, and they would rather have us purchase property in a specific area, and they would give us money to rehabilitate these properties. Why are they willing to do this? Because we care about our properties. We're going to make them last. Also, folks, what is very important is that if you receive grant money, and if you have Section 8 tenants in your properties, if for any reason you have a negative cash flow, the United States government will come in, examine why you have a negative cash flow, maybe because of increases of taxes, or maybe because it's increase in your water bill, And if it's anything that is not your fault, let's just say refinancing a $100,000 property for $1 million, I mean, that's absurd. They don't care then. But if you have legitimate costs, they will come in and make sure that your rents are raised until you're in a positive situation. Because, folks, why are they willing to do this? Because if you and I have a property that is a negative situation and the boiler breaks down, we're not going to fix it, and that property is going to become a slum again. Okay? That's very important. But if for any reason you're worried about them putting a hole in the wall, you send the bill to the government. It's their responsibility to send you the money back, and they do it. If for any reason the tenant does not pay his portion of the rent, which may be $43 out of a $900 rent, they may terminate the contract that the tenant has with the United States government, and they'll be kicked off of Section 8. I have yet had a problem with any Section 8 tenant whatsoever. And not only that, folks, but what you're doing is buying property at the lowest possible price because no one else is willing to go into these areas, but you understand about grant money, and you have the most growth potential than any other deal that you can make. I spoke on television, on national television, about a deal that I made $285,000 on within 4 months. I just closed on a property that I would be more than happy to share with you once that particular job is done, that I'm going to make $397,000 on. Not $400,000, $397,000 exactly. You see, if you want to be a true capitalist, you have to understand exactly, dollar for dollar, how much money you're going to make in a deal. Before I even sign my name to that contract, I know when I'm going to close, who I'm going to get the financing from, where I'm going to, who's going to do my work, when it's going to be done, and when I'm going to refinance for profit. Because I know what I'm doing, and you have to know what you're doing also. You can't just go out there and just say, oh, well, I'm going to call up the DCA, Department of Community Affairs, and get involved with all these other information on grant money, you know, and try to, quote, wing it. That's what I did. I tried the first deal that I did. 2 years later, I looked at myself. I still only owned that two-family home. Once I had the knowledge, I was able to keep on going. I wasted 2 years of my life, 2 years, thinking that I could do it all on my own. But I was wrong. What I've done, I mean, if I was able to start 2 years before, the whole situation is that I would be just that much further in my life. All right? So that is very, very, very important. Oh, I didn't even discuss that particular property, $325,000. I refinanced for $180,000. All right? So I was able to pocket the balance from the $160,000 of the $180,000 in my pocket, tax-free money. I still had $145,000 worth of equity in my building that I can always turn around, and, you know, in maybe a year from now, whatever, and pull that out to buy other properties, which is very important. Still had $145,000 after I pocketed the 20-something thousand dollars, and I had a positive cash flow in my pocket each and every month of $1,600. That, to me, was a very good deal. And, you know, these are my first deals that I did. These few properties that I'm showing you are is the beginning of my investment career. Now I'm able to do those deals because now I'm solid. You ever hear that saying that you can't hang a swing on a tree the next day, you know, the day after you plant it? You have to get that solidness there. That's very important before you go out and conquer 100-unit buildings and 30-unit buildings, unless you have a partner who knows what they're doing. So if any of you brought me a good deal, then sure, then it's a different story. All right? But then again, it's called personal initiative. And if you find the greatest deal in the world and are wasting your time looking for someone to back you on the deal, you're losing valuable time where you can go out by yourself and do such deals like this. Because after only 6 months, you'll get a reputation that you know what you're talking about, and people will then come to you. And people will then say to you, look, I want to be a partner, this, that, and the other thing. You know, after about 6 months, I never had to look for a property. I remember driving around 3 o'clock in the morning, looking for properties, just looking for sale signs and everything, because I just couldn't sleep. I was so excited about it. And I would drive around and look and look and look and talk to real estate agents and search. But then only a few months later, they all called me. I had attorneys calling me up. I had agents calling me up. So I never actually, right now, I don't have to look for a property. I'll get a phone call and say, look, this one needs money, that one has a problem, this one passed away. And then I choose. It's up to me. And then if the numbers work, I don't buy property. I buy numbers. If the numbers work, I buy it. It's as simple as that. Because I could care less what I have to do with it as long as I have the knowledge of hiring competent people to fix it for me, the problems. And if I'm going to receive grant money that's for free that I never have to pay back, then why should we ever buy a property that we can't receive grant money for? Unless if it's in a hospital area, or if it's in a, a hospital is very important. I own properties in hospital areas. I can always rent them out to doctors. I can surely rent them out to nurses like I always do. Okay? I mean, these are good rental markets. I don't receive grant money for that, but I understand. Don't forget, we're in this business to do what we're here for, and that is become the person we were meant to be and make our dreams and goals a reality. Not say, hey, listen, buddy, I just bought this property. In 15 years from now, I'm going to make a $300,000 profit. Now, what is that? If you want to buy a piece of land that is such a beautiful deal that you'll have a negative cash flow on, do yourself a favor. Buy a property, refinance the property, okay? Make sure you have a positive cash flow. Use that money to purchase that land. Or use that money to put a deposit on that land if you can't use creative financing. And with your positive cash flow, use that to build your, to buy your property. Let me tell you a story about this gentleman who came up to me and he said to me, hey, Neil, I just did this real estate deal. I'm so excited. I just bought a Mercedes cash. It was a great, I got this beautiful, he got the special gold edition. It was like $80,000 the car. Beautiful car. I said, why did you buy it cash? He said, because I did a deal and I took the money from that and I bought it cash. I said, well, let me ask you a question. Wouldn't you rather have put $10,000 down on that car? Maybe it would have cost you, let's just say, $1,000 a month. With that $80,000, go out and find a multifamily that has a tremendous cash flow, which with $80,000, that's a, I could find your deals a dime a dozen. Go buy yourself a 10-family home, get the cash flow from that property, and pay for that car payment. Because then you'll have appreciation on your home, and it'll increase in value. Right? Instead of that car. That car is for ego, and it's not for profit. I was going to go out one time and spend $120,000 on a car, and I said, wait a minute now. I said, is this for profit or is this for ego? I said, well, maybe it is for profit because then, people will, I'll be able to drive up the bankers and stuff. And then I said, wait a minute, who am I kidding? I don't care about no bankers, what they think. The fact is that I'll go out and buy more property. Then maybe I'm 26 years old, maybe when I'm 30, then I'll buy the Lamborghini. But no, I'm only kidding. But the whole thing is that there's no reason for that. Once you have it and you're able to afford these things, you realize that you're just trying to impress the common person. Who's the common person? The common person is broke. The common person is worried about paying their bills. Why should I impress those people? Why should you impress those people? You know what I say? I say do everything opposite that the common person does, and maybe you'll become successful. Okay? Because the common person are your dream destroyers. These are the people that tell you it can't be done. I like calling them dream destroyers because they say, oh, don't go to that millionaire school. What are you, crazy? What are you going to, what is this all about? What are you going to learn? What are you going to talk to? Who are you going to talk to? What are they doing right now, folks? They're working, right? They're back at their homes working in their job. Right? Isn't that true? So think that. Get that attitude. I hate dream destroyers. Boy, let me tell you something. I hate negativity. When someone negative shakes my hand, I go wash my hands. I don't want to I don't want to be bothered with that. I don't want any negativity around me. I want to think of definiteness and purpose in my life. Folks, this money, don't forget, I started with $2,000. If I lose everything today, if a world opens up and all my properties fall in, I only lost $2,000. Right? But I have the knowledge. And I could do it again, and I'll do it faster. Because what I do in a month now is what I did my first year in this business. I collect over $50,000 a month in rent, and within the next 8 months, I will be collecting $120,000 a month in rent. Okay? I have a tremendous positive cash flow, and I have tremendous equity that whenever I find a deal, I can easily pull it out and buy another property. But folks, here's the whole situation. Is that even though I was, you know, I had that $145,000 in that particular property, I still pocketed $26,000, I think it was $25,000, $26,000. I don't need any more than that to buy anything I want, providing I don't have, because, you know, there's certain times that the sellers will not pay your closing costs and your points, so you'll have to come up with deals like that. I just purchased a property that cost me almost $16,000 just for points. Just for the points. So sometimes you have to be prepared for that. But I didn't pay for those points. My tenants paid for that points. You see? So it's getting involved with bigger properties. So what I did was all these properties that I'm showing you, I did through creative financing. Okay? Now look at this. See that property there? I bought that property. I rehabilitated it without a bank. I did all that through the same methods that I told you. Or I had private financing done with these properties. Now, after they get done, then the bank is... See, what I did was, during this time, I found properties like this, and this is all on the same street, that I found properties like this. I bought them, I rehabilitated them, and I used total creative financing and dealings until I was able to find a good financial institution that was willing to work with me. Because at the time, a mortgage was hard to get for everyone. And also, you know, a lot of the other banks, they had tremendous high rates. They didn't like investment properties. I heard more excuses than I ever heard in my life. So I still bought property through creativity. I created that. So I put myself into the right place at the right time. That's what timing is. Personal initiative, putting yourself in the right place at the right time. I want to discuss now certain personalities with you, what I call secrets of success. Folks, faith. I want you to know what faith is. Understand that you, through personal initiative, can do whatever you want. If you don't have faith, you don't have anything. That's why you have to stay away from those negative people and dream destroyers. So have faith. Faith is you have to have the confidence in your ability to do anything you desire. How many people here who think that they have the ability to do anything they desire? Please, why aren't some of you aren't? Is everybody raising their hands? Okay. If someone next to you didn't raise their hand, ask them why. Because you're here because you have faith. Faith is believing in something without proof or evidence. So if I tell you that you can buy a property and make X amount of dollars on it in 3 months, or if you know that, you have to have the faith that you can do it. Because if I didn't have faith in my own ability, and if I waited around for other people to do things for me, then I'd be still rolling around in my bed wondering who's going to pay my bills. You have to get rid of these 7 basic fears, folks. You got to get rid of it, and you got to work on it every day. Put these in your freedom planners. You got to get rid of fear of poverty. You got to get rid of fear of criticism, fear of ill health, fear of loss of love, fear of loss of liberty, fear of old age, and fear of death. Who here are free of these 7 basic fears? I am. I am. Work on it, folks. If you're not free of those fears, work on it. Now, most of you didn't raise your hand, so I'm concerned now. So I'm going to go into this again. Why do we fear poverty? We all have the opportunity to become wealthy. We're all here for a reason. We all want to go out and do it, right? So why should we fear that when it's up to us? Sometimes we concentrate so much on fear of poverty that we never go forward. So knock that off. Fear of criticism. What do you care? Dream destroyers. Obviously you don't care about fear of criticism, because I know that each and every one of you was criticized for coming here. I know it. Look at those people. Is that what you want to be like? If that's what you want to be like, those people who told you don't come, then you listen to them. If you don't, then you stay away from them. Because I happen to know that those people who told you not to come here aren't what you're going to become. Okay? Think about that. Fear of loss of love. Hey, if you have your morals straight, and if you have things in perspective, you never have to fear loss of love. Fear of loss of liberty. Freedom. I know we live in the United States. We don't have to worry about that, right? So we're going to skip that. Fear of old age. Hey, we all have to grow older. Just think of growing older as getting wiser. Very important. I happen to be very fortunate that I learned these things at a young age. Very fortunate. Fear of death. So what? If you die, you die. What are you going to do about it? There's nothing you can do about it at that moment, so why worry about it at all? That's why you have to treat every day, folks, please listen to me, every day like as if it was your last. You know, every time I come on a seminar, I do my work the day before, and I get things done that day what I would have normally done in 3 days. And that taught me something. And now every day, I do what I could have normally done in 3 days. Because I treat each day like it's last. Forget about those terrible deals. Forget about that ego stuff. Just do it. Just go out and make yourself into a success. Pleasing personality. Folks, you have to be good to people. What are you going to do, walk around with an attitude? Right? I mean, can you imagine? I want you to sell me this property. You know, or whatever. It's like, yeah, give me this property. Oh, forget it. Oh, you're no good. You know, I mean, it's like, you know, come on now. Just treat people good. What did Abraham Lincoln say? I think he said, you know, some folks are as happy as they make up their own minds to be. Okay? So if we're thinking about everybody's against us in our life, then we're getting off of our track. All right? Personal initiative, as I said before, and I'm going to stress this so much. Personal initiative is going and doing it on your own, by yourself. Don't be thinking about the other guy making those things for you, looking for property and doing this and doing that. Go out and do it on your own. Those are going to be the best deals you ever made in your life. Then you can delegate things. You can delegate non-essential things like phone calls, going to the mailbox and dropping off the mail. That you can delegate. But when it comes to your life, it's personal initiative for the most essential things in your life. Positive mental attitude. We all must have a positive mental attitude. We all must know what a positive mental attitude is. We must go out and know that we can do whatever we want to do. That is faith. You know, imagine me saying, oh, that property, oh, it's terrible, it's going to be so hard to do and everything else. Knock it off and just do it. All right? Enthusiasm. Look that up in the dictionary. Enthusiasm. Only the people who have enthusiasm truly understand the meaning of enthusiasm. This is what gets you up and over the mountains. Okay? This is what's going to make you just keep on going. This is where you're going to have that passion for the buildings that you buy. Controlling your attention. Folks, how many of us control our attention? How many of us are so worried about the other guy, we're jealous, or maybe we're concentrating on the other guys, or we're greedy, that we worry so much about the other guy, you know, we're saying, oh no, he's coming into my area. Hey, there's plenty to go around. If you're so concerned about the other guy, you're going to be looking at him so much that he's going to surpass you and blow you away. That's why you have to look at your mark and just go for your dreams and just go for it. And stay on that track, because if you look the other way and if you're a little greedy, you're going to be going off to the other side while he is concentrating on his mark and he's going to go for it. Learn from defeat. Very important, learning from defeat. I want to share you one story. The most delightful answer that I've ever heard in my life was when they asked Edison, how did you ever create the incandescent light bulb? And he said, well, I'll tell you. He said, first of all, he said that I failed so many times that I was bound to get it right. You understand? If we all had that wonderful attitude, where would we be today? I failed so many times that I was bound to do it right. He said, I'll tell you one thing, I know 9,999 ways not to make a light bulb. Okay? So he learned by defeat. So important. And I want to share you a story that I want you to remember, and you will remember this for the rest of your life. And treat your life like this. There was this tank of water, and they had this experiment with these fish. And they dropped this large fish in the tank of water. And the fish swam around searching for food. Natural instinct. Then they dropped in these smaller fish, and the large fish immediately ate them up. That's okay. It had to eat. Right? That was its natural instinct to live. And therefore, he had to eat those smaller fish. So they put a glass divider in that tank. And they put the big fish on the one side and the smaller fish on the other side. And every time the small fish came by the divider, the large fish would snap at the smaller fish, and it would bump its nose. It tried this several times, and it kept on getting hurt. So eventually it stopped trying. It was just swimming around. They lifted up the glass partition, and the smaller fish came and swam in front of the large fish's nose. The larger fish didn't even go for it. It was hurt so many times that it was afraid to take one more step into success. Eventually, that fish died because it was so afraid of trying again. How many of us have opportunity right in front of our noses, and all we have to do is take one step into success? We're right there. That's all we have to do. Please, folks, get that attitude. Okay? That's a very important story. He had the opportunity to eat and to go on in his life if he would just take one more step, one more try. And yet he'd rather die, poor and starving, than to just take that one more step. Budgeting your time. Obviously, you all have your freedom planners because you're at the Millionaire School. You understand what budgeting your time is, so we're going to skip that. Now, these are just properties. Let me tell you something about this property. This property is on the same block, and this reminds me of persistence. Oh, you see this property here? This is the property that before had no windows and everything. And I own that piece of vacant land in between there, which is going to be 8 apartments and 2 stores. This building reminds me of persistence. Write this down. I will not quit, no matter how much pain and how many problems I encounter, because those things are nothing compared to my desire. Nothing compared to my desire to win, to do anything that I want. Okay? So if I gave you all tricycles, and if I put a pot of gold right here, and you were coming down and that back wheel popped off, what are you going to do? Roll over and lie down and say, I can't, I can't? You're going to get up and carry that thing because you want that pot of gold so bad that that wheel isn't any big deal. It's no big thing. Just do it. Just do it. You know, it reminds me of a story that I look at so many people in the airport, frantic, running and jumping and leaping and all these other things and pushing people out of the way and all this. You know, one time I missed my airplane. So my wife and I were over in Maui, and I was in Kona. I was in Hawaii. I was going to Maui. And I missed the airplane. First time in my life I missed the airplane. So what I did was, I walked to the next counter and I bought another ticket. When you have a problem, just deal with it, folks. Say to yourself, just deal with it. If you just deal with it, you'll be able to just do it. And then I see the guy going, oh, I lost my plane, I missed my plane, boom, 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 going crazy, when he could have just walked over and bought another ticket or traded in his ticket to get a later flight. Big deal. So then you go on the phone and make some phone calls, okay, or whatever. That's all. Just deal with it. Just deal with it. Just deal with it. All right? What are you going to do? Okay, please. Okay. Now, this property, oh, let me tell you something. Let me tell you about persistence, first of all. That particular property, this one here, took me over a year to buy. Because I went over to the seller, and the seller was selling it for $450,000. He said to me, this property is $450,000, and that what I want to do is, this is listed by the real estate agent. So I said, okay, thank you very much. So when he told me $450,000, I didn't really say thank you very much. What I said to him was, good luck, I'll see you, take care. And I walked out because I thought that was a ridiculous price. So I went straight down to the tax office, and I found out that 2 years earlier he bought that property for $115,000. Folks, everybody's due a profit. But from $115,000 to $450,000, I knew that I could negotiate. Okay? This is that knowledge, that stuff that you have to use. But knowledge is nothing unless you use it. Realize that. So what I did, and I'm telling you these stories because there's going to be times in your life that you're going to come up with something similar, and you need these stories. This property here, $450,000. I walked out, found out that he owned the property for $115,000 2 years earlier. Based on income, I submitted him an offer for $175,000. He immediately rejected. I said, I asked him. I said to him, $175,000 based on income. He said, no way, so I left the building. Now then he told me that he had someone else. This was like months later. Many months later, he told me, I had called him up to see how things were going. I didn't take it personal. I didn't take it personal and say, oh, this guy, no good, blah-blah. So I had that pleasing personality. I said to him, I said, so what's happening? He said to me, well, I have a contract on the property for $285,000. I said, oh, great, when are you closing? He goes, well, actually, it didn't get signed yet, but he's meeting with the realtor tomorrow to sign the contract. So now I know that he's coming down. Obviously, he needs money because he's dropped from $450 to $285. All right? The guy never showed up to sign the contract. When I found this out, I immediately drew up a contract, submitted it for $175. I just did it orally before, but now I did it in writing. Sometimes you have to do that because when they have that in their hand, it does something psychological to them. And I submitted it. Again, he immediately rejected it. So then, I found out that a few months later, this was, I think, a total of 10 months later, that this property, he told me, I called him up again. I said, how you doing? Because I realized that nothing was happening with the building. He said, well, look, I got a contract on this property for $225. I said to him, oh, great, great. But you know what? This contract fell through because the guy couldn't get a mortgage. There was a mortgage contingency in the contract that he could not get a mortgage, and the deal was void. So he called me up then, almost a year later, and he said to me, I'll tell you what, I'll sell you the property for $210. And you know, folks, I was willing to pay $220 for this property. And he called me up and he said to me, $210. I said to him, well, I'll tell you what, the property I feel is worth $175. But if you hold back a second mortgage, or rather defer payments of $50,000, then what I'll do is I'll pay you $205 and you have to pay my closing costs. He agreed. I got the property for $205. This particular property, this area here, I had to stop in this particular block because there's a sewer moratorium. Because all the construction that's going on this block right now, there's a sewer moratorium because the sewer systems can't handle all the new, the new housing and everything else in the area. So they're changing all the sewer systems. So I had to hold off on redeveloping this property. But this property is going to make me $145,000 once completed. Okay, that's why next door to it I'm also going to build that 8-family plus 2 stores. once that SOAR moratorium is lifted. But you know what, folks? This particular property, see, that's just it. We never know when the government's going to turn around and say there's a SOAR moratorium from the state, or there's something else that's going on, or a particular problem. But you know, I bought this property. If I purchased it for $220, I would have still had a positive cash flow. I purchased this property at $205. I have a great positive cash flow. I don't care. I could hold on to that for 10 years. I get income every year and growth potential on that property. And not only that, but when I rehabilitate it, it'll be that much more. It'll be worth that much more, and that's grant money from the government. Okay? Now, this property here I did through creative financing also, and that property is attached, this property is next to it. There's a vacant piece of land next to it. Now, this is what it's going to be once completed. I'm going to build a building in between it. This is going to be all low-income housing. What I do, folks, is this. Lately, it seems that I've been buying a lot of bars. I went around, I mean, it was like incredible. It's like, it seems to me that that's a pretty good deal. I bought the bar, which was on this left-hand side. I was able to get it at a very good price. What I do then is I sell the liquor license back to the township. I'll get maybe $40,000 for that liquor license, plus I'll sell everything inside. Somebody will come up, I'll say, look, take all the chairs, take the bar, take the things with for the beer, the taps, take everything, take the glasses, I don't care, give me $5 grand for it. So I'll have $45,000 for that property that I just liquidated that goes into my pocket. Sure, that's taxable income. But then I rehabilitate that property. This particular property is going to make me so much money that it would be worth generations of hard work for the average American. But this is easy. This is easy. So now if I had negative cash flow during the redevelopment of this particular building, which is going on right now, the construction, it doesn't matter because I have that $45,000 to come out of my to pay for this mortgage. But not only that, but I don't have to do that because I received a construction loan from the bank that have deferred payments that I don't have to pay anything until the construction is done. Once the construction is done, I'm going to refinance the property and pay off the construction loan. You see? It's so simple. I don't have to take any money for this. But that $45,000 sometimes is good for, you know, just sending something to a lumber company or whatever before the construction comes through, the construction loan comes through or whatever. But I don't need no $45,000. That goes into another property. That goes into another property to create wealth for me. It's so simple. In my course, it shows you step by step how I started with nothing and created something. It is so step by step that you'll say, gee, it's like, you know that commercial, I should have had a V8? It's like, I realize it's right here in front of me, black and white. I understand. I understand how he made millions of dollars in 2.5 years. I understand that. Okay? Because what would I be then? I would be 80 years old, what, with nothing to do? Realize if it's not for a course, or if it's not for something learning by successful people, you're going to reinvent the wheel, and what you're going to do is go in circles again like I did, and blow it. And maybe you'll be 80 years old saying, oh, I should have did this, I should have did that. Don't ever get into that situation. Okay? Risk. You have to take intelligent risks. It's very, very, very important to take intelligent risks. Because gambling, okay, I'm going to show you this. Risk equals a gamble. Intelligent risk equals real estate. Every day when we get up, we take a risk that something good or bad is going to happen in our lives. Right? Everything is a risk. So what we do is we look at the risk and we judge the returns, and we only do the best deals. You have to decide upon a definite goal in life. Folks, I don't want you to be vague. I don't want you to tell me that your goal in life is to be a millionaire. I don't want to hear that. Write that down. I want you to have a goal in life. I want to have $2 million worth of real estate within the next 6 months. Be specific. Come up with a plan of how you're going to do that, and you will do it. So have a definite goal in life. Have you set a time limit for reaching that goal? Don't say that someday I'm going to be worth $2 million. Say 6 months, I'm going to be worth $2 million. Have that direct time. Know it. Have you determined what definite benefits your goal in life will bring you? I want to be prosperous in peace. I want to be prosperous in wealth. I want to be rich in romance. I want to love. I want to have that love for my wife as I give her my love. These are the benefits. It's not all about money. It's about being happy, having that peace. That's what financial freedom is. It gives you that peace of mind. Okay? When you find an opportunity, don't make it into a big deal. Just do it. And there's no reason why you can't become successful with this. Okay? So I want you to realize that. Can we please turn on the lights? Okay. Now, you understand attitudes, you understand how I did it. Now we're going to talk about some heart and souls of the deal. The heart and soul of the deal. And I'm going to open up this here. This is the old editor's edition of my course. Now, as I said yesterday, don't ever fall in love. Don't ever fall in love with a property. You fall in love, and you're going to overpay for that property, or what you're going to do is you're going to say, oh, that ego feeling that I own that huge property, that's great. But if it doesn't have a positive cash flow, and if it's not going to increase your net worth, forget about it, folks. I came here because I really want to see you become wealthy. To no extent can I explain that I want each and every one of you to call me and show me what you're doing. I'm serious. There's no reason why you can't do it. And even though some of you are wealthy already, I congratulate you, but you can go further. I realize I can go further. All right, so please don't make mistakes. Learn by other people. Learn by other people's mistakes, not your own. So remember that. Like I said before, I will borrow for profit and not for ego. Sometimes that's why if you're too sentimental, maybe you should have a partner. Because a partner sometimes isn't sentimental. And they'll say, Guy, or whatever, we have to do it now. We have to get rid of this property. Or we have to refinance this property and buy others. Or forget about that property. What is that going to do for us? Figure it out on paper. Okay? As I said to you before, I created more opportunity for myself after the seller told me no. It says here that what we have to understand is this, is increasing your net worth and also creating a positive cash flow. I said that so many times because I want to drill it in your brains. Because also I'm reminding myself of it every time I say it. You know what's very important, and right here, is that it's not location, location, location. It's cash flow, cash flow, cash flow. Location is important when you go out and you say, oh, I'm going to hold on to this property for 3 years and I'm going to make myself $200,000. That's great. But if you're going to buy that property, buy a home. Hey, it's just as easy to buy a 4-family or a 6-family or an 8-family or a 10-family as it is to purchase a single-family home. Just as simple. Buy that 4-family home to pay for that vacant piece of land that you have a negative cash flow on. Doesn't that make sense? That's what I do. If I buy up a couple acres in New Mexico, I buy it through another property. You see? Or that comes from my cash flow. I have properties that are designated for certain things. I have a property to buy other buildings with. I designate this property. All right, this property is going to pay for all my credit cards. This property is going to pay for my cars. This property is going to pay for this. This property is going to pay for that. I designate it. I invest in wines also. But don't get me wrong, you know, I'm not a wino, all right? But I'm able now to invest in expensive investment quality type wines. And I have, you know, I love it. I love it dearly. And what I do is I consider this one home like a wine home. It buys nothing but investment wines. no matter how much they cost, I have a positive cash flow with that property that I don't need to put in my pocket, so I buy wine with it. You see? And that's another investment. Anything that goes on my walls and home, no, I used to think, oh, yeah, I'll spend $600 on this thing that goes on, this piece of whatever, that goes on my wall. No, I'd rather get a property to buy a piece of art for thousands of dollars that's going to increase in value. Everything I buy increases in value. You know, I mean, I can't be so bad that I say, oh, it doesn't increase in value, oh, I won't hang anything on my walls. I have to hang something on my walls because when you come to my home, you have to see that I have something in my home, right? So it increases in value. So get that attitude, okay? Let's talk about a deal. I have it right here, step by step, very important. So I'm going to read it right from here. Let's just say, if a particular deal, you want to buy a property and you're looking through the newspaper. Before I even get into this deal, I have a thought. I just want to tell you something. See, folks, first of all, you got to understand why I created a course. I created a course because you need to understand how to do it exactly, step by step. I created a course so you can go through the motions of my experience. I also created a course because how many people here, once they're worth almost $9 million, would write a book? How many people here, if you were worth $9 million, would write a book to help others? You all would, I know it. I would have never thought I would have wrote a book. Hey, for what I'm worth, I could go out, become ruthless and rotten, and step on people's toes and create damage. But I choose to help people because it's just as easy, right? So why not help people rather than step on people's toes? Do you understand where I'm coming from? Let me tell you something. I'm a developer. I create opportunity. I create housing for unfortunate people. I love that. Okay? At the same time, what I want you to realize is that I've done very well in real estate. I don't have to write a book. But I love knowing that a few people are going to read this and become successful with it. You see, you buy a course because it's like an encyclopedia. You don't read the whole thing and try to understand everything like Dave's course. Dave's course is the best course. It tells you about foreclosures and this and that, and it'll give you the idea of which way you want to go. But now what you have to do is know the in-betweens. And then what you're going to do is I realized that creating something is very important for me. Okay? Creating something like a book, and I will always do that to help other people. Because if I sold 2 of these books, or if I sold 1 million of these books, it doesn't matter. Because this is secondary to me. You see what I'm saying? It's secondary to me. So I could care less if you buy the course for $139. I mean, because you need that. You need that knowledge. You need to know that. I mean, of course I care. I shouldn't have said that. I care because you have to understand how to go on further with your life. Okay? So let's understand why I did that. So I'll read this book cover to cover to you today, and it doesn't matter because you need it like the phone book every day as a reference tool. And that's what you have to realize. So I'm reading out of here directly so you understand, hey, I don't have no secrets. You can all read, it's like, I'll read this. And that's just it. I want you to understand that right off the bat. I'm here to help you this week. I dedicated my life so you can come up to me. I don't care where or when. Talk to me. Ask me questions. Seriously. Maybe I can give you just this much of an idea. Because I came here for a reason, not to stand around. Not to stay in the sun, obviously. I'm white as a ghost all the time. Okay? It's the fact that you come up to me and talk to me. I dedicated myself to you because I was in your shoes. Now it's your turn to be in my shoes. You see? That's all. Now, let's just say if you find a property. What you want to know is the address or the location of the property. And you're going to say to yourself, is it in a targeted area? So you know immediately if it's in a targeted area that you're eligible for grant money. Now, you're going to ask the question, how many apartments are in the building? Beware of basement or attic apartments. All right? Why? Why? Because most likely these things are illegal. So realize that. If somebody says to you, yeah, I'll sell you this 6-family home, yeah, but I have a basement and an attic apartment, most likely it's only a 4-family home. So that's why you have to go down to the Hall of Records to find out what it is. Because you're buying it as a 4-family, not as a 6-family. And you're buying it is what it is now, not what it can be. Okay? Because you're going to overpay. You're going to ask the question, how many legal bedrooms in each apartment? I mean, they could break down a wall and make a closet into a bedroom. Doesn't mean that it's a legal bedroom. According to code from my state, it has to be the minimum of 70 square feet for another bedroom, a secondary bedroom. Master bedroom has to be 120 square feet. If it's anything less, I'm not buying it as a 3-bedroom. I'm buying it as a 2-bedroom. You ask this question because when you're dealing with, let's just say, Section 8, you get your money based on the amount of bedrooms you have in that particular apartment. So you may get $900 a month for a 3-bedroom. You may get $708 a month for a 2-bedroom. You may get $602 a month for a 1-bedroom. You see? And that increases every year. What are the current rents? As I said before, don't go out and find out what it can get. Oh, well, it's vacant, but you can get $800 a month. Then you say, I'll tell you what you do. If it's so easy to fill it up, you fill it up. Then I'll buy it. Okay? You fill it up for that $900 or $600 that you tell me you could rent it out for, and I'll be more than happy to give you a price for it. Because if not, then it's only worth what it takes in right now. You always base the price on the income. Always. It's numbers that you're buying. All right? Very important. Also, you're going to ask, are any of the tenants currently on the Section 8 program? Because you're going to find out, you know, how much growth potential there is. Ask if the seller is willing to defer the payments of the purchase price. And the seller will then ask, and I'm going to read it right from here, what do you mean? And you say, well, if the purchase price is $100,000, and I'll give you the first, let's say if the purchase price is $100,000, I'll give you the $80,000. That's 80% of the closing. And then in 3 years, or whatever you decide upon, that I will pay you the balance plus the interest. And then the seller will always say, every time, no, I want all cash. All right? And then what you're going to say is, well, how about if I make it into a good investment opportunity for you? And he'll say, well, what do you mean? Okay? And then that's when you say to him, well, by getting me in with deferred payments that I only have to give you $80,000, 80% up front, that I will give you a higher price for your property, plus it's good for you because you don't have to pay capital gains on all the money at closing. That's number one. Number two is, I will give you, let's say, 10% on your money that you would get quarterly from me. I would make you interest payments only quarterly. And then after the 3 years, I'll pay you in full. And you can put a lien on another property that I own, or this property, whichever you choose. But what we want them to do is put the lien on another property. You see, if they put the lien on another property that we may own, then it won't show up at closing. So in reality, in legal terms, they're lending you that 20%. So therefore, you really are going into that property with 100% financing, you see, which is considered no money down. So you just went into that property, and if you sometimes put that 20% lien on the property you're purchasing, a lot of banks will say, no, we can't do it, because they know you're going in with no money. But if you put the lien on another property, that's not illegal. And no bank will ever know the difference. And what you're doing something that's legal and truthful, and this is what's going to create wealth for you. Okay? All right. Now, also, you're willing to give them a higher price for the property than you would have originally offered him. because he's helping you out, you see. But you know that if the numbers don't work, you're just not going to offer him that higher price. You're going to start low and work your way up. All right? Then what's going to happen at that point is the seller will probably say, well, when do you want to meet? And you'll say to the seller, well, today or tomorrow. Don't let him have to think about it. You meet with him immediately. Make sure that before you walk into that property, he understands the terms that you are offering him. If he understands the terms of the property, then you walk into that property and look at that property. Okay? What I have here is also an inspection sheet. Now this here is the type version book. I have the actual printed edition that's upstairs. This is just one that I carry around. This is an inspection sheet that you need. When you walk through a property, you're going to look at things and you're going to talk to yourself. And you're going to say to yourself, yeah, that's right, talk to yourself. And you're going to say, well, you know, I didn't know that this place needs painting, and I didn't realize that the heat wasn't separate. I didn't realize that I needed new screens, this and that. And yet you're not looking directly at the seller, but he understands that, you know, you have a little problem with this. But he's willing to hold back a second mortgage. Now what's going to happen is, folks, is that if you get financing, you're going to have to come up with points or closing costs, maybe $6,000, $7,000 out of your pocket. Let's just say $5,000 to make it easy at closing. So what you're going to do is, he's going to sign the contract, great and wonderful, and obviously there's that contingency that states that everything, okay, in either your addendum or your actual contract, which this is addendum that I use, it's going to state that everything must be in working order. Now what's going to happen, he's going to sign that contract and you're going to go, look, you know, the screens aren't there, you know, the water goes down slow. These things are going to cost me money. I think that it's going to cost me about $8,000 to repair this stuff. Now, as I said before, he doesn't want to fix things. That's why he's getting rid of the property. Okay? So then what you're going to say to them is, look, I'll tell you what. You pay my closing costs, which will be maybe $5,000, instead of you fixing it. And I'll buy the property as is. You know, they'll always agree. Because it doesn't come out of their pocket. At the closing, when they get that big check, they just get $5,000 less. You see? And it works. And when I first did this, I said, I can't believe that it could really be done. Okay? So no matter how you buy the property, through foreclosures or anything else, it's all about negotiating and giving people what they want. You see? And you'll be able to become very, very, very successful with this. Folks, what you have to realize is that you have to understand financing. The larger you get, no matter how wealthy you are, you have to understand financing. You have to understand what to bring to that financial institution. There's 10 different items that you must bring there. You must understand how to speak with these people. You must understand what to say, what to do. Show them a performa. I show you how to make a performa. It's so important for you to know how to do the numbers. Now let's just say if you went bankrupt several times in your life. That's okay, because knowledge is more important than anything. If you know what you're talking about, and if you bring a deal to me, then I would back you on it if you know what you're talking about, or any other investor, for that matter. If for some reason I get a fax, and I always do, I get faxes in my fax machine, and I look at the fax, immediately I know if that person doesn't know what they're talking about, and I throw it away. See, they just give me numbers that they don't know what they're doing. But you will understand how to deal with investors, and how to make a proper performa, and how to talk about things and make it attractive, because if it wasn't attractive, you wouldn't buy it yourself. So many people talk to me about deals that they're doing, and yet just because they were able to do something creatively, they think it's a good deal. It's not. If the numbers don't work, and if you don't know how to recognize it yourself, you're going to only go so far. Because it's simple, buying your first 10 properties. But after that, then you're going to go into different situations where bankers are going to consider you as a risk. You have to know how to avoid that. You're going to have to know what to do. All right? And that's the whole situation. Anybody here who is who is very wealthy at this point, you should know what I'm talking about. Because sometimes you have to extend yourself to investors, to people like, I know what I want. See, I know what I want as an investor. So I know how to create performers and stuff because I know what I want to see. So if I'm going to send a letter to you and show you about a deal, you're going to understand it completely. From 1 to 10 or 1 to whatever. A, B, C, D, E, F, G. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. If it doesn't work, you don't buy it. If it works, you buy it. It's as simple as that. Then you're going to want to understand programs. Very important. Folks, there's hundreds of programs a state in this whole United States that we can get grant money for free to rehabilitate our properties. I'm not talking about loans. I'm talking about grants. There's hundreds of loans also out there. But if you're having a problem right now receiving certain loans, it's because you don't know how to ask for them. These people are making a few bucks an hour. They don't care about what you know. I went into New York. I want you to ask Kirk Rector, and I want you to ask John Paulison, you know, Dave's attorney, about what they did. They said, Neil, it's impossible to do this in Hawaii. I said, wow, these guys are optimistic, and yet they're telling me it's impossible. I said, this is what you have to do. They said, I call up the people, the government agencies, they tell me we don't do that. I said, well, why don't you do this, this, and this? They called me up the next day. They said they visited this guy. The guy was like the Maytag repairman. He was just sitting there, not doing anything, and he was like, I can't believe you guys are wonderful. He goes, do you know that I put ads in the newspaper, I send out newsletters, and nobody knows what this grant money is all about. Nobody has ever approached me on this because they don't know what they're doing. He goes, I have $750,000 to give you in grant money. Okay, now this particular Oahu had $750,000 in grant money to give out. Now, I believe that they use most of that, and because they're using it, Oahu's eligible for more grant money now. Same thing happened to me in Denver. Same thing happened to me over in New York City. They said to me, oh, we don't do that. I was in a 38-story building. I said, excuse me, do you have a state aid catalog? She said, yes. I said, can I have it? Put it on the desk. I opened it up. I said, what's that? She said, oh, I didn't know we had that. You see, if it was me a few years ago and I went into the DCA and I said, look, do you have the rental rehabilitation program for substandard housing? She'd go, no. I'd say, thank you. And I'd walk out. But now I know better. Now you know better. And you know what to ask for. You need to understand these things. And then you're going to get into larger projects. And once you get that solidness, and some of you have it, then you're going to want to know that HUD can offer you 100% financing on deals with a 40 to 50-year payout. This is the newest program going. It's called the 221D program. It's for senior citizen projects. But you have to be established. If you're not established, you could probably forget about it. Okay? But after you get involved with all these things and make millions of dollars in these smaller properties, you'll be able to get those other things, unless if you have a partner like myself or someone who knows what they're doing. You see? But sometimes, as I said before, we waste so much time. Folks, I'm going to end up with this. As I said before, when you find an opportunity, don't make it into a big deal. Just do it. And there's no reason why you can't become successful with it. Okay? So, God bless you. Thank you.
Will you just join with me, is what I'm trying to say, in welcoming the wonderful Wright Thurston.
Let me begin by asking you all a question. How many of you would like me to show you in the next hour and 15 minutes some things that each and every one of you can do to double your income in 1990? Can I see a show of hands? Now, unlike any other presentation you've heard here, and I know I've had a chance to speak to many of you, I'm going to show you what I consider to be the ultimate real estate investment tool. Now, you can help me in this presentation. I have to smile. I'm so thrilled to be here, and you'll hear why in just a minute, because I got my start at a millionaire's retreat just like this many years ago, but they've asked me to give you a presentation that I generally take 6 hours to do. They've asked me to do it in the next hour and 15 minutes. I'm going to be talking as fast as I can, and please, by all means, come to the mentoring session. Let me share with you some additional things. We have some equipment. We have some software. Could you show me by show of hands, how many of you have heard me speak before? Most of you at one of Dave's events? All right, very good. I'll tell you this, rather than get into the whole story, let me just say that many years ago when I was working for the IBM Corporation, I loved my job, I loved what I was doing. Many of you probably know they sent me up to Fairbanks, Alaska. I was living and working up there, but I was working so hard to earn a living that I was never making any money. Now, do you folks all understand what I'm saying? I mean, I had a good job, I was paying my bills, but Janet and I, my wife, were just not getting ahead financially. And so we were always looking for ways and opportunities to make more money. And as a result, one time I became aware of a retreat like this, a retreat where in fact, it cost me $4,000 to attend this thing. 6 or 7 years ago, I didn't have the $4,000, but Janet and I felt like, boy, this could be a turning point in our lives from a financial standpoint. So we sold one of our cars, I borrowed against a life insurance policy, I took an advance from IBM, I borrowed some money from my grandparents. I put all of this together and attended this retreat. Now, let me just indicate, without getting into all the details, this retreat took about a week, about the same amount of time as this. We were required to spend a lot of additional monies and travel much farther than you folks have. It wasn't in a setting as nice as this. And yet when the retreat was all over, I was so excited and so motivated that I went home to the single most expensive place in the United States of America. And my wife and I, in our part-time, starting with no money because we were just newly married, decided to put to the test the same challenge that Dave Del Dotto was giving you good folks here at this event. We decided we would see how much property we could buy in a 13-month period of time using none of our own money. The next 13 months, we went using these part-time strategies that I'll be alluding to and some other things I'll be talking about. We went from where we had no additional monthly income to where we had a monthly income after all mortgages and expenses from this hobby of over $9,000 a month. We went from where we had no net worth except for some equity in a home to where we had a conservative net worth of over $1 million. That allowed me to retire from my job at IBM in my late 20s, start working for myself. The reason I wanted to touch on that story is a couple of reasons. The first one is to ask you this question. My wife and I committed a week of our lives. We traveled 8,000 miles to this event. We spent $4,000 for the seminar, another $4,000 in incidentals, and yet within the next 13 months, we became financially independent. Now, friends, how many of you think that seminar was a good investment on our part? Do you think so? And I want you to know that I'm absolutely convinced if you will do the things that Dave Del Dotto and Dante and the others that are here tell you to do, if you'll let them work with you, if you'll be part of Dave's success team, I know you can do it. And I'm not just saying that, but I've done it myself. And the big story here is not that Dave and I have done it, is that we know you can do it. And we want to show you ways to go and do it now. Just one more quick comment. I'm going to step down here for a second. Although I got in late last night, and quite frankly, Hawaii's not a great place to be without your wife. My wife, as maybe some of you know, just 2 weeks ago had a little baby girl, 8 pounds, 1 ounce. Thank you, thank you. And because my mom is there and she's got 8 brothers and sisters, she said, you make sure you go to Dave's school, share with those people some of the things that helped us to become financially independent. This little girl, by the way, is the tiebreaker. My 3rd daughter, I now have 3 daughters, 2 sons. I tell you, it's wonderful. And the reason I'm so excited to be back here is that many years ago, my grandfather in 1919 came over to the Hawaiian Islands. He fell in love with it. He decided that he wanted to live here. He came back in the 1930s, and I know we have some people here that are natives to the islands. He set up in the 1930s all the American savings and loans. At the time, especially you folks that live here on Oahu will appreciate this. Over in Kahala, you know where the Waialae Country Club is, past Diamond Head, that beautiful Kahala Hilton? They bought a home in Kahala, which is probably the single most expensive place right now on Oahu. In fact, one of the homes just sold for $22 million a couple of months ago. They bought a home when they first came here for $20,000. Let me begin by asking you a couple of questions. There is a lot of different money-making software out in the marketplace. Many of us have many different types of software programs. However, most of the software that we own, friends, is it fair to say it's cost us somewhere between $99 and $500, right? Is it fair to say that a lot of it sits on our desk collecting dust? We never use it because it's confusing. It doesn't make us the money that we thought we would. I want to share with you today some software that Dave Del Dotto himself uses personally, that I use personally, that Dante uses personally. And for those of you that, boy, get a vision of what I'm going to talk about, this software can make you so much money. Now, obviously, whether you get the software or not, or whether you have the computer or not, I promise you, as I talk very quickly here, I'm going to share some things here with you before we break for lunch. Number one, how many of you good folks would like me to show you how to use computers to locate bargain properties no matter where you live in the United States at 30 and 40% below market value? Do you like that? We're going to be covering that within about 20 minutes. Number two, my background with IBM was such that I handled the financial institutions for 7 years. I learned some wonderful things about working with lending institutions. In fact, how many of you would like me to show you a step-by-step way using your computers that will allow you to successfully borrow money 95% to 97% of the time you go into lending institutions? Do you like this? One final thing, in the handouts, and Harold and John in the back, does everybody have all the handouts? In the one here, let me see if I can find it, friends. This one with the picture that says Power Profits, there's a chart in here that I'm going to show you in just a minute. Again, To have to do more of this in the mentoring session, but I'd like to show all of you how to use your personal computers to analyze the projects that Dave is going to be showing you how to find. I want to show you how to find them, analyze them, make the offers, and negotiate the purchase and get the financing. Also, if time permits, I want to talk to you about finding the best tenants, managing the project, selling the project. There's so many incredible things that we can do. Now, people often say to me, right, I don't have any computer background at all. I don't have any experience, quite frankly. I'm a little nervous if I can do any of the things that you've done. I've done a survey of people across the United States. If you can answer yes to any one of these next two quiz or questions that I'm going to show you, I know you can make money doing the things that I'm talking about. Now, here's the first one. Normally, this test takes about 15 minutes. Just look at it. If you think you can do it, I'll move on to the next one. If you can do this quiz, you can be successful with computers. Can all of you connect the dots here? All right? Now, they get a little harder as we go along. Now, this next one, to see how well you do with, things that are a little abstract, you not only have to guess what this is, but you have to complete the picture. All right, so one final one, and this is one of the wonderful things about the Millionaire Camp here. Many of you are probably starting and you're thinking, boy, I wish I had some kind of a guideline, some way I could get from point A to point B. Believe me, not only will Dave show you how to get to where you want to be, which is financially independent and go from start to finish, but I'm going to show you some things you can do with the computers now. And friends, I want to make one thing very clear. My real estate materials, Dante's real estate materials, Neil's real estate materials, Dave's real estate materials work, and you don't need a computer to use them and be successful. Now, do you all understand what I just said? However, would you all agree with me that if you had a computer and had access to a computer, that maybe you could do all these things better and faster? Does that make sense? And all we want to do here is give you an alternative. For those of you that are ready to move into a different level, to reach a little higher plateau, let me show you some of the things. Now, I'm going to be demonstrating these wonderful money-making computer ideas on the Macintosh SE. Now, as Dennis Chinnicky mentioned, I had the privilege of being IBM Salesman of the Year a few years back, and some of you are thinking, right, what on earth are you doing talking about Apple computers and Apple software? All of this money-making software that I'm going to be talking to you about works equally as well on your Macintoshes as it does on your IBMs, your IBM compatibles, or your MS-DOS machines. How many IBM and IBM compatible users do we have? Friends, please read my lips. This software works just fine on what you have. I'm simply going to be demonstrating it on this, and please, if you have questions, let me hold them to the mentoring session because I've got so much that I need to cover, and I'll be happy to answer those. Now, 5 things very quickly I want you to write down. Get your paper, get your pens out. Let's get through this so we can cover this information. All right, ladies and gentlemen, in looking for a computer after 20,000 sales calls with IBM, there are certain things that I want you to look for. Now, just simply compare this to what you have and see if this makes sense or not. Number 1, I would ask that you always demand a name brand. Now, friends, I'm not saying I'll only look for IBM or only look for Macintosh. What I'm saying is, please, get your computer from a reputable, established dealership that's been around a while. Handling the good folks in northern Alaska, they got involved in computer systems that within a year or two, those computer companies were no longer in business. And so basically, they had wasted their investment. So please, when you make your decision, get a name brand. Number 2 on our list, the reason I want you to get a name brand is so that you can get the customer support and service that you deserve. This is very important. I want you to know that as I speak to you today, for those of you that are interested, Dave has a partnership with an Apple distributor. Anything the Apple Corporation makes, we can get for you. And even though I am here representing Dave, I'm also representing the Apple Corporation. So if you have questions on anything from the newest Apple laptop to the big, laser printers, we can get it for you, okay? Number 3, it's very important in the computers you get that you get something that's portable. I think the Macintoshes meet this very well. I like to have a computer that I can take with me. So my office can go anywhere I go. When I fly here in a very simple Mac bag, a carrying case, I can take this in my car, I can put it on the plane, I can put it underneath the seat, and the power is there to use it rather than sitting on my desk somewhere where I can't get at it. Number 4, you want to get a machine that is easy to use, user-friendly. This is maybe one of the single most important things. And I want you to know there are different ways that computers work. Now, the two most common ways, and I'm just giving an overview here for friends that don't have computers, is they are icon-driven or command-driven. Now, icon is another word for a picture. This is how the Macintoshes operate. The IBMs and the IBM compatibles are command-driven. When you turn your machines on in the morning, you normally get some kind of a prompt, a letter C, a letter A, and you have to type something for it to start working. For newer people, the command-driven machines can be more confusing. One of the nice things about the icon machines is that if you understand 3 words, I can take any person in this room, and during the mentoring session, Harold Bowman and I will show you how to operate 5 money-making software programs to help you double your income in this coming year. So I'd like to share these 3 words with you. I'd like you to repeat them, and then I'd like you to write them down. Here's word number 1. Point, click, drag. Point, click, and drag. Now, Apple was the first company many years ago to come out with this device right here called a mouse. Now, most computers have them now. It's a nice little handheld device that allows you to eliminate most of your keystrokes. Simply by moving it, you can perform the operations that I'm talking to you about. One of the nice things about understanding the point, click, and drag is of my 5 children, besides the baby that's 2 weeks old, my son Scott, who just turned 4, and his sister Kate, who's 6, sit down on their Macintoshes all the time and use a wonderful children's program called Kids Time. They don't read, they don't write, but they're able to do it because using that little mouse, we have shown them those 3 words that I just shared with you, and what they do is they take the mouse and they point at a particular column, they click, and they simply pull down to the area they want. No keystrokes, and of course on the children's programs, because it's picture-driven, they see little pictures of Disney characters, they see little familiar stop signs, things they recognize. The Macintosh, in my opinion, is one of the easiest machines in the world to operate. I have an IBM, I have a Macintosh, I like them both. What I want you to understand is the software I'm going to share with you, you can use on either machine. All right, enough of that background, let's get into some of the money-making techniques. That's why you're here. Now, I'm sure that Dante, in his presentation, mentioned a good technique for finding bargain properties. I want to put a new twist on this that hopefully will make you a lot of money. Now, he talked about REOs, is that correct? You all understand that stands for real estate owned. These are the properties that when people haven't paid their mortgages, they've gotten behind, they go back to the banks and lending institutions. My office manager, her husband, works for the FDIC, the Federal Deposit Insurance Corporation. His sole responsibility is he goes to the banks and savings and loans all over the United States that are closing down, and he's helping them liquidate the tens of thousands of REOs and foreclosed properties. Now, here's the interesting thing. We know about these REOs and foreclosures. We've heard about them. But friends, if any of us went down to the banks in our local area, we walked into the bank, you know, we're looking good, we got our suits on. Oh, by the way, how many of you during the mentoring session would like to see me dressed like a normal human being? Okay, can I put on an aloha shirt? Would that be all right? All right. Boy, I tell you, it is hot up here. Anyway, getting back to this, if we went into any bank in the United States of America and walked in and talked to a top-level person and said, hey, we'd like to talk to you about your REOs and foreclosures, what would the bank tell us? Look at that. It's amazing. Everybody in the world knows that. That's answer number 17 in the Banker's Handbook. We don't have any. Friends, they got a ton of them, and the reason they don't want to tell you they have them is, I want you to know. Number one, quite frankly, they're a little embarrassed. Every time they make a loan that comes back to them in the form of an REO, that is a ding against them and the bank. Did you realize they have to fill out a monthly report to the federal government each month on every bad loan they have on their books? That loan is called a non-earning asset. It sits there, they can't use the money, it ties up other money. Banks aren't in the management business, they hate these properties. And yet, they won't tell you they have them because they're concerned that if you come to their bank, they don't want the public to think there's a big sign out front that says, we have thousands of bad loans on our books, come and get them. You know, that isn't the image they want to create. Now, we know the loans are there. How do we find them? Well, let's do something that most people don't know about, something that you need a computer to use. Now, how does the average person in the United States look for bargain properties? And I want to make a comment here. If we went down to a Hawaiian auto dealer after lunch to pick out a car, they didn't have the model I was looking for, they'd probably call a distributor or someone, a dealer in Detroit, and say, hey, we need to buy this car wholesale so we can sell it to Wright Thurston. Thank you, retail. Single biggest mistake investors make in the United States is they buy at retail prices and then they wonder why they're not making any money. These days, friends, realtors, bless their heart, and you should have them as part of your success team, but any of you that are realtors, you know that the rate, the commission that's charged is like 6 or 7%, depending on the part of the country. If you have a realtor helping you buy something and helping you sell something, and you've got closing costs in between, does everyone here understand that if you aren't buying your properties at least 15% below market value, you have lost money the first day? Do you understand this? Until the value goes up because of the cost, you have lost money. Now, what most Americans do is they go through the newspaper looking for bargains. They pull out the Sunday section. They circle 100 different ads because they've heard that 100 house rule is a good thing to do. You examine 100 properties and you're going to find 1 or 2 bargains. Here's the problem, however. If you take 100 properties, and do this with me in your mind, if you take 100 properties and you write down the 100 phone numbers and then you dial the 100 phone numbers and you ask each person you talk to 4 or 5 questions, that's now 400 or 500 questions, right? Stay with me. You take these 400 or 500 questions, you now fill it in on some kind of an offer. You present the earnest money offer to a realtor. The realtors present it to the people. You get counter offers. You're looking for financing. You're trying to fill these places. Friends, how long does it take you, no matter where you live, to do this on 100 properties? The correct answers are too long or forever, okay? How many of you agree with me? Out of those 100 properties, the 4 or 5 that were the bargains, the kind that are going to make you millionaires, are those properties gone almost immediately? Yes, they are. Now, it was so frustrating to me as a new investor. Why did the same people always get to the best bargain properties first? What did they know that I didn't know? And I want to share with you, I'm going to share you a couple of things right now that hopefully all of you can take back to your areas and do. And I hope when you're finished you'll say, boy, Wright, of all the sessions in the retreat, even though this isn't my normal real estate presentation, I am convinced that each and every one of you, no matter how much you make, can double your income if you will do the 3 or 4 things that I'm about to share with you in the next 30 or 40 minutes. All right, here's this one technique to use. In order to do this, write these things down. And Harold, when you get a minute, I would love, oh, there's some water right there. Thank you. Number 1, you need a computer or you need access to a computer. Number 2, you need a certain type of software. Number 3, you need a device called a modem. A modem is a device that hooks to your telephone and to your computer that allows you to call other computers and other telephones. All right. With the computer, the modem software, and the modem, now you're ready to do this technique. When you wake up in the morning now, rather than looking at 100 other properties like most people are doing and taking forever and not getting what you want, you wake up, pour yourself a glass of orange juice, pick up the paper, turn on your computer, tell your modem to call a particular phone number, and within just a matter of minutes, you can look down while you're having breakfast and you can see a list of all the REOs and foreclosed properties that have just come available in your marketplace in the last 2 days. Now, you've got a couple of options here. You can either store this information, you can print it out, or you can do what I do. I immediately start looking at this stuff to see if it makes sense. Now, one of the ways to analyze properties, there's the cost approach, the market approach, and the income approach. Let's take a look at the cost approach first. Let's say, for example, and I want you to know this is an REO printout of an area in Los Angeles. In this particular area, and you need to understand this for this example, the cost of the average single-family home is over $200,000. So just keep that in mind. The average cost per square foot is $100 a square foot. So if you're looking for bargains on this REO list, if you're not finding properties that are at least lower than $100 a square foot, you're probably paying too much. Does everybody understand that? Okay. So we're going down our list. We get to one here that says $178 a square foot. If 100 is average and anything below that is a bargain, friends, are you going to waste your time on this property? No, of course not. But you keep looking. Persistence is the name of the game. It may be on this page. It may be on the next page. If you keep looking, I promise you that eventually you will find something that looks like this. that says $39 a square foot. You'll spill your orange juice all over the paper. You'll frantically look at this thing. You'll think, my gosh, this is pennies on the dollar. This is 40 cents on the dollar. And you start writing down information as fast as you can. You see that this is a 1,845 square foot home. And you see the dollar amount next to that says $72,000. Now, ladies and gentlemen, does this mean this property is only worth $72,000? No, this is the amount of the mortgages that were left when it went back to the bank. This is an area where homes average over $200,000. You may have just found a property $130,000 below market value. So the next thing you do, depending on the printout you have, is you take a look at the address, which says 6221 Tony Avenue. Then you get on your banking outfit. You go down to the bank. This may have been the same bank that 2 days earlier told you they didn't have any REOs and foreclosures. You walk into the bank, you smile, and you say this: "Hi, I'd like to talk to you about the property on 6221 Tony Avenue, the 1,845 square foot home that your bank took back 2 days ago for an outstanding mortgage balance of $72,000. Now, friends, are the banks going to tell you they don't have it? No, no. You know what the banks are going to do? The banks, for the first time in your life, are going to treat you like a human being. They're going to invite you in. They're going to sit you down. They're going to ask you if you'd like something to drink. Friends, how many of you have ever had a banker ask you if you'd like something to drink? These are the people you want to get their business cards because they know what they're doing with lending institutions. I moved recently, just a few months ago, but prior to that, for the last 5 or 6 years, I lived in a little college community in a state, about 60,000 people. Half of it was involved with the university. Wonderful place to raise a family, lousy place to invest, but that's okay because as people, future millionaires, we can invest anywhere we want when we know these techniques. I went to one of those banks when I first moved back. I walked in. I had just left my job with IBM because my real estate was doing so well, and I got right to the head of the bank and I said, "Sir, hi, I'm Wright Thurston. I'm a full-time investor. I'd like to talk to you about your REOs and foreclosures." The banker looked at me, very nice, very sincere. He said, "We don't have any." All right, fine. I leave. I come back. I use this approach. He kind of looks down very quietly, says nothing, goes around the corner, comes back a moment later holding something that looks like a small phone book. And this book has over 400 REOs, foreclosed properties, single-family homes, multiple units, commercial properties. This is a little town of 60,000. This is one bank out of 5. And he said, "Mr. Thurston, how many of these would you be interested in?" Now, I wanted to have a little fun with him, so I said, "Hey, if the price is right and the terms are right, maybe I'll buy them all." Ooh, boy, that got him excited, okay? He was really excited now. Now, friends, when I left the bank that day, I had not yet bought an REO or foreclosure, but here's what happened. As I was leaving, the banker said, "Mr. Thurston, I know you're new to the area. We'd like to be your bank. If you'll bring your accounts, if you'll do your business here, if you'll do the checking, I'm authorized to give you a $50,000 line of credit unsecured on your signature. No monthly payments, no interest payments monthly. We're only going to bill you interest once every 90 days. Now, friends, I'd like to ask you a question. If the first time you ever meet a banker, they offer you a $50,000 line of credit, unsecured, no collateral, on your signature, interest only, every 90 days, what would you say? No, friends. Boy, Dennis, you got to teach them a bit more before they leave. If that's the first thing the bank offers you, you can get a lot more, all right? You can't be too eager on this, okay? Look, this is a universal principle. Don't banks lend you more money if they think you don't need it? That's crazy, but it's true, isn't it? Now, here's what I did. Rather than say, yes, I looked at the banker, and again, I've handled the banks for 7 years, and I said, "You know, I appreciate that very much, but before I make any decisions on who I'm going to do my banking with, I'm going to check out your bank and your references." Now, don't they do this to us all the time? Aren't they always checking us out? And I said to him, and I'm thinking, hey, if he offered 50, I can probably, at least get 100. So if I want 100, what do I ask for? There you go. Now you're catching on to this. That's right. I asked for $200,000, but in a very nice way, because you never offend anyone, I said, I'm sure that because I'm going to need a $200,000 line of credit, that you're going to have to go somewhere for a higher authorization. Why don't you check with the committee and call me back when you've made a decision? The bank called me back 2 days later. They said, Mr. Thurston, you have been approved for a $150,000 line of credit on your signature. Now, a couple of principles happen there. Number one, you've heard me speak before on the AFDO principle. Ask for the order. Ask for the concession. The key word here is ask, those little simple questions that make the big difference. Ladies and gentlemen, what I want you to understand is the reason I got the line of credit was not because of Wright Thurston. It's because Wright Thurston knew a technique that told the bankers I knew what was going on. And the technique that I just used was this one here. And the way I did it was using my computer and some computer software and a modem. Now, friends, how many of you think this is a dynamite way to find bargain properties? Do you like this? Let me answer a couple of questions. I know some of you are going to have, oh, right, this is super. We got a computer. We've got a modem. Let's hook this in to the bank's database, right? No, that's right. You can't do that. You can't hook it into the bank's computers. Okay, let's hook it into the county courthouse and all the tax records, right? No, you can't do that either. But there are organizations throughout the United States, and Harold and I have many of the national numbers, where their people do nothing but go to the banks, they go to the county courthouses, they get all the information on the REOs and foreclosures, and then they type them into their computers. And they sell this information to you. It's like an 800 phone call. You pay so much for the call, so much a minute. Friends, is there anyone in this room that, would any of you mind paying $30 if it helped you to find a property that was $130,000 below market value? You see the point I'm making here? How many of you live in California? All right. Hey, you've paid money to be here. Let me give you the names of two of my favorite databases in California. Very quickly, write these down. We'll try to get you the phone numbers during the mentoring session. Number one is called DAMAR, D-A-M-A-R. The second one is called Data Quick. I have a friend, his name is John Beck. John Beck has bought over 10,000 properties in the last 5 years using this technique. And he uses DAMAR and Data Quick, and he not only gets the REOs and the foreclosures, he gets the IRS listings, he gets the FDIC, he gets the FSLIC, he gets them all. And friends, the great news here is you can all do this. Every one of you can take advantage of this, and we'll talk about a bit more about this later, but I've got some other things to cover with you. In your handout, about 5 pages in, there is something that says a class problem. Now, if you want to look at that for just a second, normally in a 6-hour computer presentation, I'd sit here with you and we would analyze this manually together. We'd read everything about this class problem, then manually, using the sheets I'd give you, we'd plug the information into our property analysis and checklist form. We'd put down the asking price, the assumed price, all of the information, the improvements, the acquisition costs. I'd go ahead and give you additional information about filling out the mortgages. Now again, I'm happy to do any of this with you individually in the mentoring session, but because of the lack of time here, when the people have done this with me, then I leave them on their own for about 30 minutes, and we say, come back and give us the answers. Now, when they come back, we have asked them to get us the answers to these 4 questions. I have done this for 2 years. I'm simply going to give you the normal responses we get, okay, from the people. Basically, of the people that have read this example, 90% of them do not want to buy the property. 10% of them say yes. Question 2, on the cash down payment. There are always a few people that figure they can buy it using no money down, and most of the group says, yes, we need a down payment, but it won't be more than $5,000. And finally, on the cash flow, because you've got to know the down payment and you've got to know the cash flow, most people say the cash flow on this particular property will be somewhere between $150 a month and $50 a month. And we don't need to worry about the profit now. Now, I'm going to bring up a colleague. Harold, where are you, buddy? Just run up either way, whatever's most convenient. As I talk to you now, and normally I would sit down, I'm going to ask the gentleman in the back of the room, let me cue the cameraman here, we're going to be turning the lights down so that you can see this money-making software as we show it to you on the screen. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to introduce to you a friend of mine, Harold Bowman. Harold is going to sit down. Gentlemen, we're going to turn these lights down. I'm going to put on a device here called a data show, and if the data show works okay, you should be able to see most of what we're going to be doing. All right, very good. Now, ladies and gentlemen, what I'm trying to show you here, this is a typical screen on a Macintosh computer. Now, we're going to be showing you one of the programs of this software called a property analysis software program. I think this program is the finest program of its kind in the United States for analyzing single-family homes, multiple units, or commercial properties. That little handout you have where we analyze the single-family home, where I just gave you the numbers, I've had Harold already put in the numbers. Now, Harold, I just want you to scroll through as I start talking on this, and I'm going to move up to the screen a bit. All you do with this marvelous program is you take the information that you get from the newspaper or the people you're dealing with, and you simply type it into the spots. If we had gone through this step by step, the asking price of this single-family home, and again, most of us live in areas where single-family homes should have a 1, 2, or 3 in front of this number, right? Then again, at the same time, some of us live in states that maybe the number is less. It's just an example number. But so we put in the purchase price. We're good negotiators. We get the price down. We put in the cost per square foot. Now, the machine goes ahead and breaks it down on the anticipated purchase monthly date. I better move out of that spotlight because I don't think you're going to be able to see the screen there. We've broken it down. This software program automatically takes the price and divides it between the land and the building. Most of you know the land costs cannot be depreciated, but the building costs can be. Okay, Harold, let's scroll up. Harold's going to click in this corner. Okay, very good. Now, I want to get back. Okay, we take all our initial improvements. Most of us do this properly. We know what it's going to cost to paint, fix the stove, do the landscaping, and we put that in. The machine automatically calculates this. What most people don't do is they don't do the soft costs. Harold, thank you. And they don't do the hard costs. Now, these are things like advertising, contingencies, escrow fees, and whatnot. The point we're trying to make is this software program will let you know, even before you buy, all of the numbers so you know when to buy and when not to buy. In this case, the property we thought we were buying for $75,000, when we actually put in all the real numbers, were $4,500 more than what we thought. Now, friends, here's my question to you. If you go in to buy a property, you have a partner, somebody, and you realize you're $4,500 short, where does the money come from? Yeah, your pocket, if you have it. Can you all see how embarrassing this would be, how frustrating to have done all the work and realize you're wrong? This will save you so many times. Now, very quickly, because I'm trying to keep on this schedule, the next thing the software program does is it takes the building value and it does all the depreciation information you need for taxes. It'll depreciate it over 27.5 years. It'll depreciate it over 7 years. Next area, it does all the annual inflation factors. You in your area put in how much property values are going up a year. You put in the expenses, the rental income, the opportunity cost of capital. You then put in what you think the occupancy rate will be, what the fair market rent is, and what you can sell it for. Now, one of the areas here that I think many of you will like is this area of the ownership. You can bring in one partner, 100 partners, no partners, but this will tell you exactly how to do it, and it even figures out what happens when you go to sell the property. You put in the broker's commission. Harold, again, if you'd move that up. Next thing we want to take a look at is the loan information. Now, on this seminar that I do nationwide, I ask the people what the down payment would be. 99% of them say the down payment will be somewhere between nothing and $5,000. By going through this analysis, you can see that the down payment that's going to be required is $11,500. Most people miss this by about $6,000. These are the kind of things that Dave and I don't want you to ever miss again. Then it asks about our different loans. It says, do you have any fixed rate loans? Well, we had one loan for $50,000, and we put that in. It says, do you have any variable rate loans? Now, I love this for the more expensive areas like California and Hawaii, because we can put in one interest rate, Harold, there in 1989, and we can put in one interest rate for 3 or 4 years. Then we can change it the 4th year and put in another interest rate, and we can change it the 5th year and put in another interest rate, and it makes it a win-win situation. Then after we've done our fixed rate, our variable rate, we go to our fixed rate interest only. We're simply typing in simple information. You ask the questions, you type it in, and the final thing we do is the first year operating expenses. We type in all the different things for property tax, advertising, repairs, legal fees, utilities, and at the bottom, it's showing us that our expenses are going to be about 29.5%, which is about the national average. Now, having done this, this is the fun part, and I want you to understand, it'll take you maybe 30 minutes to type in those numbers the first time. Once you've done it once, you'll probably never have to do it again, because all you'll have to do is change a number here or change a number there, and I'll show you that in a minute. But having analyzed all of this, most people in the United States thought the cash flow would be somewhere between $50 a month positive and $150 a month positive. And in fact, you can see that the first year it has a negative cash flow of $185. 99% of the people that analyze this property without using the software are off by several $1,000s. In fact, the thing is negative for the first 6 years. Now, ladies and gentlemen, once we put this in, I want you to see what else it can do. Harold, we'll show them some of these in just a minute. I asked them over here, let's pull up the graph feature. I want you to know it can run graphs on all this information. Show them a cash flow one first. Harold goes down to cash flow, brings it up, and you get a beautiful graph showing you visually what's going on. You can see that it's negative for so many years. In fact, one of the nice things about this graph is it very obvious to everyone in this room when the balloon payment is due. Can you all see that? In fact, it is so obvious you may only want to print out the first 9 years when you go into a banker, okay? All right, let's leave this one, and now after cash flow, we want to take a look at annual return. Let's look at annual return. That's not much better, but let me show you another nice feature of this software. We can put percentages on this. We go to Gallery, we choose the column option. There's 8 choices. Let's take number 7. Let's go ahead and open this up. And now you can see that in 9 years, 10 years of owning this, you never get a rate of return that's better than 5%. Friends, you can get 9% on a money market fund. You shouldn't be in this property if you know this before you buy. One final area is return at sale. Let's look at the return at sale one. Now, there we go. Now, if we bought this, we've got negative cash flow, we're losing money, annual return, and if we sold it that first year, as you can see, we're losing money there. So friends, basically, for everyone that said they didn't want to buy the property, I tell them to give themselves a round of applause because they've made the right choice. However, can I do the what if with them? Let me show you the power of this. What if, and this is a real-world situation, let's say Dave and I had decided to buy this, and we're doing something socially or playing tennis, and somebody calls and says, right, Dave, listen, we know we said we would give you a second mortgage at this amount. We can't afford to do that any longer. We can't give you the second mortgage, but here's what we're willing to do. If you won't make us give you the second, we're going to lower the purchase price $10,000. Now, Dave and I like that. We like having, lower monies to pay, but think about this. Maybe the second mortgage they were going to give us were monies that we didn't want to come up with in the first place. So now we've got to come up with the mortgage monies, a higher interest rate. Most people say no to that situation. Let me show you what you folks as future millionaires are going to do. We're going to go back to the initial analysis that you've saved, and we're going to lower it $10,000 as they suggested, making it $65,000. After we do that, we only change one other thing. We go down to the mortgage that the person was going to give us. So Harold's going down a page at a time to where the fixed rate loan from the individual. Now we're going to change that interest rate. Scroll that up a little bit, Harold. We're going to change that interest rate from 9.5% to a more realistic rate of 12.5%. Everybody see how easy that was? 2 simple changes, right? 2 simple changes. Now, the first thing we'll do is go back up to our graphs. We're going to go back up to the graphs, and we're going to say, let's see what the cash flow is, and let's see what return of sale is. Now, you remember before that cash flow was negative for 6 or 7 years. Now it's still negative for 5 years, so you're not interested. Let's take a look, Harold, at what happens if we sell that immediately, the return at sale. If we make those 2 changes and sell it now, what happens? Yeah. That's the kind of graph you should be looking for, ladies and gentlemen. Harold, put some numbers on that. Go up to Gallery. And I hope you can see how easy this is. Harold's just using that mouse and point, click, and drag. Now you realize you can get nearly a 27% return on your money. Friends, that's like 500% better than what you can get on a passbook savings account, 300% better what you can get on your money market, and yet 99% of the people I talk to won't buy this property because they don't understand how much money it could make them. Now, I invest in multiple units. Friends, when I run an analysis like this on my multiple unit and I realize that I'm getting this kind of return, does that make me excited? Would you like to be able to sell a larger property immediately and make 27% on your money? Can you see how that adds up? Harold, let's do one other thing and show you why this software is so great. Let's do a let's do a split screen with them, okay? And we'll do a what if with them. Harold's going to move the graphs to the top. Then he's going to lower them to the bottom of the page. And we want to be able to show you both the numbers and the graphs. So let's go back to where we said we were going to sell this thing. And Harold, if we can find that, let's go back to where we thought we could sell it for, what was it, $81,500? All right, now Harold's going to go to that area. Let's say that we're in an area, and I don't mean to pick on Montana if you're from there. Let's say we're in an area like Montana where the real estate market is not very exciting. And when it comes time to sell it, you can't sell it for $81,500. you in fact have to sell it for $6,500 less. Now, when Harold types in $75,000 and enters it, watch our graph. Go ahead and enter that, Harold. Our 27% return, in just a minute, becomes less than 7%. So by one simple change, what if the price was lower? What if interest rates are lower? And you can see that we're not even interested now in this property. However, you don't live in Montana. How about if you live in California? How about if you live in Honolulu? And instead of this property going down $6,500 from the $81,500, what if it goes up $6,500? Harold, go ahead and add $6,500 to the $81,500 and make it $88,000. Now when he enters 88, we enter that instead, and we see now that our original rate of return that was 27%, look at that, nearly 47%. And ladies and gentlemen, this is how Dave Del Dotto and Wright Thurston know before they buy the kind of rates of return that we're going to get. This is one of the single most exciting programs. I want you to know we can analyze single-family homes. We can do multiple units, commercial properties. We can do property management. We can do it all. Gentlemen, if you'll turn the light back on. Harold, thank you. In the interest of time, I'll just show you a few more. Give Harold a round of applause, would you? Now, again, ladies and gentlemen, I'm sure many of you can tell, and I'm not doing this intentionally. I'm just trying to cover as much of the information we can in the time allotted to you. What I will say is this. During the mentoring sessions after lunch, I know many of you are going to want to see more information, but I want to do one more thing before I wrap this up. I want you to know that we have software that will do your property management for you. We'll help you borrow money with the banks. But I promised you one other thing. I said I would show you how to borrow money successfully 95% of the time. Let's do this right now. One of the most important things you can do with lending institutions is to answer this question. Now let me focus this in, and I'd like you to write this down. This is one of the single most important things you can do with lending institutions. Answer every single question the bank will ask before they ask it. Answer every single question the bank will ask before they ask it. Now, ladies and gentlemen, that sounds very simple, but I want to tell you only 1 out of 10,000 people in the United States does this. The way you do this is by doing something that's known as BRF, Banker Ready Format. That property analysis program I just showed you is one of the finest property analysis programs in the United States for doing Banker Ready Format. The numbers that Harold and I just showed with you, okay? I mean, we scrolled a few screens, but let me show you what this looks like when you start printing it out. You get a cover page, which you can analyze any way you want or put in the proper information, but then it starts printing out things such as the asking price, the purchase price, the initial improvement cost, and the soft costs and hard costs. Right away, page 1, you have established credibility with the banker because you've done something that most people forget to do. Number 2, it then goes on to show you things like the depreciation information, the anticipated inflation factors, the occupancy rate, the ownership information. It goes through and it outlines all the different loans, the fixed rate, the variable rate, the fixed rate interest only. It does things such as the first year operating expenses. It even shows you average monthly pre-tax cash flow. Now, ladies and gentlemen, if that wasn't enough, this is what you saw me do with Harold. The next 6 pages do some things like this. They give you a 10-year project cash flow analysis showing you everything you need to know year by year on net operating incomes, debt service, the reduction in principal or interest, the pre-tax cash flow, and if you have any partners, it shows you everything your partners need to know. Let's skip a few of these charts, and let me tell you that it also does a 10-year project dissolution. It anticipates what your return is going to be if you sell it anytime during those first 10 years. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to ask you a question. Is it fair to say that this is more information than what your bankers used to see? Is it fair to say that many of your bankers wouldn't know what to do with this anyway? Right? Ladies and gentlemen, so what we have done to make it a win-win situation is after it does this gorgeous analysis, we have also included something that will make your banker part of your success team. We have included a complete project review and analysis. This is 2 pages you give your banker. It saves them 3 hours of work. They take it into the loan committee. It has everything they need to know. And the easier you make it for the banker, the easier it is to get your money. Friends, how many of you like that graph feature? Do you like the way that showed you the numbers and what was going on? Why not print out 6 to 8 pages of graphs for your bankers so they can understand visually what's going on? Now, look at what we've done here. We have 12-page analysis, 2-page project review. We also have done 6 to 8 pages of graph. Another hot button that really gets bankers excited is do some drawings and specifications. Very easy to do on your computers. Do a little diagram of your apartment or your home. One final thing, and those of you on my success team know, I show you how to put together the perfect loan package. So, now you have your 12-page analysis. You have your graphs. You have the 2-page thing for the banker. You have the drawings and specifications. You have about 10 pages of the perfect loan document, all that you can do easily on your computer with your software. And friends, what you're getting is about 30 to 40 pages like this. Now you go down to a Pips or a Kinko's, you pay $10, they slap on that simulated leather binding, they golden boss that thing. Now you go to the banker and you drop this thing on their desk. Do it higher so it makes a sound when it hits, okay? And then you sit back and you smile because you've just done something that only 1 out of 10,000 people in the United States has done. You have just answered every single question the bank will ask before they ask it. How many of you think that makes a difference? You bet it does. And friends, I hope that'll change your entire lives on how you do things. Now, during the mentoring session, we'll show you about the forms and offers if you're interested in that. We'll show you how to put together any kind of amortization schedule and how to buy and sell mortgages. We'll show you one of the finest property management courses in the country. But the reason that I'm excited about this software are a couple of things that I want to just quickly show you now. The great thing about a computer, it's been said that people, if they're going to be successful in business, need to have a computer because if you don't have a computer, it's like riding a horse down the freeway. Okay? You can do it. You can get there. A computer just helps you do it better and faster. Now, when I got started, I didn't have a computer, and I did just fine, and I think many of you will as well. But if you'd like to do it better and faster, I would suggest to you get software that we have, that Dave uses, that'll let you do your investments better, your business things better. The Macintosh is portable, it's easy to use, and your kids can do it better. Many of you have heard me talk about building a success team. There's a saying that says the best are free, the best investments are free because they save you more than what they cost. This little software program has probably paid for itself 100 times, maybe 200 or 300 times over. I did that banker-ready format. I took it in to a bank to refinance one of my properties. I had initially gone to the same bank and they had turned me down. But after I brought in the banker-ready format and I showed them all the things, the banks took a look at that banker-ready format, realized I had answered all the questions they needed to know, and my wife and I got back a check for $91,000. I am absolutely convinced that this software is something that could and should be part of your success team. I want you to know that during the mentoring session, for those of you that are interested, I have actual ads that you can run in the newspaper using the software to set up part-time businesses. There's software that you can use to set up different businesses, such as property tax reduction. I also, for those of you that are interested, since I haven't had a chance here, I'll be more than happy, the handout I gave you, the gray one that says how to build a $9,000 a month cash flow. The way we did that in our part-time as we raised our kids is we used a 7-step checklist for successful investing. We went out and we bought some smaller multiple units in the area that we lived in. Not only in 13 months did we get 4 properties, but we were able to build a $9,000 a month positive cash flow from a strategy that we use that's the opposite of what most people in the country use. It's exciting, you can do it, and in the process of building that $9,000 a month positive cash flow, the first property we bought within a few months threw off $12,000 in income. A few months later, we got that $91,000 check, and after 13 months of doing the strategy that I talk about in real estate, this is a check my wife and I got back from our part-time activities. We got back $250,000 in cash. And I ask you, what other strategy can you think of that would allow you, starting with $200, to build a $9,000 a month positive cash flow, $1 million net worth, and let you take out checks for $12,000, $91,000, and $268,000? Now, I didn't use the computer for that, but I'll tell you, with the computer, I can show you how to do it better and faster. If you'd like a strategy that will let you get your monthly income up, increase your net worth, and take cash out, I want to talk to you some more during the mentoring sessions. If you'd like to know more about these 7 strategies and how all of them can be enhanced using a computer, please come and see us. I want you to know that also the materials cover things such as cash flows, financing, credit improvement, property management. Ladies and gentlemen, there is a saying that I'm fond of mentioning, and it says that you can make money or you can make excuses, but you can't make both. None of you folks make excuses. You've made a commitment very few people in the United States ever had. I made the same commitment you did years ago. It was a struggle for me to put together the money. I did not have the money. One of the best things that will come out of this retreat right now is not even necessarily the information you're learning, but it's the attitude, it's the feeling, it's the people you make, it's the business cards you get, because I'm sure as you spend more time with all of us, and I'm going to be here tomorrow for the luau and the rest of the fun stuff, as you mingle with us, you'll say, hey, normal people, wife, kids, started just like we did, went to a seminar. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to be part of your success team. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd be happy to answer any questions you have. I'm excited about the things you're going to do. I know I'm going to be hearing your success stories. Boy, I can't believe it, but we did all of that in an hour and 5 minutes. I was going 1,000,000 miles an hour. I promise after lunch we will slow down, answer your questions, get it covered with you during the mentoring sessions. You've been a terrific audience. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my distinct honor and pleasure to introduce our next speaker. Most of you have not had an opportunity to meet him. He was unavoidably detained by a wedding in his family that was planned long before this event and arrived last evening, did join us at the luau, and beyond that, most of you have not had an opportunity to meet him. His name is Dr. Brent Peterson. He is one of my closest and dearest friends. I only have 3. 100 million. Brent is an incredible person who does hundreds and hundreds of seminars. In addition to being a former professor and a present professor and working at the Management School of Business for Brigham Young University in Provo, Utah, he is also the former president of Cybervision Seminar Systems, sits on their board today, and is part of the reason why Cybervision, you know, you've seen the tapes in here of everything from golf to weight loss to self-discipline, etc. Brent has orchestrated a great deal of their success, in addition to doing hundreds and hundreds of seminars all across the country in interpersonal communications and development for not only Cybervision, but other notable companies like in association with the Charles Hobbs Corporation and the Daytimer Corporation. He does and will be doing some 300 seminars over this next year, including even such fine companies as WordPerfect, companies that are just the top echelons of corporate America, as well as working down with individuals in smaller companies and doing individual counseling as a bishop in his church, and just so many different facets. He is, as you would probably relate best, an equal, par excellence, to our beloved Dr. Vern Wolf. Join me in welcoming my beloved, soon to be your beloved, Dr. Brent Peterson.
It's good to be with you folks today. As I came in to start this thing, I had the seats all arranged so that they were normal, you know. You didn't have to look across and see each other. And I thought, hey, this is going to be really nice. Now it kind of looks like, I'm going to come down there in a few minutes, but it kind of looks like when I used to play football. We had an exercise, and it was called running the gauntlet. And we'd have about 15 people on each side holding these blocking dummies, and you'd get at the end here and run down the middle trying to make it to the other end without getting knocked down yourselves. You don't look too mean on that, at least on the front row. And so we'll try that in just a few minutes. But it's a delight to be with you folks today. I was a little bit surprised. I was told I was the commencement speaker. Let's take a minute, and what does your mind conjure up when you think of commencement? You think of college or school and so forth. Well, that's what I thought. So I brought my cap and gown. And I was all ready to go, you know. This morning I walked in, and Dennis grabbed me at the door, and he said, hey, that's inappropriate. Go get a Hawaiian shirt on. So I ran over, put on my Hawaiian shirt, and he wears his suit. I mean, I don't know how to work with this. Hey, but before we get started, and before I talk, what I'd like to have you all do right now is, put up with me. Stand up. Would everyone stand? I'll kind of come down here through the middle just to kind of get a feeling for the gauntlet here. What I would like you to do now is I'd like you to take your right hand. This guy down here is not holding a blocking dummy. He looks like a dummy, though. No, that was... Now, everyone, put your right hand high. Now, what I want you to do is try, without letting your feet leave the ground, try to touch the ceiling. Put it as high as you... come on. Some of you are kind of wimpy with your raise. Put it as high as you can. Okay, now bring it down. Shake it out a minute. That's the most exercise some of us have done in months. Now, take your left hand and do the same thing. Stretch it as high as you can. Get it way up there. Up on your toes. Touch the ceiling. Okay, put your hand back down. You may sit down now. Okay. Now this is a scientific experiment that you just participated in. What I want you to do is raise your hand when I ask you a question. How many of you thought it felt better when you raised your right hand? How many thought it felt better when you raised your left hand? Why did it feel better to more of you when you raised your left hand? I ask that everywhere I go, all around the country, and do you know what the people tell me? They go into a lengthy explanation of how it's your heart. When you lift your left hand up like that, it opens your heart up, and you can come up and down. You get better circulation, and you feel better. That may be true. I don't know. Some places, I've noticed that some people raise their right hand, and it varies back and forth. And the bottom line of having you do that is to simply point out this. And it's an important, crucial thing for you to pick up on before I really launch into the... I'm only going to make 4 points with you today as a commencement speaker. And I'm going to make them strong. But before we get to them, it's important that you understand the principle that I was just taught you by having you raise your hand up there. And that is this, that no two of you are similar and or alike in any way, shape, or form. And probably those of you who didn't raise your hands were saying, this is a dumb activity. I'm not going to raise my hand. Or some of you are saying, well, it embarrassed me. I don't know which it was. Others of you are saying, it was definitely my right. I'd fight to the death. And so there were a lot of perceptions and feelings. And it's a crucial and important thing to keep in mind as we launch into what we're going to talk about today. That we all see things differently. Some things will turn you on and some things will turn you off. Somebody jumps up and down and gets really into it, and others are more sedate and quiet when they talk. You're going to respond to what's been said in these seminars and in these meetings in a variety of ways. And just know that it's good, that it's correct. Now, if that's said, I'm going to make 4 points. And then we'll kind of wrap this thing up. To start to make my 4 points, though, I want to tell you a story. As a young man, I grew up in kind of a backward area, small farming community. And in those days, I had a football player that I really liked. His name was Johnny Unitas. And he would throw the passes to a guy named Raymond Berry. And they had an advertisement on television one time where it showed Raymond Berry run into the end zone, catch a pass, and then he came back out smoking a Pell-Mell cigarette. And I thought, geez, that's cool. I'm going to get into smoke. And so I took up smoking. I became a very active Pell-Mell smoker. Well, I was also on the high school football team, and I was up at a place called Forey's one night, drinking beer and smoking cigarettes, and the coach walked in and saw me there. And here I did that. Those were against training rules, and I didn't know quite what to say or do. Now, he's a good coach. He didn't get mad. He didn't scream. He didn't holler. He just looked and said, that's a heck of a deal, Peterson, and walked out. The next day, I went into the gym, and he said, I have an assignment for you. I'd like you to bring to class 8 sparrows. I said, why should I bring sparrows to class? And he said, it's important. You need to bring the 8 sparrows. So we went out in an old barn and got a gunny sack and put it over a window, and then everybody would go around beating and making noises in the barn, and then the sparrows would fly out. And as the sparrows would fly out the windows of the barn, or that particular one, we'd catch them in the gunny sack. We took 8 of them to class the next day. We walked in, and there he was with an experiment across the whole front of the gymnasium. Over on one side, he had a little piece of rubber tubing hooked onto some glass tubing, and then it made curlicues all the way across the front of the room. In the center section, it went down into a big bucket of water, ice water. But it looked like a big trumpet across the front of the room. Now, he was a non-smoker. He reached in his pocket and he pulled out a Pell-Mell, put it in his mouth, lit it up, took it over and put it in the rubber tubing on the end. And because of the length of that thing, it drew the smoke. And you could just watch the class watching the smoke go up and down through all the tubing and out the other end. And after it had gone out the other end and it had smoked itself down, everybody trying to figure out what this was all about, he then went to the center section and unhooked it where it went through the ice water, dried it off, and in the bottom of that center section, there was 2 drops of colorless liquid. He took a little eyedropper, put the 2 drops in that eyedropper. Then he took this little bird, one of the sparrows, pinched it back the neck so its mouth popped open, and he dropped 2 drops of colorless liquid in that little sparrow's mouth. Then he held it out to the side, and the little sparrow was really fighting to get out of there, and it took off for the ceiling in the gymnasium when he let it go. Set a world speed record going about 30 feet. And then it got up there, and it just kind of hovered over the classroom for a minute, and then it came down and just dropped dead in the middle of the classroom. I thought, that's kind of a crazy thing to do. And so I raised my hand. I said, Coach, and what do you think my first question was? How many of those, in my naive way, does it take to kill a man? And they said, well, a lot of people smoke. They're not, it just depends. And they went on this great explanation. The next thing he did was he turned out the lights in the gym and turned on a movie. We all sat there and watched a movie and you get to like this guy. He's in a family, and all of a sudden he has lung cancer. The next thing you know, we watch him on a table being operated on. And, I don't know if you've seen those kind of things, but I never had. And you see the scalpel, and they go click like that with the scalpel, and the skin pops open and so forth. At that point, 3/4 of us were in the restroom throwing up. But he started to give us some experiences associated with smoking that were different than the experiences we had ever had before. Before, it was fun to sit in a duck blind and hunt ducks and smoke Pell-Mells. Before, it was good to, go to the pool hall and smoke. There were a variety of things we did. We enjoyed that. But we finally stopped and started to think about that. Now, the other thing that happened, unbeknownst to me, was this coach went to my father. And he said, Dan, old Brent's out there smoking. And he's at the point where he's probably kind of hooked. And he said, you ought to do something about that. And I'll never forget, I didn't know this was set up, but my dad one day, and you have to understand this, some people don't like their dads. We're all different. Some people like them, and some love them. I have an extremely close relationship with my father. And he walked in, put his arm around me one day, hugged me, and he said, son, he says, I really love you and appreciate you. The reason I love you and appreciate you is because you're not like your best friend Boyd. I know you wouldn't go out there and take up smoking. It's bad for your health. And he just played and assumed that I wasn't doing that. And that I blurt out and say, well, Dad, you've misperceived your son. I didn't do that. But when I walked out of there, I was saying to myself, I've got to get off these things. I would not want to do it if my father feels that way about it. Okay, there are 2 principles of the 4 that are illustrated in that story. If you want to walk out of here and be successful, you need to be aware of these 2 principles. Principle number 1, you're never going to be a millionaire unless you follow principle number 1. And that principle is this: you've got to introduce into your life new experiences related to becoming a millionaire. This is the first step. Maybe you've taken other steps in your lives. But if you've been a failure, and if you've had difficulties, and if you've had problems, you've got to come to places like this. You've got to take the goals and so forth that you're going to have from here and have new experiences with them, different ones than you've had in the past. The experiences you've had in the past hold you down and keep you from attaining financial wealth. They hold you down and keep you from attaining anything that you want out of life. Now, I've watched it in the cybervision programs many, many times, the ones that we've taught there. And people who get new experience with a thing change. Principle 2. You have to associate with more and different and new people. You learn to be millionaires again in the same way by coming here and participating with and being with people who have mindsets like you have. I think the greatest thing that can happen in a seminar like this is for you to go out and shake hands and hug and get to know one another, exchange business cards, and tell one another how to become successful. It's just like in the smoking example. For me to quit, or to even think seriously about quitting, I had to have different experiences with smoking than I had previously had. It just works that way. I had to have people who I cared about tell me it was wrong. Now, folks, those are two extremely important principles you need to become aware of, that you can't just go back and go into life the way you've had it in the past. You've got to go back and go into life in a different way, enjoying new experiences and meeting and making new friends that you trust and that will help you be successful. Now, those are two important principles. Those are probably the two most important. I'm going to give you two others fairly quickly here so that I can turn the time back to Dennis. At Cybervision, we have a series of tapes called The Neuropsychology of Self-Discipline. With Steve DeVore, the founder of Cybervision, we just signed a contract last week to write a book on that topic. We did an immense amount of research nationally to find out what it was about self-discipline that turned people on. The word connotes to everyone negative things. Sacrifice. You know, if you're on a diet, self-discipline means you tell your body that you will not go in and eat the chocolate. And we thought that that was a negative thing. After we completed our research, we discovered some interesting things about the word self-discipline. That we could talk about it from the concept of success, and nobody wanted to buy the book. Or nobody wanted to buy the tapes. But if we called it self-discipline, it's just like in our society there's a movement back towards this concept of self-discipline. And if you talk about it from that perspective, people want to buy it. We sold 60,000 sets of those tapes in a month and a half, just at the first of the year. And they're selling more than that right now. I haven't checked recently to see how they're doing. But people are responding to that concept of self-discipline. And it overrides and goes throughout everything that you have here. Just as a plug, I noticed in the room over there, we didn't have the Cybervision self-discipline tapes, but there's some catalogs over there, and if any of you'd like to take a look at that set of tapes, you can look at them in the catalog. But the key principle that comes from self-discipline is the overlying principle that we have at Cybervision. It's an old principle, but we've scientifically researched it. And that is the principle that if you visualize yourself doing something and or becoming something, you will become that. Now, I used to scoff about that. You have to understand that I'm a university professor. Yeah, well, I've changed. I'm the university professor who's done so much research, and I'm saying, oh, that's stupid. If somebody stands here and thinks they can shoot baskets, and somebody stands over here and practices it, actually shooting it, the guy who's thinking he's shooting it shouldn't be as effective as the guy who actually shoots. What does the research say? The person that thinks it and visualizes and sees him or herself shooting that basket does every bit as well as the person who actually practices. Now, Dr. Carl Pribram at Stanford University did a lot of research on that, and he has discovered that that is in fact true. The mind does not differentiate between an imagined event and a real event. So as you're flying back home, you ought to be seeing yourself in every way imaginable as a millionaire. You ought to be visualizing what it's like. You ought to taste it. You ought to feel it. I'll show you how that works. Close your eyes, everyone, just for a half second. Well, maybe 2 seconds. Now then, what I want you to do is I want you just to kind of go along with what I'm telling you. I'm going to give you an experience, and then I want you to respond to it. Assume now that we're down in Florida. We've just walked into a citrus grove. I mean, it's kind of cool. It's in the early morning. You're walking down, and you've walked first through the section with the orange trees. And as you've moved through that section, you notice that the oranges are starting to turn yellow. And in fact, they appear to be lemons. You get into the middle of the lemon orchard, and you reach up, and you take one of those lemons. You pluck it off. You have it in your hand. You can feel the kind of the coarseness of the lemon. A little dew still on that lemon. And you take it down to your hand. You reach in your pocket. You take out your Swiss Army knife. And you take that lemon and you slice it in half. Now, in your right hand, you take one of those halves. And you turn your head back. And you put that whole half, the sliced half, in your mouth. And you crunch down on it as hard as you can. You feel the juice running down the corners of your mouth. Now, if you just wake up, or come back to reality here for just a second, look up here. Hey, wake up. What happens there is you started, for those of you who participated, to have an imaginary experience. It would have been good to have the videotape cameras panned on your faces when I said bite down on the end of that lemon. What do you think happened? Yeah, that was it. People are going, oh, you know, and various kinds of responses. You are actually biting that lemon. Well, it works the same way. Your mind interprets that as a real event. It doesn't differentiate. Important principle. If I were each of you on the plane home, I'd thumb through the magazines and various other things I have, and whenever I see a picture that reflects and represents something I want to become, I would cut it out. I would create my success, if you will, my success, what do you call those things? Scrapbook. Now, people laugh about that, but we've discovered in this self-discipline seminar that people who succeed create a scrapbook of pictures and ideas and thoughts of what and who they want to be. The last and final point is simply this. I won't take a lot of time on it, but I've reflected a lot on it, and I used to get kidded and chided about it because I tend to be a religious type person. But a few years ago, I was traveling. I did a series of seminars for 8 weeks in India. And I got over there and I learned a lot about the Hindu religious beliefs. And there's one overriding thing that I came away impressed with. And that is this principle here. Hindus living their religion in India have one key principle that they abide by. And that is a love and an appreciation for one another. They would not do something to step on someone else's toes. It would be totally out of line with their concept of what life's about. And I'd like to pass that on to you, that as you step forth to become millionaires, that the people you work with and that the people you pass by are people you should love and appreciate, not step on. I've cut that point short because I want to conclude. 4 important points. Write them down, think about them, don't leave without remembering, and relate them to to everything that you do here. Love your fellow men. As you move through it, it's not worth stepping on others to become a millionaire. Those who do usually don't last at the top very long. Visualize, see yourselves as millionaires. Give yourselves new and exciting experiences such as this one. And that's the really good reason for this. And then look for friends and associates who support you and help you become what you want to be. One final story, and then I'll turn the mic to Dennis. I always end seminars with this one, and it's very appropriate based on what's happened here with you the past few days. Have any of you read the book, I Never Promised You a Rose Garden? It's an old book now. Go get a copy of that sometime and read it. There's an important philosophy that's taught there, and here is the philosophy. The story is of a young lady who loses touch with reality. She goes insane. She's institutionalized and placed in a hospital. And the whole story is how she tries to get back to normal. And as she struggles and fights to become a normal human being again, some very interesting things happen to her. But at one point in the book, she's in what they call a pack. She went crazy and was flailing around, and so it's like an old straitjacket, except it's two large pieces of foam rubber that they put around a person's body. And then they rope that pack so that the person is in there and can't flail around and hurt her or himself. And she was in this pack, and sitting in the same room with her was another lady who was also in a pack. And they were kind of looking at each other, and a young intern comes in, wants to check and see if they're back to normal. And he goes over to the young lady who's the star of the story, puts his hand down here, because all that sticks out of the pack is your head, puts his hand right down here and takes the pulse off the throat. And after he'd taken the pulse, determined that her pulse rate was normal. He walked over then to the other person that was there with him. He put his hand down, took the pulse, and as he tried to take the pulse, this person wasn't back to normal. What do you do to fight if all you've got your head sticking out of a big chunk of foam rubber and some person's trying to touch your face? Yeah, that's what everybody says. That's what I would have done, was bite. But she did something worse. He put his hand down there and she spit on it. Well, you know, you look there and there's goober running down your hand. You don't like that. He tried 3 or 4 times, and on about the third time, he put his hand down there to take her pulse. And she spit on him, and he grabbed her hair and slaps her face, then holds her and takes the pulse and walks out of the room. Now, as soon as the young girl who has witnessed this and is trying to get well leaves the room, she runs right to her doctor and she says, I've had it. I don't want to get well when sane people treat insane people the way this person treated this lady. And then the doctor, in a kind of a wise way, looked at her and he said, and the title of the book comes from this statement, I never promised you a rose garden. The rose garden world of reality is a lie, it's a cheat, it's a fake. People are mean to one another, and they don't always do nice things to one another. But he said, by being well, you have the opportunity to be kind and to be helpful and to do things for others. Now, folks, that's the challenge I want to leave with you. You've been here, you've learned, you've heard, you've participated, you've picked up data, you've picked up information. You now have the opportunity to become millionaires or whatever else you want to become. But now you have to leave here, and you have to be the ones who do it. You have the information, and you can become the kind of a person that can use these skills and techniques to become effective and to be successful in your lives. It's been a joy being with you. I'd like you all now to, in conclusion, stand for me, if you would, just for a second. Now what I'd like you to do is to take both hands, and I'll show you how I'd like you to take them. Try not to hit anyone while you do that. Now then, there are 2 things I'm going to have you do at the count of 3. And one of them is to to scream, "Yay, way to go, Brent!" And the other thing is to bring your hands together and applaud loudly. 1, 2, 3. Thank you. That's one way a speaker can always get a standing ovation.
I'm a different person. I'm going to be a millionaire.
Words are inadequate to express what we've experienced this week. We've learned a lot of important principles, but mainly we've had some unforgettable experiences.
It's been a beautiful, beautiful week, an experience of a millionaire, and I'm there.
How long have you been a millionaire?
Oh, for 8 years, I guess, or maybe 6 years. I'm up in the $7-8 million range at this point.
Oh, gee. Well, we're up above the million dollar figure.
I just wish that I had this experience 20 years ago. I would have been dangerous now.
While I was here, really got tons out of Dr. Vernon Wolf and all those sessions. Networked with wonderful people, and I think from this point on it's going to be great. It's really helped me an amazing amount.
I've done pretty well. I have over $8 million worth of property right now.
Greatest experience I ever been in, ever.
It was a fantastic week. Best experience I've ever had, and it's only the start.
Together and a big little smile. Very close. Big smile. Okay, big smile. Hi. Aloha.
I'm here to get a little bit more information on how to get rid of the headaches, making money for other people, and start making money for myself.
I'm from Jackson, New Jersey.
I'm a police officer and he's a chemist.
I'm a machinist from Phoenix, Arizona.
The easiest way to become a millionaire is to inherit it. The second easiest way is to do it in real estate.
Well, I own over $1 million worth of property right now.
We hook up to have connections with someone like Dave, and we connect all together, so-called networking. And this way we can all become a group. And if anyone wants to back someone financially or help another person in their goals or their dreams, we're able to, together as a group, become one.
I think in about a year I'll be a full-time millionaire, and I'll retire from my normal job I have right now working for an airline.
Millionaire, sure, except I don't have his high expectations. I give myself maybe 2 years or so.
And just to get a piece of property and boom, just like that, it's just so ridiculous. More money than I ever saved my whole life.
I expect to be a millionaire or I wouldn't be here.
Learn more, definitely. We got to learn more. We want to learn, stay up to date, learn what's going on, what everybody else is doing, maybe new ways of doing things that we're not doing.
Do you think there's enough millionaires in this group today to buy this island?
I don't know. I hope so.
If they all pitch up, do you think they could buy this island?
I hope so. I don't know. I don't know about that, but through creative financing, we could definitely do it.
One of the reasons we had you come over here to Hawaii is to show you that we all of us can have a better life if we want to, and that we have the choice. Most people don't know that they have a choice to make their life better, and they're holding back in different ways. So not only are we literally showing you a paradise, you might say, right now, about as good as you can get, but we're also going to teach you some wonderful things that many of you have never thought about. I will guarantee you this, over the next 4 days, you will be totally different people.
from the day you were born, in fact, before even, you have begun the process of mesmerization and hypnotization. You have all been hypnotized to be less than you really are. Before this time is out, I want to introduce you to your full potential self, to the essence within you that is really controlling the galaxy you are. What happens to you when you have an experience, when you're born, when you're programmed, is your family sets up a whole series of thought forms within your mind. These are real images. Sperry won the Nobel Prize in 1978 for discovering the nature of those images and how they gain what he called causal potency, the power to cause. So every one of you have within your mind a series of thought forms. I call them holodynes. Holo meaning whole, and dynes for dynamic, meaning force in action. You have within your mind a series of holodynes. These are units of power which allow your mind to create what you are. This is the key to making $1 million. I want you to hear this. You have within you two processes for handling things. You've been using one. I want to shift to the other. I want to show you where your power base is. I want to show you how to tap the source of the force itself. You know, they've used the force to explain Heisenberg's constant, why everything is time and space are bent and so forth. This is the force. And the human mind has the power to access the force. You're always accessing. You don't know that. Remember, you're hypnotized. So I want to show you how to break out of the hypnotism and fully potentialize yourself, align everything in your life so that it grows according to the natural order. This will be my dedicated purpose while I'm here with you.
The idea is you stay in control of those assets, and they grow in value and give you positive cash flow. It takes both. We're building a network across the world of people becoming millionaires and billionaires. Isn't that great? Didn't that feel good? Didn't that feel good what you did? Dave, how do you feel?
It felt great.
Isn't that right? Give a hand for Dave. And the first step by next year, what is it? What is it next year?
5 million.
5 million net worth. That's a commitment.
Okay, there's another time you use this tool. Spreading income among the family. I attended a seminar the other day in Atlanta, Georgia. We had about 200 tax attorneys all over America. We met, compared notes, as we frequently do. I think you'll find that probably all 200 of us are in concurrence that this is one of the great income tax planning tools in America. Probably one of the 2 greatest income tax secrets in America as a result of the 86 tax law. Because you and I can put assets here, and then the income that comes in from those assets can now be taxable in the lower brackets of children, parents, grandparents, aunts, uncles, nieces, nephews, whomever you have placed inside of that partnership. So you can spread income to others, and then you can do the greatest of them all. You can control all that income yourself. Now that's the limited partnership. You now have the most advanced asset protection secret in America today, in advanced lawsuit protection. That's it.
I'm willing to share the information. I mean, rock bottom. You raise your hands and you can ask questions. We can go through numbers. And I'm going to make sure that you really get your money's worth when it comes to the hard facts on how you go about creating some wealth. FDIC not only has properties for sale, but they have discounted notes for sale, and these are people's home loans. And what I want you to think about is contacting them and getting what's called an asset marketing disposition package, which has a list of the different notes that they have for sale. Then I want you to go to these auctions and you can buy either 1 note or 10 notes. And these auctions historically sell these notes well below the face value of the note, which consequently gives you a yield in excess of the money that you're borrowing to buy them.
find in your investment career that your standards keep getting higher and higher. That's why these guys say, okay, see other guys, they're into 10 million and 20 million and a billion, and you know, you just keep going. If you took your knowledge that you've got, you could almost, if you could, you know, learn how to support yourself, take the same amount of time and do a multi-million-dollar deal instead of that little $10,000 deal, because it's all the same principles. Everything's the same. You see what I mean? I'll give you an example of that. You should be a total master at your real estate market if you're going to invest in real estate wherever you're investing. Okay? You should know more than all the realtors. You should know more than all the bankers. And folks, listen, do not rely on other people, even though you want to build a good team, and we're going to talk about that, building a good team around you and using people's energy, but you better know more than everybody else knows that you're dealing with. By not doing the deal, you actually have no options. You got to look somewhere else. But by coming in here for only $800 a month, you could take this and advertise it for a trade and trade into something else and add another $150,000 onto the price. And guess what, folks? Somebody's going to come along and give it to him, right? And you'll exchange it and take in 2, 3 free and clear houses, and somebody's going up to 14 units. And
absolutely.
I tell you what you do. I would say go ahead and do it, and then write me a letter and tell me how it turns out.
I'll do it.
That's a good
Yeah.
deal. Well, that's not
Thank
bad.
you, Dave.
Hey.
I appreciate it.
In the beginning, you can't extend yourself. You have to make sure that you're solid. Everything you buy must increase your net worth, and everything you buy must increase your cash flow. Okay? And you also have that little secret in the back of your mind, which is called the grant money and Section 8 subsidies. And that will give you even more extra gravy. This property here is going to make me $145,000 upon completion in my pocket. Plus, I'll have a few $1,000s a month in positive cash flow. Okay? So that's what persistence is all about. Or patience also. A persistence of going back and back and back and back to them and keep on hitting them with what you want.
Ladies and gentlemen, so what we have done to make it a win-win situation is after it does this gorgeous analysis, we have also included something that will make your banker part of your success team. We have included a complete project review and analysis. This is 2 pages you give your banker. It saves them 3 hours of work. They take it into the loan committee. It has everything they need to know. And the easier you make it for the banker, the easier it is to get your money. And then you sit back and you smile because you've just done something that only 1 out of 10,000 people in the United States has done. You have just answered every single question the bank will ask before they ask it. How many of you think that makes a difference?
Talking to a large group. I've never done this before, but the strength that I've gotten from these men and the group that I have worked with have made it possible for me. I'm very sensitive to all the knowledge that I've gotten, all the warmth that comes from Dave and his group, and I know that all the group that is in here will be in the future millionaires, just like Dave wanted us to do.
I'll begin by telling you that I taught at the university level for 15 years. I ran a research institute in Claremont, California for 5. While there, I organized many conferences of an international nature, an intercultural scope, some of them larger in numbers than this one. And I tell you that in order to say that of the many, many conferences that I've attended through the years, those I've participated in, either as an organizer or as a speaker, I tell you honestly, I've never been to a conference that was of higher quality than this one.
I'd like to say something to David and everybody here. Thank you for all of this. But if it wasn't for what I had heard about 4.5 years ago when I was in a hospital, of going for my dreams, my girlfriend Debbie, who I love very much, we wouldn't be here today. And there's a lot of things that I've put together in this past 9 months, and if it wasn't for Dave Dotto and his system, we wouldn't be here today. And I want to, the best part about what I have to say is I can't really say it because it's a feeling.
The other thing I want to say about this type of seminar that I just think is tremendous is the molding of relationships that is so important to all investors, and getting relationships that really help everyone. And the help that I've had from Vern Wolf has just been tremendous in helping me understand my potential. I'm a millionaire, as you know, but it's just a babe in the woods compared to what he's training me to be, and it's unbelievable.
Principle 2, you have to associate with more and different and new people. You learn to be millionaires again in the same way by coming here and participating with and being with people who have mindsets like you have. Now, folks, those are two extremely important principles you need to become aware of, that you can't just go back and go into life the way you've had it in the past. You've got to go back and go into life in a different way, enjoying new experiences and meeting and making new friends.
You got to feel it, folks. You've got to have the kind of commitment. You've got to make a decision. And from this day forth, I want to tell you something. My commitment is, I don't care if I ever get hired again to speak, ever, because I'm going to be me. I'm me.
My mind is now set towards all my goals that they can become a reality. And I am going to make it happen.
I guess moving week I've ever spent. It's moved me, I guess, physically, mentally, and monetarily, I think.
It not only teaches you how to make money, it teaches you how to believe in yourself and go for your dreams, and it's just a wonderful experience.
It was fantastic. It was a unique experience for me. Just the greatest thing that's happened.
Fantastic. Just a real delight. You know, you come here with an open mind, you learn a lot. It's kind of like a smorgasbord. You know, you can't eat everything on the table, but everything on the table was excellent. You know, just super. Do it again.
That's right. I'm ready to do it again. That is excellent. The most fantastic people, the best time, and the best information and the tools are right here. This is great.
Amidst all the things that we've done in these 4 days, we've really grown together. We're doing this together, and we're going for it.
The key is the results that are going to come out in each of us, and it's just clear they already are happening, have already happened, and can only happen.
For information regarding the Dave Dotto Millionaire School or a transcript of this show, write to 333 Keahole Street, Suite 209, Honolulu, Hawaii, 96825. or call 1-800-874-8000. That's 1-800-874-8000.